right, rookie, listen up. You're about to learn the basics of survival in Rivals Hover League, so pay attention. Step 1, hop on your hover vehicle. Soar, glide, and drift your way around the arena. Hover high and strike hard. Soar and dominate everything beneath you. Step 2, boost. You want to escape danger or catch a rival. Hit that boost and zoom across the map. It's all about timing. Step 3, remember speed is key, but you can't outrun a bullet, so make your shot count. Hover, boost, shoot your way to become the MVP.
Powered by the most advanced wind force cooling system, reducing temperatures while your competition sweats. For the flagship Aorus Extreme Water Force, premium liquid metal for GPU delivers up to 10 times better heat transfer efficiency and is accompanied by multiple layers of protection. This is the Gigabyte GeForce RTX 50 series. Play hard, stay cool, feel the chill.
Yeah, there is.
How much have you looted?
And see if we, like, hit players. Get them. Got good mollies on them. Got good mollies on them. I got them right here. Oh, he. Nice. Careful. Heal up if you have to.
This one's low.
Corner him. Nice. One left. Nice, guys. Nice. Yep. No. Don't mess it up like that. We have to pay attention to the mobs too. The mobs will definitely get us. He's trying to run away. He's trying to run away. He's in the corner. He's in the corner right here. Hang on. No, get away, Canamir. There we go.
W.
I think that might have been everybody. Let's go straight towards the stone.
Bro, wait. I saw a legendary stuff.
Yeah, this guy has a legendary. Whoever killed them gets...
Right here.
RBS 也想过来吗？
这是把队友给放倒了。
Realizing that they shouldn't be isolated here, a great spray forward here, immediate reaction, finds one, tries to knock two here, isolated perfectly, but now let's see one more time!
나가는 거밖에 답이 없거든요.
자, 떨어지긴 했는데.
자, 지금 확인하면서 들어올 준비.
자, 하나.
자, 여기
이거 둘. 스텔라.
그리고 눈앞으로. 스텔라.
거기다.
There, if Petulance actually connects with the 27 damage, not quite the headshot that he really wanted from all of that. The off angle could be big here. 2 down. This could be the death. Oh, he gets...
이거 컨테이너에서 막겠다고요?
들어가는 게 더 우선.
침수차예요.
人了，
快走完了，这里又跑到 Apr 脸上去。
但小董刚下车被左右包围了，先接个赵子龙，还有兄弟过来，一个车怼脸上，他灵活的闪过了，
还有人在车上很老完了。
Up, immediately appears over on Crosshair Paddle, but look at what we have here. Couple of flashes, step blades, all troll over inside of Haisaki. Fluky is soaking up the damage and lost up. It drops to 10. Somehow stays afloat. But the Blues already closing right hand. The rest of Cypress. Oh!
Alcunzia, they're going to crash potentially into this one as well. Here we go, but Matt has a Panzer waiting for you. Knock, who's there? It's Matt, he is a Panzer. They're going to get the knock on the Relo as well. Alcunzia, they're done.
Now, looking at the rest of TDT, they're looking to just completely crunch, but the same could be said about FW Rush forward!
EMPX가 진행시키고 있었는데 넘어가는 각을 보고 있잖아요.
약간 상승세를 갈 때마다 올릴 때마다 DMPX는요 귀신같이 와서 잡아버려요.
就在这波再继续换，
不是 HQ 是5个人吗？你看子龙雷也是往17那扔的。
是的。
这个雷
3响
，1雷3响，炸2个队。
是的，
子龙在出枪，
子龙还可以再打药，不急，子龙慢慢玩。这个时候，
他脚下有盒子啊，
对，
还有好多盒子啊，
慢慢玩，有点来不及打药了，冲出来子龙，哇！
I was talking about with smokes, but they open the door. Now shots coming in from Bart. Connects on anybody. Finds must spot as well. Insane shot from Bart. He gets a third as well.
A dip in the valley. They just need zones now. They cannot afford to have to go on foot. Kraken. There's one. There's a second. And
For quite a while, as they know exactly where Petulance is. Jinx is looking for him there. Goes for Perfectix instantly down. Petulance is very wounded at the moment. Another one goes away of Jinx. Perfectix. Oh no!
Joins into 3 as
as well. And yeah, we have them on screen. Arena, they need to recover Jacob. Jacob is currently down. CC will be on it. What the name? Oh! From Banana!
Considering they were dead in the water at the end of yesterday.
They're fighting all of them on this front, and now they're starting to realize, wait, Beam is perfect. That is so crucial. Incredible play for Beam to get the second as well.
And it was only a matter of time before we got all four of them on the same squad, and it was only a matter of time before they started showing you that they can do things like that. The big sprays from Gizera.
到了车后的方向，想利用道具做一点尝试，而 CDG 是锁定了小五的位置，这个道具扔在脚边，直接太小。
Are recognizable. We're like RBN, like we've seen it around. But a lot of these guys are sort of up and coming or grinders who are making a name for themselves and have just, oh no.
Huh? Take him for a ride.
He got out of the car.
No!
Oh, no! That's just rude.
Oh no.
Big updates to map consistency, an expansion of the recall system, and the results of those aim punch tests. All this and more as we dive into the update 35.1 patch report. First up, as we talked about in the 2025 roadmap, we're starting our big moves towards standardizing key gameplay elements of the Battlegrounds experience. This will be a phased approach over the next several updates, and we'll begin with items. You'll see things like the zipline gun, emergency cover flare, and stun gun appearing across all battlegrounds, while things like the thermal scope and blue chip transmitter are being removed everywhere. Take a look at the roadmap for all of our upcoming plans, or the patch notes to see the specifics of this first set of changes. Another way we're unifying the experience is by expanding the recall system to all maps, which means it's now available on Karakin and Paramo. Each map will have its own specifics for the system, so check out the patch notes for details. We're looking forward to seeing how these changes shift strategy on these maps. Next, thanks to your great testing and feedback, we're ready to implement the new aim punch system to live. We're going live with the settings from our last gunplay labs, and are looking forward to hearing your feedback on the system in the live environment. Last but not least, we're making audio adjustments based on your feedback, such as your shooting, driving, and the mortar explosions. Let us know how it sounds. There's also a new contender system in the workshop, a new survivor pass, more improvements to custom match, a new rank season, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 35.1 is here, so hit up a blue chip tower, call in some friends, and give your enemies a personalized lesson on how aim punch works. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Hello PUBG Esports fans, it's that time again, time to kick off another year of global PUBG Esports. It all starts with PGS 7 and 8. Who will make a statement and take a big first step towards the year's finale, the PUBG Global Championship? 6 of our global partner teams will be returning to the PGS stage, along with 4 new global partner teams and 14 regional series qualifiers, with 3 from EMEA, Korea, Americas, APAC, and 2 from China. The PGS format remains the same this year. The 10 global partner teams and 14 regional qualifiers from 5 regions will be divided into groups and compete over a 3-day group stage, where they will play 18 matches across 4 maps. The 16 teams with the most points will advance to the final stage and play 18 matches in 3 days, after which we will crown our first PGS champion of the year. The teams will once again compete for the $300,000 PGS prize pool. 300 PGS points will go to the winners, giving them a massive head start for PGC. In Shanghai, China, PGS 7 and 8 will kick off a whole new year of PUBG Esports. PGS 7 will be held from April 28th through May 4th. PGS 8 is up next and will run from May 12th through 18th. Make sure to stay tuned to the PUBG Esports website and social media to stay up to date with all things PUBG Esports. And welcome to the 2025 Global PUBG Esports.
끌어내고 디바인 해먹어도 될 것 같습니다.
They just couldn't find the final member, but Daytree decides to just rush it up or leg it up.
We really want this from all of that, but at the same time, the other angle could be big here. 2 to go down. This could be the detonator. Oh, he gets 3!
Triple, not speed takes one though, comes through.
Matter of time before we get all four of them on the same squad, showing you that they can do the big sprays from Gizera.
This utility now flying. Falcons are getting shredded by Util, and they're just still leading.
Say, oh no! Oh, what? Souza as well.
And Dragunov has a decent angle. Cole is just having his way with 4 a.m.
Cole!
Goodbye.
And they just let Heather dismantle them. That is beautiful stuff from T1's Fragger. And he's got some utility left in the bag as well.
Attention with the grenade. The
He's getting more from Olympus.
Yes, they have a ton of utility left here, but the smokes are starting to dissipate. Rez being stuck here on the backside.
Kiss! He finds the push from Perfectix, and now Lou is the last one. Kiss pulls off the miracle win.
Starting to connect up the shield, but Xiaobei on the side. Soset's gonna go down. Xiaobei also gonna find Sting.
Oh, one is bad.
Wingardia Leviosa. No. Forward. 你鬼名都没鬼明白。
What's up, guys? I'm Falcons Tiggleton, and this is Pro POV.
Oh. Hello.
Hello.
大家好，这来自漂流的明明。
안녕하세요. 디엠플릭스의 살루트 우재현이라고 합니다.
Hello guys.
Wow.
Hi, I'm example.
So clean.
Always just like, hello. All right, how are you guys feeling to be here?
Very excited.
Yeah, excited. Banger.
이거 잼플 선수나 티글튼 선수랑 하고 싶습니다.
最想跟 Salute 吧。Hello。你有女朋友吗？我有的。Beautiful。我觉得我们俩一起应该有信心。
1, 2, 3.
打。不是一个人赢吗
1, 2, 3.
We're cooked. Example wins, no? He did paper, we both did rock.
Тиглтоны. Я думаю, нам будет проще, потому что можем между друг другом коммуницировать, потому что английский мы будем использовать, а другие друзья не смогут, я думаю.
I hope you've been learning Chinese.
倒了。
右边。
I can speak Chinese.
OK。我是中国人。OK。
Давай.
Yo.
Okay, shift. Right now? Yeah. We're not landing triple. We're not going triple.
one more M. M. M, F. Let's go.
Jump.
Okay. W, W. Okay, okay.
Go, forward. He went forward.
Go.
Okay, shift.
Right now?
Yeah. We're not landing triple. We're not going triple.
S. Okay, good.
Look at him in the sky.
W, S. Okay.
Open your inventory immediately. Open your inventory right now. Loot the MP5K.
Let's go.
Loot. Ammo. Hollow side. Reload.
And stop.
Three lets.
Jet. Z. Okay. W.
Okay, look the best.
And F.
Shoot.
F.
And hold. Peek left and hold.
Yeah, D. Okay.
Okay. ADS.
Okay.
Yeah. When he peeks, to the left.
No, D. Yeah, D. Okay. U, I. Okay. Let's go. Oh, AUG, get. Okay. Apple. Okay. And open the door. And C. Monitor. Okay. One. Open the door. No, one. Okay, one. Reload. R. Okay.
There's no helmet. Okay, just push. Leave the door. Давай. Forward. Okay, open the door. Turn left. Forward. Go. Давай. Open the door.
No. There. Da. Okay. Okay. A.
Through the doorway. Turn to the right. Go forward.
Okay.
Turn to the right.
Okay.
He's in the room. Go forward. Take the room slowly.
Okay.
Mouse. Through the lights. Fuck.
Okay. 你亏屏都没亏明白， 언제 왔어?
Let's go. Jump.
Okay. W. F. Go.跳。No. No. Yeah. Okay. F. W.
Vault on this.
What is your vault button?
It's not mine.
S. Turn. You. W.
Okay. Left. Left. Stairs. Left.
Wheel. W. Oh! 看我哥哥！ Easy.
Whoa! What is this? What is this? What is that? What is that? Brother.
Okay, easy game.
Brother.
Easy.
Hey, you guys fun?
Where's Mayweather?
Boxing.
I'm gonna smash you.
No.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm Mayweather, you're McGregor.
No.
Double.
Oh, yeah.
Into yellow.
W. D. Yo. W. Hey. Yeah, W, F,
G, yeah. W, D, W,
I can't press W. It's not going down. Bro, what is this?
Hey. Okay. Aim. Yeah. Like that.
Dude, W's not working.
G.
Aggressive.
W, punch.
R. You.
In Guardia Leviosa.
I don't know.
Thanks. All right, hold on. Very good. Okay, nice. Cool. Thank you.
PUBG.
Babaji.
PUBG.
No, just kidding. PUBG.
八周年。
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 八周。
八周。
八周。八周。
八次。
For PGS7, the world order is changing. We are here in the final day. We have APAC on top significantly. We already had the murmurs from them taking the World Championship in 2024, and now here in 2025. There is the potential for them to walk home with so many more marbles. It is ridiculous what we saw throughout yesterday, and now we're here to see the very conclusion of it. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Carl Laris. Joining me, I have Toffees and Avenger, all the way from Denmark. And we have got ourselves an exciting grand finals day to figure it all out, Avenger.
Yeah, for sure. This is a complete change of pace for everything. So chaotic and unlike anything we've ever seen. We started seeing a little bit of it last year, and now it's just like, okay, something's completely changed. Sure, we have 5 APAC teams here. It's very likely we're going to see an APAC champion at the end of the day.
I say all the way from Denmark, but America's further away.
True.
I mean, okay, listen, last year was the Twisted Era. You heard us say Twisted Era all year long. It feels like the age of APAC is dawning. I think that is a term that we will continue throughout the year based on how they played here.
Yeah, very, very clear considering what they were able to put up yesterday. And a huge thank you to our sponsors for joining us for everything that's going to be going down. Of course, we have Crafted as well as here at Esports, making everything happen, everything possible.
And just like our APAC teams, you too can be OP.GG, overpower your game, and get those stats.
And of course, we're playing on PCs here for PUBG PC. And thank you for Auros for joining us for the PC sponsorship.
No, definitely. And inside that, we've got our AMDs going ham over there for our CPU partner. So thank you very much to them for joining us here for PGS7.
And thank you to our official monitor partner, Zowie, for making sure that every pixel is clear as can be.
Yeah, and you got to be comfortable while you're seated here, and we do that with Seat GG.
And finally, we got Lexarp joining us as our official stick partner within those PCs to make sure everything is good. So we've got a lot to talk about here, ladies and gents, before what is going on, because of course we also have the sprays that you guys can get over on the Twitch chat, as well as the emblem. Make sure to equip that. Again, not as cool. I keep saying not as cool as our partner one, but still pretty darn cool. Shows that you've been watching along for all of the esports that's going on as well. You know what I'd like a page, if you've collected all the emblems, to be like, put them like medals. That'd be kind of fun.
That'd be kind of neat.
Yeah, just have like
a ring where you put emblems in and they light up. A glove?
I see where he's
We're
going
going far.
I see where he's going with that.
Glove?
The
This is going to cost quite a bit. I'm not sure if this
I'm still trying to max out my guns, man.
Leave me alone, jeez.
One at a time.
All right, well, let's talk about APAC. Right?
Yes,
it has
yes,
to
yes,
be
yes.
the focal point of the start of the day. Because yesterday, I was in a world where I thought to myself, they've won the first 4 games. What if they win all the games? And we took a look at the numbers of what APAC was able to put up yesterday versus all other 11 teams on the board.
Yeah, it's 5 versus 11 teams there, and we're talking only 36 points or kills difference, or points difference, which is completely insane.
Yep.
They're more than twice as many teams, and they're not even able to compete anywhere close. We're talking, yeah, it's just insane. 5 teams only to get this amount. They're looking extremely good, and once we close things out, I'm pretty sure we're going to see an APAC champion.
It's more stressful for the rest of the world, okay? Because here's what happened. We saw Cerberus turn into a monster, and I think the rest of APAC watched that and was like, hey, we can do it too. And now if there's other teams at home from their region who are watching this event going, oh man, we are that good.
Yeah.
You know, it's going to get wild at the next qualifier.
Got sorts of Batulins at the end of yesterday, and he's kind of echoing what we were saying, right? Like, as soon as they got that world championship under their belt, all of a sudden the region thinks to themselves, oh, we can all do it. We're all capable of doing it. And that has definitely turned a lot of heads. Of course, though, T5 got themselves a record-breaking game as well, as we had, of course, Ranger X. Doing very well.
Oh, they cut away before we all X.
No 3-man X,
It's still going to catch on.
Ranger X. Anyway, yeah, but what a game that they were able to put up. And Ranger X had like 9 kills whilst there were still 22 people alive. Toppies, insane stuff on Rondo.
I mean, it's one of those things. Do I think Theraton 5 is going to be raising the trophy at the end of today? No, I don't. But I think the fact that this is a record-breaking day, that Ranger was playing so well, it seems to be a really good fix for this team. Sort of that last missing piece tells me this is sort of, remember when we first saw Cerberus come onto the scene and they had these like sort of big pop-off games and then turned into a superpower, and we've seen that kind of continuing throughout the region. I think this is a big signifier that this is the roster that may be Theraton's future.
Yeah, for me, when I'm looking at T5, I'm like, okay, they have the mechanical skill, they have the utility prowess, they've leveled up their analyst game with Kovalevi as well. 21 kills, record-breaking game. They're only 11 points from the lead right now. If they start strong, if they kind of shake off maybe that mentality, they're like, oh, guys, we're a little bit nervous because they've not been at the very highest. They've not won a championship at global stage before, so if they're capable of getting that locked in from the very early stages of the day, I'm super excited for them.
You know, I think Ranger came in with big shoes to fill. It's something that we haven't seen this team really get their feet under them for a while. And it is one of those things, when you talk about teams that have played together, they have a lot of experience, they have a player retire, it's hard to find that missing piece. And it does feel like this is clicking right. He's got a good leadership, he's got a good willingness to take fights, and the rest of the team is rallying around that.
Yeah, it's extremely impressive. Extremely impressive. And of course, on the other side, as much as there is so much APAC dominance going on, there is still one light in the dark, maybe, for all the other regions. 17 Gaming started off the finals, fantastic. They did well in the group stages, and now they're in a position where they can start challenging against some of the power that we're seeing from APAC, and obviously at #1 at the moment is E-Arena.
So here's my issue with these two teams. 17 Gaming has never finished a grand final day lower than they started it, right? So that means they're starting in second place. Expect them to keep grinding it up. The opposite side of that is E-Arena. The metaphor of the white rabbit is apt. We've seen them in the lead before. We've seen them 7 points ahead at a PGS in the past, and they were unable to maintain that speed. They tend to burst out quickly and then sort of fall off as the event continues. So that's the question. You have 2 different stories. One who starts strong and falls off, and one who has perceivably been a grinder, 17, and often doesn't stop. And that's where my worry for EA is as we watch these highlights. They've looked really good, but 17 not only has the history behind them, they have the pedigree, they have the experience, they have the home field advantage. Maybe APAC holds on, but 17, I think, is really geared up for a very strong day today.
For me, yesterday, I was like, okay, this got to be Nerds that's going to be able to step it up, but it was Jacob, it was Sissy, we saw multiple times. Also, Lyrics, of course, was adding into it. And it feels like the synergy between the guys are just working off so well, right? And yeah, for for 17 here, for me to see them winning, sure, they're uncontested. Sure, they're in a situation where like, okay, we're gonna be able to kind of focus us in. We might be able to do it back to back, or back to back. We might be able to do it again, run it back. And I feel like this team, with what we're seeing from them, you know, so far, what we saw from Xiaowu, I think it's possible. I think 17 could be doing it, but still, we have 5 other teams in the top 6 that are looking at that as well. Like, we want to take this home. We want to take this home to our nation, our region. And 17 could have a target on their back. That's what I'm worried for 17.
There's definitely some opportunistic adaptations that they're making as well. Like, for example, having 2 on the roof of school when suddenly that Twisted Minds and Petrichor Road situation's going on. If you can steal a cheeky kill or here, that could be the difference between you being second place and first place by the end.
I mean, at the end, like, their group stages proves that they don't I don't want to say they don't care, right? But that they're willing to take risks. They're willing to try some things out. They're willing to throw caution to the wind. And so they have made some nice adaptations. I'll also say this on a quick point. Na'Vi needs to read this. These guys like fought them the entire group stages, got knocked out, and now 17 might actually win the event. I don't mess with them.
Let's take a look at the overalls then, as this will give us good stock as to what is going to be happening throughout the day. We ended yesterday with all 5 of APAC's teams. Initially, they were in the top 7, but now they're in the top 8, of course. But that's still unbelievable from them so far. 17 Gaming, the closest to try and strike out against E-Arena against all of that. DM Freaks, don't count them out. Team Falcons, I would even say, to a degree, don't count them out just yet.
You got some placement points yesterday, and they would have been in the top 3 quite easily. I talked to the Falcons guys today, and now I was like, okay, guys, what's happening today? Are you getting placement points today or not? I'm like, nope. We're going to be taking all the cannon fodder. We're meeting all the teams. We're going to be running into it. And the big one for me is, if these guys are like recognizing we are meeting so many third parties, fourth parties, fifth parties. There's so many fights happening continuously throughout the game. It's hard to get done with a fight, loot, heal, swap your vests, helmets, whatever, before the next team is already piling in on you fighting. And that's the difficult thing. And that's why I think the APAC teams are thriving so much in this case.
And maybe if Falcons can win some more money, maybe Tig could afford something more than just vests.
Literally just first tank tops. But it's a flex in their teams. I will say, though, I think this is a good moment for Falcons. They don't have a lot of expectation coming into today. They're in 7th. Everybody's kind of like lost track of them a little bit. They seem like, Gunnar goes, hey, man, it's only 30 points. It's been done before. I said, well, that's 30 plus 17, grinding up the board the whole time. But I do think there's something to be said for some of these APAC teams in the middle tier, Falcons, that if they come out in game 1 and 2 and they really put up some good numbers, that obviously they could have the pedigree to make the win.
Also, we've not seen a single team from outside the top 3 win a PGS yet. That could be a first as well. If we're talking 4th, 5th, 6th, whatever, it could be one, right? And you need, right now, of course, the Twisted Minds. I don't want to kind of, because we've seen really highs and really lows.
They muddied the waters, the Twisted Minds.
They have. And it's very close at the very top right now. We have a lot of teams that are looting extremely close here. I think it's going to be lower. I think 160, maybe 155 could be the championship points.
What do you think, Toffee?
I mean, I think especially if E-Arena lets off that gas like traditionally they have in the past, then I think we do see a very low number as those mid-tier teams are going to keep pushing up. Now, I know it sounds crazy, like Forest Natural, a team that I did not even expect to be in this contested 8. They've played this consistent style of PUBG that I think a lot of those middle pack teams are going to be grinding it up, and I do think you're right. It's going to be maybe one of the lowest cutoffs of all time.
And let's take a look at all the co-streamers who are also joining along for the ride here for PGS, as we've got plenty for you guys to look at, so make sure to check in with them, as well as have this open. You can have us open on Twitch, you can have us open on YouTube, you can have the map stream open, you can have everything open. And of course, good old Pokemolodoy is
in there
as well.
Rekrend as well. Good old Rekrend. Still has a building in Pochinki named after him for all English casters out there. It's right next to the Mixi building.
The Mixi building.
It's like
another well-known building amongst the fans.
You enjoyed watching Pokemolodoy playing over in the EMEA as well, though. That was fun to have him back.
It's a good throwback. He's a good player, and especially also when you're not able to qualify, you continue to watch through. It's fantastic.
Let's take a look at the matches that are going to be happening for today. And as much as we can just show this and then move on from it, because the most important part of it all is the big question that I need to pose to you guys. Is APAC walking away with this? Do you even have an APAC team that you think is going to be walking away with this? Or do you think 17 Gaming can challenge? What do you think?
I'm putting my money on 17 Gaming. I just think the pedigree, I think
okay.
the chance to win another PGS, being on home soil, being comfortable here, knowing what it's like to play from second all the time, I think this is a good shot for them. They love second.
Uncontested as well, right?
Yep.
And especially with what kind of the chaos that it is on Erangel, the last 2 matches, they have way less teams that they're going to be having to focus on. If we don't see some crazy circles on Erangel like we did where they only got 2 or 3 points or whatever it was, then they might be able to step it up.
I do wonder, because if this isn't a wake-up call for every single other region, I don't know what is when it comes to international PUBG, and we could very easily see APAC walk away with everything here at the end of today. Final thought before we go in?
If there is an APAC team that'll catch this and close it, I think It's on 5 is the best chance. I think Arena lets that rope slide just a little bit.
Thank you very much, boys. It is time to get it going. The final day of the grand final here for PGS 7. Who is going to walk away with the championship and take the #1?
Welcome to the stage.
电子竞技实力说话，不是靠自己的嘴纸上谈兵。
不要来轻易触碰我们的跳点，不然我们让你知道什么叫残忍。
이제 PGS 선수들 중에 제 연장자이지만 그래도 끝까지 연장자인 만큼 멋있는 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
With the mistakes made in the group stage, we are coming more stronger right now for the finals.
Цель изменилась. Наша цель это на этих двух PGS-7 и PGS-8 это войти в топ-3.
And a live for New Happy Man. And shot 12 is going to go down. Just one member and BB team.
저희가 불안한 모습을 보여줬는데 그 불안한 모습을 이겨내고 꼭 우승할 수 있는 모습을 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
就觉得我们可能离那个奖杯已经越来越近了。
I mean, I think we're just having fun because we're winning. Like, winning is always fun, even if it's group stage or finals.
就我们的地盘上面不允许有别的队友来就干你。
Now make it 3-for-1 in favor of TKL. TKL dispatching T1.
ก็ในปีที่แล้วเรามาที่เซี่ยงไฮ้แล้วก็เราตกรอบใน PGS 3 ก็ครั้งนี้เราจะเข้าไปในไฟนอลแล้วก็จะไปเอาแชมป์มาให้ได้
17 or do they want to take the scrap with Lippis? Able to dodge it.
ตัวเดียวพี่ไฟมาทำตัวเดียวตั้งแต่ APT เข้ามารู้สึกว่ามีการพัฒนามากขึ้นมีการทำอะไรหลายๆอย่างให้ทีมมันพัฒนามากขึ้นปีนี้เทศผมว่ามาแน่ครับจะทำให้เป็นแชมป์ทุกรายการให้ได้
Ну, я думаю, уровень с каждым годом растет. От турнира к турниру появляются новые команды, которые в форме, но и мы тоже пытаемся не отставать. Мы все время улучшаемся. Посмотрим, как будет. Мы тренируемся в таких турнирах, мы хотим победить, но в приоритете у нас более значимые турниры это ИВЦ и Global, конечно. Bọn em thì cũng đã từng vô địch BGC rồi và có sự tự tin rất là cao nên là những cái giải thế giới không có giải nào bọn em nghĩ là bọn em sẽ bị loại được. Việt Nam vô địch.
Get him beat up a little bit. Grenade throw, it's right on point. Flash tank favor, and now Spray comes through the claw.
Với tư cách là nhà vô địch BGC 2024 thì chúng tôi sẽ trở thành nhà vô địch BGF 7.
Welcome one and all once again to beautiful Shanghai, where we are getting ready and set for our final day of this final stage of the PUBG Global Series 7. I am Porosaurus. Joining me once again is Matchroom, and Matchroom last year was the tale was written by Twisted Minds. They set it in stone, and then at the very end, their legacy was cracked by a team from APAC at PGC in the Expendables. This year, this tournament is where the new legacy starts to get written. Will it be the age of APAC?
Oh man, it is final stage, showtime, go time. And if anybody knows how to go, it is APAC teams. These guys can pedal to the metal.
Sir.
But, I mean, there are a couple other sneaky contenders that we can see dancing around inside of this. 17, the desk was doing a great job in talking about what they can bring out. We know that this is a squad that can really step up. Also on that one, we kind of have to throw in the Freaks and what they've been capable of in these last couple of days. They've really stepped up from the group stage into the final stage. Now the question comes back to what you were talking about, though. APAC. Oh man, how APAC dominant can we see today? It feels like yesterday was just the build-up, right? Are we going to see like finally get the climax? Are they just going to destroy everybody?
Well, that's the question. Was yesterday the build-up, or was yesterday the explosion, right? Like, I mean, all those teams performed so well. To be able to now take that performance and turn it into a second day when there's even more pressure on the line is going to take a lot. And now the question is, do these guys have that experience? Are they ready for that kind of pressure?
Oh, and that's a lot to say. I mean, we have seen a lot of these squads cycle through international, so there's starting to get a ton of international experience. The pressure is not necessarily something I was concerned about. Like, if we were looking at this last year, I would say, well, you know, you have to kind of get over the land jitters. You've got to do all that other stuff. These teams have all got a lot of like respect and history on an international stage now. So I think the fact that it's really just going to be about trying to set their own pace. Now, how fast is that pace? And do they maybe not take the corner fast enough and hit a brick wall is my concern.
Well, they've got history kind of working against them a little bit here.
Oh, that's true.
You know, in all previous PUBG Global Series, you haven't really seen any APAC teams make any huge movement on that final day, going from maybe gaining a position or losing a position. However, we can stop asking these questions. We start answering questions right now as we are heading over to Miramar for Game 1 of the final day of PGS7.
Okay, it's time to buckle up. Everybody is playing in APAC's world right now, so how much can you really get out of it? You just jump in and start swinging back because, man, these guys can just go for it. Plain Path is going to start off very far to the south. It's going to be maneuvering right over next to Prison and ending up around Oasis up in the north.
Do not let these guys, any of these teams really, get that snowball rolling here in game number 1.
And I think that you hit a great point. I feel like if we see an APAC team take like the very first game, momentum is just going to shift, man.
Yeah.
Just getting those points off the get-go, that's going to give them a bit more free space to really start trying to assault the leaderboard more. And if anything, it's the momentum and confidence of that first game 1 for APAC, I think is really going to be an igniter for them. But if somebody like 17 or any of the other regions manages to pick it up, it could make this a lot tighter.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of that, I'd almost say it doesn't even matter what region you're from. Going back and looking at previous PUBG Global Series, you heard Avenger talking about the fact that no team outside of the top 3 going into the after day 2, going into the final day, has ever won, right? But there have been 10 instances where teams have been able to climb 5 or more positions from day 2 into day 3. Now, that all being said, you got to look at the fact that out of like 4 out of 6 of the PGSs, the team that finished in first did so by a massive margin. I'm talking like 25, 36 points. Twisted Minds, remember, just blew the competition away, and a lot of that had to do with the fact that they came in the first couple of games, they got that snowball rolling and kind of separated themselves from the pack.
Yeah, first circle is going to be popping, and you can see it's kind of Crater Fields based, which our good friend Clinton is going to be excited about because that means that Begapa is pretty close to center.
You get to see the multi-view. You got a number of teams that are in the running, in the mix for that top spot that you can watch their POV all day here today. Arena, I gotta tell you, I mean, Toffees and I were trying to see if we could peg down the Arena boys and ask them, because in PGS4 they came into the final day in first place, but then they ended up losing to Twisted Minds. So Toffees and I were trying to go out there and see if we could find them and ask them, what lessons they may have learned from that. What are they thinking about the situation? Yada yada yada. Norins. Oh, can he get away in time? The thing is flipping around all over the place.
He's
it's like
trying
a fish.
to gas it. Yeah, he's trying to try to get as much air as he can as fast as possible to get away from this.
Oh, Belmoth is right there too.
He's got an angle on it. Can he hit this last tap into him? This could spell a massive problem for Arena, and it looks like Norins is handling it for now. But yes, with the reload, that might be enough space.
He's not out of the woods yet. He's just gunning it, and yeah, I think he might be safe now. If this hits, that would just be yeah. Let him know, Belmoth. That's definitely irritating. But no, we were saying, we're trying to find out Arena and see what they were kind of thinking about going into this final. Couldn't get a hold of them. They were locked in. They had their team rooms. They were in their team room, door closed, just not interacting with anybody all day here today unless they had to. So we couldn't even get a common question in. But it's going to be interesting to see how they approach today, given the fact that they've been in this situation before, right? Trying to hold on to that lead. Have they learned any lessons? And is there any lessons that Norins can bring with him from his time with Daytrade?
See T5 shifting away from position. That's going to be Furia that was stretching out. A pretty aggressive move from Furia pretty early. Sometimes they can kind of relax and be a bit more passive in the earlier stages of the game. This time, looks like they were trying to see if they can assault and maybe force a team away, and they're going to do that. The Expendables, though. Oh, the Expendables in 4th place is something that I'm just going to be keeping an eye on all day today, because we know that this team can just destroy a lobby.
They can. I mean, obviously, you're defending PGC champions. They are obviously a very, very big player in this lobby, especially when they're sitting 4th place within a punch of first. You just got to see what happens in game number 1, rather, to see if they can start that ball rolling and try to catch up with the rest of the gang. As we check in with 17. Haven't seen them as a PGS champion since PGS 1, and I know that them and their fans are ready for another title.
This is their opportunity, but I have to worry. It felt like yesterday was really hard for them to find points on a lot of the situations, but we did see on Miramar, they had that warehouse defense that they were setting up that was very cleanly defended for how many teams that were coming after them, because it felt like half of the lobby either dropped or crashed into their positioning. So could be something. Maybe they can start off a bit more in their wheelhouse and not have to be so defensive. And if we can see that squad really kind of find a territory to control, they can really assault in and make it problematic. Furia.
Want to start off here, Apr-4. Furia, looks like Apr-4 Road spotted something. They're ready for it. The spray coming in from Kraken. He's going to find Ike's left. He'll get the knock, but won't be able to get the flush before going down. The grenade will do it, though. Ike's left going to be able to claim his own life as he was trying to cook one up to send inside before getting taken out. And now the rest of Furia circling around. You can see Haven making moves in a vehicle, trying to get an angle from the outside hills. The rest of the boys just holding down the interior line, but Nan, he's got the outside angle, but what a grenade from Gizera, puts it right in his pocket, and now that is going to trade and put Furia back up on top here.
It's a Kraken in the problematic situation right now. He's got so many members of Apr-4 Road around him. He's just trying to see how much information he can feed over to teammates. He's got to play this one as carefully as he can. Poses dancing around the outside wall. Ming seems like he has a read on that. Chewy also with a nade prep, going to throw it over the top. Not going to hit the way that they want it to.
Nan's feeding information.
Yeah.
Nan's feeding information from that hill, and Furia hasn't been able to spot him out and figure out. Look at this, Rossadid now. There it's on 5 getting over, and Rossadid has eyes on this, so if Apr-4 Road or Furia is not careful, they run the wrong way, and all of a sudden they're going to be right in Rossadid's line of sight. They might take a free knock. Furia does get back up to full strength, and but they're kind of pinned in here by Apr-4 Road, weirdly.
Posa steps around the other side of the building, trying to contain them in. Nade's not going to connect the way that they want it to. Instead, starting to corner him in. No options, and so that means that Chewy is going to go down. Apr-4 Road is eliminated. Furia still keeps 4 up, but kind of damaged. Are we going to see T5 get involved? Nope. Looks like they're hopping in a vehicle, and they're just going to regroup.
Very, very well played there by Furia. They show a lot of patience, and they show a lot of good communication and teamwork amongst each other to make sure that they get rid of those guys without taking a loss. That is the most important thing. And a little bit of luck also, not revealing themselves there to Rossadid and taking a knock from a third party, which we've seen time and time again this tournament, that third and fourth parties on those early fights have been absolutely brutal for these teams.
I would say that that's one of the biggest modifications we've seen is the aggressive pushes out from really secure positioning to go after those extra couple of kills here and there and making sure that they can maybe steal away a downed player in the midst of a firefight. And it's really been paying off. I mean, a couple of points here and there on the leaderboard can add up over a couple of days of play.
These extremely wide 1-1, 1-1 splits that a lot of teams are pulling off right now have gone relatively, I mean, some of them have gone punished, but it feels like for the most part these are going unpunished, especially on maps like Miramar and maps like Erangel, where you can kind of get away with this as you know where to expect the pressure to be coming from. So it seems like teams are starting to get a little bit more comfortable and confident in spreading out, especially our APAC teams. You see Theraton 5 being the one that we're looking at the most, obviously, just off the top. They are in a big wide split right around center circle too.
Looking in, we've got a 2-1-1 coming up from Twisted. I'm totally shocked. You can see the fact that they're getting some high ground information. Who would have thought? I mean, whenever we see Miramar at this point, I think that everybody just has to glance up at the tallest mountain and see if maybe they can spot Batulans. It's just such a known commodity now, right?
I mean, it feels like it, doesn't it? Well, he does pay a little bit of a price for his hubris this time around, whether that was the Expendables or BB Team. Not sure. Actually, it might have been even 2 Heart from Begopa, but definitely has been spotted out, and that smoke is going to give his position away a little bit more, so he might want to consider repositioning. Meanwhile, Day Trade, they're way off in the south, and they've got an E-pickup popped as we take a look at that replay of the Petrichor crash. Furia defending the tower.
And I got to give respect to this Kraken in this fight. He was kind of the opening knock inside of this shutdown egg slip, and also was the one that was feeding over a lot of the information of what was the movement that was going on around him, and allowed his teammates to really get into good points to play from it. Well, I was just giving him a little bit of love, and then he goes off and does that.
I mean, it was beautiful. Honestly, you can give him the credit there. I'm going to give credit to Gizera for landing that grenade onto Nan, because Nan had that hillside that if they had not been able to take him out quickly, he could have done some serious, serious damage to Furia there. But once he got immediately dispatched there, they were back online. The Freaks now have their E-pickup in the air.
Our 5th and 6th place teams that are both presently tied are our 2 emergency pickup teams.
Sure,
at the present
why not?
time. Interesting coincidences.
Just sometimes things happen that way. All right, the hard western shift. So we have got El Pozo in the very southern half of this new zone. Alcantara just hugging the western side. El Pozo going to pop an E-pickup as well. That's going to be BB Team. So all the western, basically the entire western half of this zone is completely unoccupied right now.
We do have a ton of teams that are about to bump into each other. Falcons running right through Twisted Minds positioning right next to that as well. Looks like we're going to be able to get by pretty cleanly for the time being. Kickstart.
Oh!
Perfectix is going to spot him, and the Mountain Goat himself going to make sure that he can get in some damage. Example's going to be the one that finishes it off.
Wow, that feels super bad if you're Falcons. You figure you got through, and then all of a sudden just get doinked from Perfectix from miles away. But we got to keep eyes on these E-pickups, right? Because you know that there's a lot of unplayable, really, really high spots in this new zone that teams like to set up 1 or 2 or 3 even on to just get. There we go. Day Trade going to take that super high ground. Are they going to send all 4 up? It looks like they are planning on doing. Okay, Tigger might be the low man, but usually it's 3 up, 1 down. And they can gain so much information from that high point perspective.
Very interesting thing just happened with BB. They had emergency pickup, and I think that a doozy was going to take it and try to scout out the pathing. They all hopped inside of vehicles, but then E-Arena rolled up right next to him at the exact same time that they'd hopped into vehicles, and that forced a doozy to cut the rope, kind of parachute back down to his teammates, and now it's going to be BB back in vehicles, and they're looking more into the west, where we do see, it looks like, a couple of members for the Freaks that are kind of parachuting in, trying to use the Sandstorm for cover.
This is a aggressive positioning for E-Arena. They came from the south side of El Pozo, and instead of rotating and trying to find a position more towards the center, they instead go towards the edge of the city where they can kind of keep track of everything that's moving past. So this could be good or it could be really bad, as they're going to lose Izzy right off the bat, as Falcon's going to send a few pieces of offensive utility over in that direction. So E-Arena now down 1, but they still hold that corner spot of El Pozo, which could come into play here later. here.
I love the double nade on the down member behind the box, so that way there was nowhere to crawl.
Yeah, wherever he is,
it's just you're done. I
done.
really want that point, and I dare anybody to try to go rescue it.
Exactly. Well, that is Falcons clutching up their first kill of this final day. 15 teams alive, 57 players alive as we hit 12 minutes. And still a few teams making their way into this zone. You've got New Happy on the south, kind of taking their time. Furia have done a wrap around on the northern side, and both of them should find clear skies ahead of them as we check back in with these freaks. They've got BB Team just below them. They've got the high ground, but BB Team has a little bit of hard cover to play around.
Oh, Salute playing this one patient, just kind of letting them regroup, feeding that information in. I mean, this would be a bit hard for the freaks to take, but once they hop inside of vehicles, that'll make it a lot easier. But I think it's just going to be kind of rallying the vehicles to try to keep them safe. I think maybe somebody has been spotted. Profile
I was gonna say,
revealing a bit.
I don't know how does Salute think he's got a cloak of invisibility on? Like he's just sitting there staring at the man staring right back at him, and then he just goes and repeats the same angle.
Imagine hopping in a car and then looking up, and there's just somebody staring at you with a gun,
yeah,
but not
like,
taking the shot.
Are you gonna shoot me or?
It's like,
okay.
Are we good? Are we friends?
Yeah,
Is everything okay?
We homies? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Well,
Look, Salute didn't even take the shot while I was looking at him.
He didn't.
What's up, BB? You could have made a friend, and instead you instantly shoot at him.
Battlefield friends are the best friends. Well, New Circle has popped it. It's going to cut a little bit farther north. Bestia find themselves dead center circle. And that high ground position that Day Trade was in still very much in play. So they have eyes over basically everything that's going on inside of this zone. You see all our teams from the south starting to make their way in.
We have an interesting rotation going on over the west, where it's going to be 17 that's going to be getting pretty close to the freaks. E-Arena is just going to be cutting a path. Looks like they've got eyes on center, going to have to run by several of their teams. Over into the east, it is going to be Twisted Minds making their rotation, roughly the same time as New Happy is going to be cutting through Crater Fields. We haven't seen the Falcons hop into vehicles just quite yet, but almost everybody else look like they're trying to eye a bit more centered, or maybe a long northern wrap.
Man, this is a... I don't know if this is where they intended to play or they just decided that this is where they're going to end up, but they're close to center circle. They have a little bit of a dip to work with. They're free from the prying eyes of Taikula just off in the distance, and I think they're safe from the expendables as well. Jacob knows that Bronco is donezo for the most part, but they'll just kind of keep it in there for cover for the time being. Lyric's not a part of this either. You can see Lyric's got kind of pinned out, so I don't know if this is just any port in a storm for E-Arena, but we'll see how it works out. As a little Ghost gets a little bit too close to Haven, and that is going to be 17 down a man. But the rest of the team, they're crashing. They want this fight. Xiao Wu with the seat swap. It's not hitting. He finally will go down. Okay, Xiao Wu will be the one to get him. And look at that. The mortars from Suze are going to land right on top of Jacob and Nurens. So the ditch was not the play. Dip not free. No dip is free when mortars are in the lobby.
E-Arena, our team presently in first, is eliminated. 17, one of the few teams not inside the safe zone, realizing that they have an opportunity ahead of them. On top of that, they've got Furia that's going to be ahead of them. Xiao Bei is going to be leading the pack right now. Looks like he's going to use the hillside for some types of covers, see if maybe he can navigate that one. Rest of the team's hopped inside of vehicles. They're going to be trying to cross, but Furia already heard the first vehicle coming. Going to hit the shot.
Oh,
Posa gets the knock on the Xiao Wu.
What a spray. Hits him with the AUG. And now Xiao Bei and 7-7 on the move. Will hop out of the car. They know they're right on the other side. They're not even going to try to lead in with utility. They're just going to go for the peaks blind here. Posa will go down. Oh, well, we'll get 2. And now Fury is down to 1. But they are getting shot in the back from range by Freaks. And Xiao Bei is going to go down for it. He's going to get flushed out as well. So now 7-7, the last player left alive. Gizera, the last one up for Furia.
Salute's got goals. He realizes that he can net some points inside of this. 7-7 with that run. Has to be careful. Could be Gizera spotting him out just a second. Goes for a bit of a seat swap. At least manages to force Gizera away. And 7-7 hits it. He gets the safety, gets the points, and much needed points right now as he knows there's going to be a ton of teams that are going to be chasing after him on that leaderboard.
Lyric's got spotted out for E-Arena as well, so they are completely out. 17 now down to their last player, but they are just 2 points shy of that top spot. Theraton 5, though, in third. They've got all 4 left up. They can make some moves here if things break their way, but they've got some work to do coming from the Crater Fields as Day Trade will spot out Inuyasha from New Happy. New Happy losing 2 there, and I think they may be down. Yeah, okay. They've got 16K and December 12th in the compound.
Gotta be careful.
Careful, 7-7. This is aggressive driving around as if you got somewhere to be. The vehicle will explode. He'll go down, and that is 17 out in 13th place.
Meanwhile, you can see the fight that was going on with the Expendables and BB. This is way down into the south. A couple of teams are going to be rotating. They might want to get more involved. Calori's just trying to hold himself together. Rest of the team down, collapsed around him. And BB, we know that this is a squad that plays very technically clean. Looks like Calori's is just opt away from the longhouse. It's no surprise on that. He's disadvantaged inside that fight. 2 members up right now for BB team. Molodok going to be down in a bit of an awkward spot, and you can see the Calori's trying to see if maybe he can get another knock or maybe use the down member for bait.
I think the problem with being the bully of the lobby and just crashing and W-keying into every team is that sometimes you get punched back, and I think the Expendables finding that out here the hard way as BB was ready for it. They should be able to get Molodok back on his feet, but right now they have to be concerned about Clory's just coming out of the smoke. It looks like Clory's just content. Oh, maybe not content. He's going to go send that grenade in. It's cooked. It's going to fall a little bit short. No, it's going to finish off Molodok, but a doozy will finish off Thanadol, and that'll be it for the Expendables as we cut to another fight. T5 running into Day Trade.
Day Trade coming down from that high ground position they were playing just 1 moment ago. Spotted out T5. Rosted did manage to make an escape away, but the rest got caught in the trap. Day Trade still needs to make the move into the circle right after they pick these all up. So that's going to be the start of a nice run. Belmoth already at 4 kills, but he's going to have to walk into where Bestia is maybe going to have some vision. New Happy also going to have to make a move, but up into the north, Twisted in a bit of trouble as it is going to be Forrest running a very wide split that could try to gatekeep them.
That high ground for Day Trade has worked out very well for them so far here, and they finally have to move. Nobody's been sending it back to him yet. We can hear the yelling and screaming coming from the guys in the back, as well as I'm pretty sure that might have been Day Trade. They're letting them know, their region mates know that they just got him as 16K. Oh, he's going to spot out Thanadol from range. What a shot! As December 12th will finish him off. So Day Trade not out of the woods just yet. The duo from New Happy laying down fire.
Got to get what they can. New circle pops. This is going to be nowhere near it. Bestia was kind of caught up taking shots at Day Trade, and that allowed Twisted Minds to kind of creep in, but Forrest has managed to pin them down on point. You can see the tattered remains of what's going to be going on with T5 inside the circle, seeing if maybe they can hold out Day Trade. He's got to hit the shots in, and he has reinforcements in New Happy for the time being. What are you going to do, Day Trade? You're all hopping inside of a vehicle. It's just send it time. There's no other options. You just got to run the gauntlet. They're starting to make it by Bestia. They are going to lose 1 for it. Can they continue the path? Where are they even going to stop at? Rosted's going to hop inside of his vehicle. No, he hops away from it. He's going to jump out, and he's going to pick up another one. Flash is the last one up. Steps in, chases it down, but he is all by his lonesome now.
And the damage has been done as Day Trade now down to their last player. New Happy knows exactly where these guys just were. They have been kill feed watching. I would not be surprised to see them hop in the vehicle and send it right towards Flash's doorstep. Meanwhile, Forrest still 4 alive on that north side. They have had Twisted Minds pinned up against the blue for quite some time. Bestia right over there as well. So a number of teams on the north still have to make moves to get inside the zone.
New Happy running in.
Oh,
they know
Twisted.
that this is a weakened Day Trade. They want to make sure
yeah.
that they can pick this one up. A lot of throwables coming out. Not really connecting they want, but the bullets will. So that's going to be December 12th, finishing off Day Trade.
Okay, there you go. Your top 5 of the lobby are already out here with 8 teams alive.
Oh, man.
24 players left in. And we are in phase number 5. We've got BB Team and Begopa sharing a compound on the very far south here. And remember, BB Team had to hold off the push from the Expendables. Now we've got Begopa knocking on the door as Econ will push through with that Panzerfaust in hand. I know everybody loves to see that, right?
That is the best way to knock on the door if you're going to be coming in for it. It's going to be quick flushes coming out, but Begopa is going to be able to finish off. BBC.
And he's not going to flush him either. Oh, no.
So close.
Oh, that's brutal. A doozy just tried to go for the flush to secure the point. And they're still able to get that res, so Bagopal will be back up to 4 strong, but Freaks saw this going on. They know they're on the other side of the road right now. They've knocked Falcons down to just 1 in Shrimsy. They're taking long-range shots at New Happy. We'll finish off December 12th, 16K, the last player left alive. Bestia will take care of him, but now Forest is starting to get involved, coming in from the northeast. They're 4 up, and they've got vision.
They've got a lot of terrain that they can use for cover to get away from Taikula, who's got the compound that they've been working from in the north. So it's going to be Scappy that's moving very aggressively into the position where Bestia was trying to defend in. Could she be able to spot out? Gets an easy pickup on one. Spots out the other one. Scappy, you have beautiful nade toss. If you can connect onto it, it's going to be easy, but the bounce goes awry.
Got to hit that. Well, it's a little bit shy. You got DraftKings pretty low here. Vinny still on his feet. I think that was just great timing from Scappy. I mean, Bestia didn't even have an opportunity to drop a smoke. And yeah, Forest, they're letting them know as they have wiped that squad. They are up to 7 kills. Remember, this is a team that started after day 1 in 16th place. They hopped 8 spots yesterday and now make it 9. They are in 7th with eyes on more.
Okay, awkward situation brewing down to the south as we have Freaks right on the edge of the zone. Begapa also going to be coming in. They've just got defended, or I should say assaulted, that longhouse. That also means that Forest is going to have control over a lot of the hills over into the east, while Taikula up into the northeast is going to be trying to defend that compound. See, Salute, Deal don't really like the positioning that the rest of the squad is going to be playing from, so they're trying to find if they can get another position along this hillside line, but that does mean that they're going to be vulnerable potentially to Taikula on a foot push.
Really interesting to see what those Freaks decide to do here. And Forest as well. Forest doesn't really have to do much of anything. I mean, they've got so much of the zone.
They cleared their space. They don't have to worry about anybody now.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they've got everything. They can see the compound. They can see both compounds. They can see Bagopah. They can even see the Freaks over there, so they can just kind of do whatever they want. Meanwhile, the Freaks, they've got 2 down here on the south, eyes on this compound. The other 2 guys making sure that they don't get wrapped on by Taikula from the north. Taikula have not left their compound just yet, but this is going to be tough for Freaks.
Okay, so Begapa, you're the odd team out for the time being, and this is going to be very...
Oh, here it is.
Yeah.
This is probably the easiest mortar Suze has ever hit in his life. I mean, this is first shot. Look at that. I mean, it's not... It doesn't get much easier than that, does it?
And you just hear it coming with nowhere to go.
Instant follow. Bop. I mean, just put it in their pocket. That's good stuff from Suze.
Okay, Begapa, it's time to make some plays, and it looks like they're going to go ahead and send Park Pro over in a vehicle, but guess what? Shrimsy's going to be right there.
Oh,
Falcons
no!
do get eliminated.
Baron!
So you do at least manage to get the safety for now. Freaks didn't really get good vision in, and Forest, I don't think that they have a good way that they can really hold around that. They're going to take some shots at Park Pro, but Begapa is doing a good job of just using the way that the hillside drops down on both sides of the road to give them cover to get away from Freaks.
And Park Pro better get Baron's Venmo because he
can't
just
dodge
got
that, though.
Saved as Guman will follow it up with the grenade. So still some offensive utility left in the bag for those Freaks, as Sungjiang and Akon have made their way out from the compound. 2 Hearts staying behind. Guman in heaven just waiting for the right opportunity, but now this is the problem. This is what we were worried about. TKL starting to make their way out from the compound. They're moving down south, and that knock onto Salute might be the doorbell that they have been waiting for to push.
Man, it sounds like everybody else is playing competitive PUBG, and Forest Natural is just having fun with their friends. Every single time they get a kill, they're just like, whoa!
I haven't seen somebody shoot at Forest Natural in 3 circles. Like, that's just the position they've got. They've got so much that they can hide behind and re-peek behind. Nobody's even looking over that way.
Spaceman drops nade on top of Salute. He's been knocked a couple of times now, so this is going to get scarier as it goes. Follow-up nades are going to connect. Remember, you got to be careful off this one. Deal's going to hop in a vehicle. He's just going to try to run. He wants to get a regroup back over with his teammates. Looks like he's going to narrowly get away, as now it feels like the entirety of the circle belongs to Forest.
And the good news for TKL there, despite the fact they pushed Freaks away from that high ground, Forest never really got an angle on them, so they didn't even get shot at that whole time they were making the push. But now they've got to start making their way across the road. Suze's already over there. Freaks, they've got 3 deep. They've got Begopah pinned down, but how much utility do they have left? Begopa, they've got nowhere to go. There's 4 of them alive, but there's nothing they can do.
They're just huddled up right outside the safe zone. There's no way for them to make a path in.
Like they've got to get a knock.
Shifted in, and it's going to be Forrest now taking shots. The only benefit is going to be Taikula now starting to get caught up and looking into what's going on with the Freaks. So, Begopa, can you fight your way into this? Can you force it? Because that's the only way you could do it. They're starting to find something, but it's going to be Songjong that does go down. I mean, I don't even know. It now looks like the Freaks are realizing there isn't that much of an opportunity for positioning, but Taikula running up right back behind Human is going to take him down.
There you go. Freaks will get eliminated somehow, some way. Begopa still in this thing, and they've still got 4 alive. Although they've had every gun in the lobby trained on their position, they have managed to weather the storm, and now it is a 4v4v4 for the first win here on the final day.
Okay, Begopa, you managed to buy that one, but it's about to get scarier as you move forward. Khan takes a face full of lead, has to instantly jump out of his vehicle, but he did get a foothold on the hillside. That might be enough to force maybe Taikula to step away, as yes, they're going to say, okay, that first pass is going to be a bit too aggressive, so we're going to shift back in. It looks like Taikula is starting to realize Forrest is the threat, and that's going to be their new focus.
Yeah, they're keeping Dons on that roadside, sending Spaceman back up to the north to join Cold and Suze to start the wrap off on that north side, just making sure. Begopa is not rapping on anybody. Begopa is stuck. The second they move, they are going to get lit up like a Christmas tree. Right now, Kiss just holding the line, and Akan right on the other side. He's got 2 grenades, so he can do some damage here. He's just got to wait for that information from his team to know when to strike, as Scappy will get the knock onto Songjong, and it's going to get stolen by Spaceman. Another point in the bag for Taikula, but now they lose 1 as Begopa is starting to come alive.
They're making the push up. Khan wants to clear up some space in front of him. Forrest turns back around, realizing the threat in Taikula. Not going to be able to get too big of a push just quite yet. That's going to open up an opportunity. Begopa's going to make a push into the circle as well. Dawn's now starting to play this more aggressive. Kiss, though, starting to come alive on the other side of it. Suddenly, Begopa's going to find themselves pinched. They have to take down an assault from 2 different angles, and their focus is in the wrong direction.
And the FAMAS comes in huge. They had to be looking in both directions. There was no right direction for them to look. They were getting pressed from everywhere. Begopa goes down in 3rd place, and now Forrest is pushing TKL. It is a 4v2. 2 reses. Can they get them off? Forrest not gonna let them. They continue to crash.
Taikula is in tatters now. Forrest sitting at 11 kills. Make it 12. Keep on stacking them. Now it 14. Is just 1 left. Suze, what can you do? You were so outnumbered, and they know exactly where you are. You aren't even inside the safe zone. Goes for some shots onto Olympus.
Oh, he got
Gets
one.
the knock onto one of them. Can he get more? No! It is going to be Forrest Natural that walks away with a big, big victory.
Who are these guys? They start the tournament after day 1 in dead last place, and since then it has been nothing but roses as Forrest continues to climb, and they start off the day in a big, big way here, Matcham.
That is a massive game to come out the gates with, what, 25 points?
Jeez. I mean, look, I talked about the fact that we have not seen a team in the top 3 going into the final day not win yet, but Forrest coming in, they start that snowball rolling. This is a dangerous squad, man.
Well, to get that many points whenever the top 5 all died so early.
I mean, that's on top of that. Now, I mean, obviously they had a little bit of luck going their way, and the fact that they had so much room to work with and nobody even looking in their direction, but all credit in the world to Forrest Gaming. 15 kills and a win to start off this final day of PGS 7.
What do I even say?
If you were ever in doubt that APAC was about to win this tournament, Forrest Gaming just joined the very top here and put themselves in the hat for one of the wins.
Puffies, read us a story.
Forrest Natural Gaming's previous PGS performances, no shows. EWC, nothing. PGC, nothing. It doesn't matter because APAC is so ridiculously out of control right now. We talked about this in the pre-show. The fact that they see their countrymen doing it, they see the people that they play with on a regular basis coming out and playing aggressive. They were willing to hold a 2-2 split against Twisted Minds in the Phase 3 section to make sure that they had a good prio spot. And we're okay with defending 2-2 if they needed to. Like, this is a team that I think has evolved live in front of our eyes.
I mean, come late game, they carved out a great swath of area on that east side. Nobody was challenging them over there.
I don't want to ruin a good start, but they were at PGS2 at Esports World Cup, and X did pretty well.
What?
With Olympus and Scappy.
Okay, just the two.
Yeah. Oh, it's only two, man. But the same name still, but it was only two of them. But, yeah, you said, yeah, okay, APAC, they're not in there. They were in 8th before this, and they're like, I heard that.
Yeah,
they did hear that.
They did hear it.
And they're going to jump up.
And they're going to jump in 90 plus with this game here. Also, getting in, there are so many knocks, obviously, on Tycole's side.
True.
3, they managed to scoop up all of them, get the last kill 2, get the third party on Tobago part. They managed to completely close out this late game here, all due to the fact that they had that high ground. They locked it down for a good amount of time, and they stayed 4 guys strong, dishing out so much damage.
Now to pivot, because I know we're going to talk more and more about them as we get to the end of this game, I will also say the good news for everybody else is that the top teams in the leaderboard coming into this were all knocked out relatively early. So while Forest Natural is going to be climbing, all of the teams here as we get to this sort of final 4 were teams that were in the hunt. And so I think that does set us up for what we talked about at the start of the day, where this could be one of those low cutoff points where a lot of teams who would not traditionally still be in it actually are.
No, you're right. Technically, at the start of the game was fantastic because you lose all those top teams. You're like, oh, brilliant. Hooray!
Yeah.
To a degree, because you just want it to be super competitive towards the top. And
this tournament so far, it reminds me so much of what was for PTS5. Like everything was so close, everything was so tight. We just talked about 17 Gaming was in 7th place. They got into 2nd place. Forest here, they're in 8th place. Are they going to get into 3rd? Maybe a 2nd here overall? What do you think? They're going to get in there. And here obviously we play one more game, so it's pretty impressive. And I gotta say, APAC just continues to stun me in ways where like it's impossible that these guys just came around. So sure, we have 5 of the teams here, but they're all impressive and they're all mechanically looking so strong.
I think that's what you nailed on the head, is their region mechanically looks stronger than just about anybody else we've seen at any given time. I mean, this is this goes back to when we started watching this thing.
I mean, even talking to all the players from like EMEA and stuff like that, they're all saying not only are they scrimming, but also they found the same information you did about them all playing intense battle royale. I suspect the other regions are all going to go home and play some intense battle royale. What do you think about that?
If nothing else, we're going to make their own custom lobbies where they're like, okay, we're just grinding endgame fights because the gun skill in this region has skyrocketed. Forest Natural Gaming, who came into this event with honestly no expectations from anybody, has continuously shown up here in the grand final. And I think that this is one of those, as we look towards the end of this one, as well as PGS 8, the sky is the limit.
I talked to Shrimsy before this game, and I was like, we were talking fantasy teams, like, I've got Kiss on my team, he said, and I'm not joking. I've got Kiss on the team, he's the GOAT.
You think he would have come in and done that on day 1 of this tournament?
That's crazy, but Baron is going to be able to close this one out. Most damage and most kills done in this game here, obviously very impressed with Forest so far, but yeah, he did. So there's some trust in them, sure. Forest was cheap on the fantasy picks, but still, they have been impressive. And here, Baron, been able to take the very top.
Just as a slight aside, I do love that our players play fantasy as well.
Yeah, yes, so good.
Half of them put themselves on the team.
That's what I love about Shrimsy, is he always does.
Yes, he put Tig on.
No,
yeah,
really?
He has Tig.
Man, you gotta believe in yourself.
He has Tig. He captain Tig.
Nah,
so
he almost always puts himself
I know,
on,
right?
So that's fair. That's fair.
That should be the unwritten rule of players playing fantasy. They should have themselves
play
be captain.
Your name. You must put
you have to put yourself.
25 points go the way of Forest Natural Gaming. That's massive. That is going to jump them high into this leaderboard, along with some much-needed points by other teams that you kind of didn't expect to start off hot, I would say. Tycooler and Begopar, they also need big points.
Yeah, I mean, and that's exactly the story that you want to set as, our job, is to say, look at this, it's going to be a lot closer together now.
Yeah, I just want to say here, with what we've seen from them jumping into 3rd here, from 8th to 3rd, impressed with that. Only 8 points difference, guys.
So tight now.
I've never seen a closer leaderboard from 7th place up to that's 15 points for you right there. It's doable for all these teams. And as we talked about in the very start here, PGS5 was the closest, kind of similar, and how many teams we had up there. I think we could have, if not the lowest cutoff for the champions, we could have below like 140, maybe 145. And also, due to the fact that we have 17 7 teams that are super aware that if we don't stop each other, someone is going to run away with it. So they all have a bullseye on their back. The other teams in the very back, they're like, oh, these teams, they're holding back a little bit. They're going to be third-partying too. They're going to be maybe looking at the kill team like, oh, these guys holding back, we're going to have to fight them.
One of the laws of PGS 7 so far has been what stops APAC is more APAC. And so having all of these teams up there at the top, that's what I'm saying. APAC stops APAC. So that's the good news for some of these teams that are on that chase is APAC is doing well, and they're all going to be making those late games pretty continuously.
A lot of players moving back here for one more Miramar, and for this one, it was difficult, but I've said it 5 times in the last day, so let's say it again. Who's going to stop APAC? I guess we're going to Miramar for another match here with Matcham and Poro.
Thank you very much, Caleres. In one game in the books, Forest Natural with the most just unlikely climb from the basement into 3rd place. Will their story continue here? There's 5 games left to play before we crown our PGS 7 champion.
Look, winning is about making sure you take the opportunities that are presented to you. And whenever everybody drops out at the top of the leaderboard and you can string together a game like that, they stacked up a ton of kills in defense of that northern area. I mean, they were holding back Twisted. They got involved in a ton of different fights. Respect where respect is due is because these guys, they're just in the zone right now.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, you got to make the most of the position when you get those good positions. You get a little bit lucky as far as Circle is concerned, and you get kind of fortunate how the way the game plays out, but you got to capitalize on it. And boy, 15 kills is a hell of a way to capitalize here. As we see where everybody is going this time around. E-Arena still in 1st place, but that hold starting to look a little bit more tenuous.
I mean, I almost feel they're the luckiest out of having everybody in the top 5 all die there.
Yeah,
so
honestly.
That means the fact that they really just get a chance to mentally reset. I kind of get worried, though, for a squad like, let's say, 17 Gaming, where we know that this is a team that they want it, man. They want it so bad. And they want to get that 1st place. They've been dancing around it for so long.
Okay.
Forest. You got Circle last time, but you had to fight for it this time. We're just going to go ahead and give you a good start.
Okay. I mean, sure, why not? I have been up here in a while. This is going to be fun. Okay, we'll see where this Forest decides to play. Obviously, they're looting up in that Campo Militar and Extremities region, but where do they decide to post up for this C1? Knowing, obviously, that they are the farthest north team, they can kind of play with the wall at their backs. Now, they do have to have some kind of, it would help if they had some kind of awareness of what teams are most likely to do long wraps up to the north to come and join them.
I mean, you have to make some assumptions that e-pickups are going to be a bit of a problem to deal with as well.
That's another wrinkle.
I mean, so looking into this one, T5, Petrichor Road, Furia, and Forest all already inside the circle at the start. We did see a Death Star Trench game yesterday. So, I mean, if we look at heat maps and behaviors and everything else like that, or if you're one of those that believes that circles have a tendency to slightly repeat themselves, so you can kind of look around with it. But I think that we've got ourselves an interview with E-Arena's Jacob.
ก็วงเข้าครับผมแล้วก็รู้สึกดีใจครับขอให้พรุ่งนี้วงเข้าแบบนี้อีกครับก็ดีเลยครับผมได้ไปดูย้อนหลังมันๆด้วยครับแล้วก็ไม่มีใครมาแย่งฝากบอกเรลิกทีมตัวเองแล้วกันครับผมรอบนี้ไม่อยากเฝ้าถ้วยแล้วครับ
Well, there you go. Is the fantasy superstar himself, and honestly, like he has been just a revelation this tournament. I mean, he has been popping off. He came in today. He was #1 in either kills or damage. I can't remember which, but he was sharing that whichever one he didn't have, Nuren's was the other one. So E-Arena, it's not like they're just tripping and falling into success. Like they are fighting their way to it.
Yeah, that's what kind of sucks sometimes is whenever you get they had those 2 games where like they didn't manage to stack up a ton of kills, but then got themselves the victory off of it. It kind of alleviated and kind of set this false narrative, and a lot of people like, oh, look, it's just because they're getting circle luck or anything else like that. You can't be stacking up this many kills and be in 1st place overall in the lobby just finding circle luck over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Somebody will kill you and take it away from you.
I mean, if you want to talk about going and getting circle luck, just getting center circle, look at Bestia.
Yeah.
You know, they had a great day 1. Sure, they found themselves in the top 5, but then they've just kind of been falling ever since because they haven't been able to really attach the kills to that good placement. So E-Arena showing that you need both sides of that coin in order to find success here as we check back in with Forest. Now Olympus, the farthest south, they post up around Krudavaya, just looking to see what's coming in. A little long-range shot there towards Petrichor Road, but if nothing else, that's going to let him know that they've got company.
Look, man, give me some Krudavaya for an end game. I love it. Just
yeah.
the verticality leading up to the church and the graveyard. There's so much cool stuff over
That church and graveyard, I swear, we've seen so many wild fights happen.
That's all so good.
It is. It's always fun. And then just off to the east of there as well is, oh no, speaking of Bestia, Mime going to get spotted out, and he's going to go down. First kill going over to New Happy's 16KK.
1K for 16KK?
Sure, why not?
Right off the start of it. We can see that with this rotation, though, they're going to be coming in a bit further west from the other members of Bestia. They're going to have Day Trade that's going to be wrapping him back behind them. Freaks have managed to get themselves a run right down Death Star Trench. Looks like they're going to be playing the northern side of it. No surprise given the fact that most of the circle is leaning more north of that position. T5 could be a problem for them if they overextend too much, though. So instead, take it a bit slow, as it is going to be the Expendables tailing in right back behind them.
That was actually really good. So the Expendables look like they might have been considering stopping down and taking shots towards Freaks, but Salute, the trailing member of Freaks, landed a couple of big-time shots from range to force the Expendables to stay down in that trench and let the Guman and let the Freaks kind of continue searching for where they want to go. A few shots from Rosseted will push them away. So Freaks have to. It looks like they're playing both sides of the trench right now.
I don't think it's
maybe
by
down
choice,
in the
though.
center. Yeah.
It feels like they really didn't want to stay here, but they don't really have the option to do anything else, so they're just going to make the stop off where they can, where they find
kind of the same with
safety.
the Expendables, right?
Yeah, I mean, the Expendables are at least playing a bit more out of the Ashar side, so they have a couple of different angles of retreat, or really even if they want to assault the circle more, they can just kind of shift over to the east because ain't nobody over there.
And again, it's going back to what we were talking about last game. It's these wide splits by some of these APAC teams, especially. Look at Theraton 5 there in a 2-1-1, very wide split, but they're taking shots. They're forcing people to kind of forcing the lobby to play the way they want them to and around themselves. So we'll see how it continues to play out. Again, this first circle, it's the first circle, but there's so much of it is being taken up. Like, it's not everybody crashing towards the center. Everybody's like, you got a lot of teams that are comfortable playing the edge or 3/4 in. So it's just still a lot of real estate left available.
Well, we're in a very weird mental state for a lot of these teams. Like E-Arena, you know everybody is chasing after you. You're in first, and there's this mindset of, okay, we've got to hold it. So every small mistake feels so much more magnified. You got 17 that wants to get first place so bad. They're also just going to be making sure that they don't double think or triple think everything. Then you've got Forest, who's just riding the wave and the emotional high, right? That's going to be coming through. Their T5 that had themselves that big, massive game yesterday, pretty much in a similar boat. And I'm curious to see, as the mental toll as we move through these games, can E-Arena, can 17 continue up? Because we know that they're strong, but man, this is a lot of pressure to be under.
Well, lest you think that Forest is a no thoughts, just vibes type team.
That's not what
they
I was
are.
talking about.
No, but you can look at how they've positioned themselves here. We were talking about, obviously, earlier on what teams are going to wrap in from the north. Well, Forest has positioned themselves in a 2-2 split where they can keep eyes on anything that cuts through and around Campo Militar, and they've got the north side of Krudavaya. They've given up the southern part. They're not trying to get too greedy. They're not trying to take too much, but now that puts them in a perfect position to see anything that's coming in from the north side. So really heady play from the team that hasn't, I mean, obviously we weren't really expecting a whole lot of, but they've been proving time and time again that they deserve to be here.
So the only thing is, can you stack up another big game like that? And that's kind of the issue that can sometimes happen whenever we're looking at APAC, is they tend to be very all or nothing. They'll get 15, 20 kills in a game as well as a victory, but then the next game might not be so good. So that means the fact that you kind of have to balance out the numbers, or you just have to see if maybe you can spike 2 games in a row. I'm curious to see if we see any modifications in play style due to that.
You can see the historical champion points across the previous 6 PGSs. Worth noting that 4, 5, and 6 were all Twisted Minds, obviously, and 4 and 6, the big runs. But 5 was the one where Twisted came after day 1, and they were in 13th place, I believe, and then they climbed 9 spots the next day into 3rd. So Forest doing a little bit of a Twisted impersonation here.
I'm with Avenger whenever they were talking on the desk about the fact that it feels like this could be a much lower point total in comparison to like the 170s that we saw.
Yeah,
because this has been very neck and neck. Nobody really had a chance to really balloon out and sponge up a lot of points to get that big lead. So, I mean, you were kind of talking about this earlier as well, where we saw like the 30-point lead over everybody else.
Yeah.
I don't know. 2 points down, and then we're only, 6 points down back behind that, and it's going to be really hard to chain together big games in the stage.
It really feels like a lot of it is on the shoulders of E-Arena and 17 at this point, right? Like if they find success in this game in particular, I almost don't want to throw in the wild card maps just yet with Rondo and Tego because you really just don't know what's going to happen there. But if 17 can pull something out in this game, or E-Arena can pull something out as they are just now arriving on that northern rotation, that will be the thing that we start seeing that snowball rolling and seeing if they can come around here as the circle will cut down a little bit more towards the south. So this very similar to the circle you guys saw yesterday.
Get the trench, keeping a little bit of Hacienda just to keep it fun. Looks like Bestia did have an emergency pickup. Might not be the worst idea. Might be the worst idea because there's going to be a lot of vision, a lot of strong squads on that one. So curious to see what they opt into doing. E-Arena is going to go for a very far wrap up into the north. They're going to cycle back down. So squads that did make the committal into this trench positionings going to be heavily rewarded as it looks like the Expendables regrouping back where they just once were.
And all those big wide splits that we were talking about now starting to kind of come back together. Now Theraton 5, they're not coming back together completely. They're wanting to keep the 2-2 at least just so they can have information because the terrain up here is so mountainous, is so rocky that you want to be able to know if somebody is coming in from your north, your south, your east, where you have to expect the defense to come from. So just good stuff play by these teams. They can all see each other from their 2-2 splits, so if one team is in trouble, they can have that support arriving very shortly.
I'm curious on where E-Arena is going to opt into going because they are going to come in south of water treatment, but that's going to be around the fields that are north of Hacienda, so it's going to be pretty open. Teams like 17, Twisted could be taking shots at them for a long time. They might actually just stop off and going into one of the compounds that's right over there, you know, the farmhouses that are just south of water treatment. But that kind of traps you right next to the edge of the zone. So I'm curious to see what E-Arena puts priority on them as they make this rotate.
Yeah, waiting to see where Bestia decides to go here. As well, on the map, it looked like New Happy and Taikula were right next to each other, and in fact they are, but just separated by a lot of terrain here. Bestia, after their E-pickup, looks like they'll be safe here, and they find not a great spot, but a spot to play for the time being. Can they take out the tires before Vinny gets in and gets out?
I mean, I think the Bestia is just fine, even if it doesn't have tires. Just some type of vehicle and extra cover is really all they want.
Something, yeah, he's just going to get on out of there. Yeah, good. Okay, that's good work by DraftKings. Take the shots back over there and try to make sure you don't let them just free peek your teammate here.
Sorry, I don't know what was happening there, but we just saw the vehicle tumbling off in the distance.
Oh, dear. Well, Suze has been spotted out by Inuyasha, so that New Happy, the high ground position, Dons hasn't been able to really do anything with it. Meanwhile, you got Falcons pushing right on top of T5. T5 blissfully unaware as they are shooting at people off in the distance. I don't think they have any idea that they've got some unfriendly neighbors on their doorstep. That's a good grenade. Gets Ranger X down to about half HP. The second one does even more, and Ranger X immediately hopping in that Bronco trying to leave, but he's going to get spotted out by Chewy, and that'll be Ranger X going down. Will he get flushed out? Looks like Chewy's got him pretty dead to rights here, I think.
This is a big problem because we saw T5 running a very wide 2-2 split, and that means that now it is just a solo over here coming up from T5. Hathenpong really wants to see if he can figure out a way to either get out, and yep, I was going to say just hop in the vehicle. You're going to have to send it, and it seems like Falcons might be hopping in vehicles to rotate around onto this one. Well, Shrimps is going to take some shots. Hathenpong does look like he's going to make a run for the hillside, and really Petrichor Road more caught up in looking at Falcons right now.
Yeah, I mean, well, cutting back to what we were talking about previously with these wide splits, you have to be able to make sure that the other half of your split is able to defend you, and if not, you are in a position to where you can see if anybody's coming right on top of it. Like T5, they were content with hiding in the compound, but they had no idea what was coming from their north side, and as a result, Falcons catch them by a surprise.
Okay, if you guys are kind of familiar with yesterday's game where we saw Death Star Trench, whenever we look at the north-south coming out of Kuruvaye down into Hacienda, It's oddly kind of similar. It just lacks the verticality. Crossing the road is a big problem that a lot of these teams are going to have to deal with, but there's going to be fortified high ground positions and a lot of little dips that teams can kind of hunker down inside of. In the center of the circle is going to be twisted. So E-Arena, odd team out, still has that one compound that they're going to be playing from, so could have an opportunity with that one. Going to have to see now. It looks like Day Trade's going to be going for an emergency pickup. We have New Happy that's going to be making a rotation, T5 that's going to be making a rotation, and I think that everybody else is just going to be trying to regroup in the circle.
You see another E-pickup in the air. That was from Furia, but they elected not to take it once the circle popped, so it's just going to go off on its merry way. Looks like Day Trade getting everybody together to take this one. You see Belmoth and company on their way to join now as the helicopter will arrive shortly. The Expendables, meanwhile, sending it right down the middle of a road, and fortunately for them, nobody really in a position to kind of send all guns or aim all guns towards them, so they end up making their way through that Apr-4 road split and find themselves a little bit of a ditch here to play with. But as we saw from E-Arena last game, that is not always a safe proposition. Xiaowu will find Inuyasha, picking out one player from New Happy.
So the issue with the Expendables dip is the fact that it's safe for now, but then if we see this continue to collapse in, they've got that big hillside that's right up to the north of them.
They better pray that Twisted or Apr-4 Road don't have mortars.
Yeah, mortars and nades are a big problem for that point, as it doesn't really have a lot of good information gathering or defensive angle. Uh-oh, looks like Day Trade won in the position the Bestie were playing from, and going to go ahead and try to get them out of there. That's going to be Flash and Tigger both already out.
Good shooting from Bestia there to defend their home, as one will go down. Trap King will get knocked, but they immediately trade back onto Belmoth, and now all of a sudden it's down to just Thanadol. The good placement from the grenade, not going to be good enough as it gets him down to half HP, but now Thanadol all by his lonesome. And doesn't look like anybody's got angles on him here. Oh no, Rosted going to get spotted out from range by Park Pro.
It's going to be interesting to watch how this continues to develop, as Rosted's just going to eventually get tapped down. There you go.
Yeah,
Park Pro does pick it up.
T5's having issues right now.
Where do you even go? Like, that's the problem with this circle, is it's so center fortified, and you've got the fields that are down to the south.
Those mortars are coming from Falcons right now, by the way. Apr-4 Road! They knew what was in front of them, and they sent the squad, but Clories will find a well-placed grenade to take down Chewy, and that's going to be enough to get the gang back into their cover. As good grenade from Clories to get the knock and the flush there. Very well played by him, as Ike's left doing a little dance to make sure he stays alive. Or he might be able to get Tanvu back on his head. But look at this. He's not even concerned about his knocked teammate. He is just making sure that the rest of the team doesn't get come crashing on him. But look at now, Falcon's going to take advantage.
Just runs in. Falcons look like they're going to be just chasing this one down. They see an opportunity in there coming after, but two members already down for the Falcons right on landfall. It's just going to be H1 and Tickleton. Last one's up, trying to navigate, figure out exactly where everybody from Apr-4 Road is going to be lined in at. Skula is going to go down while this is going to be happening. Information now being fed over. Tickleton does spot out, does get the shots in, but it's quick back and forth. Apr-4 Road does get eliminated. And will we be able to see Shrimsy get rezzed? I think it should be fine.
He should be safe, but they got the freaks on foot coming from the south. If they do get him back on his feet, they might be on the clock once again really quickly. Thanadol still just trying to survive as a solo and pestering Bestia. He is just not letting this go. He does not want them to, after Bestia took out the rest of his squad really from the air. Thanadol just still hovering around with whatever utility he's got left. That smoke getting laid down.
I just really like
this. Look at Forrest left there. It's on 5. No, another knock for Thanadol, and he won't get the knock before flush before DraftKings gets behind the tree. So good work. It's weird to say, great work by a knocked player to make sure he doesn't get flushed.
Well, I also do like the fact of what Day Trade was trying to do there. There was not very many other options. They were trapped out in position. You have to go after Bestia there.
No, absolutely.
So instead of just kind of snaking it out, saying, okay, no, let's see if maybe we can get something. We also did see that Freaks made an assault onto Falcon's positioning. Salute's already going to be down. I think it was Tiggleton that got the knock onto him. And Tiggleton, up on top of those warehouses, is going to have a lot of vision and really can kind of control this. But Evan is going to get the knock onto one.
They had no idea, and Shrimsy just vaulting in there, blissfully unaware. Salute has been knocked.
Oh yeah, he's in no man's land though. They can't get him.
Yeah, that is not even really a part of this fight. I don't think. I think Salute may have gotten knocked by 17.
Still crawling slowly.
Oh
over
no,
there.
it was Tig. Okay, Tig spotted him from that high ground. So Falcons now down to just H-Win and Tig defending the warehouse. Tig on the high side. Get a little bit of a spray from H-Win. Keep Heaven honest.
Okay, Freaks.
Ooh, look at the fight on the north. Bestia and Forest.
Yeah, Forest looks like they've got a bit of that roadside that they can use for cover. Bestia's been doing a good job on just trying to salvage and hold this position. It's very hard to hold, so they're separating out. Do spot out how the flanks are going to be coming after it. So shots coming out from Olympus just can't quite connect the way that they want.
And E-Arena, meanwhile, they've run into New Happy. They're going to lose 2 right off the bat to a grenade from 16KK. So again, their struggles continue, as I don't think they've managed to collect a single point for themselves so far through 2 games, but they still have 2 left alive. They've got a spot in the field to play, but that is not a very safe position for as New Happy is crashing down on them. Good stuff coming from Forest. They are down to just Scappy and Kiss, but Silzen and Vinny are trying to hold the line here, playing from the rock. Good spray as Kiss will find Silzen, but Scappy's going to go down in the trade.
Walking in, Kiss trying to see if he can step up over the rock, uses it for cover, so Forest Natural managed to pick up another one.
There goes EA.
Arena now eliminated. 17 fans starting to get excited. That means that is a tied up positional. Should be able to see it based off of survival in just 1 second. 17, not inside the safe zone though.
You could see that coming a mile away on the map screen. New Happy they knew they had EA pinned. And E-Arena, unfortunately for them so far, it seems like they're trying to play a little bit more cautiously than they were yesterday, and as a result, they are just getting taken down. As Deal now the last player left alive for the Freaks as Falcons try to make their way through. H-Win, don't get caught off by yourself. He's going to lose the 1v1, and now it is just Deal versus Tiggleton.
Tiggleton on the hunt, knows approximate idea, takes some damage, now caught out inside the blue zone. Looks like he doesn't want to step in the firefight. There's nowhere for him to be able to go. Deal is now starting to just load up utility, throws the Molotov down the side of it. Should be able to realize it's coming around the side, and Deal manages to take him down.
Gosh.
But now caught out in the blue zone, Deal has to stay ahead of it.
Deal just played Tiggleton like a fiddle. That was impressive stuff coming out from that Freaks fragger. And he's even got himself a vehicle here. Now, again, at the end of the day, it's still mutually assured destruction for both squads, really, but not too bad from the Freaks to pick up 3 points. And if Deal can actually pull off some solo heroics here, maybe get themselves a few more placement as Forest down to just Baron and Kiss, they'll send it down the road right past Twisted Minds, and they'll find a little dip. Okay, that's safe for the time being.
And if anything, that just gives an opportunity for 17 as they're going to be hunting this one down. 7-7 Ghost are going to be kind of leading the pack onto it. See that Forrest was trying to set up defensive, but here come the nades. Looks like 1-2 depending on how the bounces go out. Baron does manage to dodge it, so should be able to fortify up a bit better. Xiao Wu has stayed pretty far back, but Xiao Bei is going to be moving aggressively onto this as well. Looks like there are going to be 3 members all stacking up. Xiao Wu now knowing the fact that he has cover, he's going to come up and try to regroup as well. Forrest very outnumbered on it. Finally going to see 17 connect with the nade.
I was going to say that.
Where'd he go, Kiss?
That utility from 17 was a little uninspiring, but that last one hit right where it needed to, as Kiss will go down to December 12th, and that's New Happy collecting their 8th kill. They have just been holding court on the south side here as they have finished off a couple of teams. 17 now. This is their time. This is their moment. If they want to really take a hold of first place, they have to secure a win here, and they've got to get some more kills going along with it. But that circle, that's not going to do them any favors.
A lot of fields, so it looks like we're going to be eyeing hay bales. DL finally does go down. It's going to be Xiao Wu that picks him up. 17 Gaming. Okay, what's your pathing? It looks like you're going to be gate kept by New Happy. Up to the north is going to be Twisted Minds. Furia is going to be trying to gate keep out where Twisted Minds is going to be playing from. Meanwhile, BB has just got sight lines on all the rest of the field.
If you want your gate kept, have your gate kept by Twisted Minds and New Happy.
Yeah.
That is going to be rough to push in here as we get to see. Yeah, that's as easy as you're ever going to get. That's not even a tough grenade to hit. And unfortunate there for E-Arena, but Furia kind of in a position to to cause Twisted Minds problems here. So we'll see 17 hopping into vehicles. They're slowly making their way in.
But Begapa was taking shots into New Happy, and that means that 17 can just roll right into this and pick this up for near on free.
Absolutely free.
Begapa just absolutely made that rotation so much easier. Song Strong managed to hit the shots onto him. Looks like not going to really find what he wants out of it. But if anything, now Begapa might have an opportunity to come into the circle. I thought that they were cooked.
Disregard what I said before. Furia proved no problem whatsoever for Twisted Minds. Although it looks like BB Team now saw the kill feed, and they're starting to make a push over. Z-Long tried to leave that shack to get in grenade range, but 17 not letting them get away with it. You remember, BagelPot's still off in the distance. Akan, after helping out oh, look at Z-Long, so low. After helping out 17, Akan now gonna cause them problems as Lil Ghost is gonna get knocked. That's a good grenade from Z-Long, not gonna get the bounce he needs though.
Begapun now caught up, looking at 17, realizing the fact that that is going to be a very weakened New Happy member that's going to be in front of him. BB Team also is lined up against Twisted. They are neck and neck against each other. I mean,
causing them problems right now.
That is a full hold coming up from BB up there. That is going to be a blue zone nade that expands out. Or going to be enough
gets
of
him. The double blue. No.
Up.
Fortunately for 7-7, well, he had a jammer pack on, or what the very smallest part of a jammer pack left. He gets out of there. So 17 back on here, but look at this. BB Team, they aggressively sent 3 out here as they saw Twisted Minds took 1 knock during that Furia push. Despite the fact that Twisted took out Furia so quickly, BB Team on the clock immediately sent guys out there and were able to catch Twisted when they were a little bit at a disadvantage, and they collapsed so perfectly.
This positioning from Besto is so good for the circle. They left him back, so he's kind of he's the anchor that's on the high ground looking down into the fields. He's the one that's harassing what's going on with 17. 17 realized the fact that Begapun is going to be its own issue. They've got to make sure that they look at all the hay bales, take out whatever they can. There is near on no cover to be had on this except for the hay bales and the smidgens of cover that we can see BB and 17 holding. But BB has been playing this so aggressive. I think that BB might actually opt into going and trying to see if they can keep out 17.
Oh, that is a big shift for BB Team there as well. And if Bestalock can hold on to his spot as he finishes off Akan was dancing around that hay bale as long as he could, but unfortunately it was just too much to ask. But if Besto can stay here just a little bit longer, they might cause some big problems for 17 here. I mean, this is going to be tough. This is going to be a really tough push for 17.
I mean, they can opt into maybe pushing into the face of BB Team with a just straight up northern push.
Their only option, really, isn't it?
But surely at this stage that they figured out Songjong as well as Besto are going to be too big of a problem for them to deal with. Instead, it looks like they're going to hop inside of vehicles.
The field?
They're going to cut in and then maybe try to wrap back around, see if they can get some distance away. There is a bit of a recess that maybe they can find a hide in. Shots are now coming out from BB that they're not really connecting, but they're just going to roll right into the hay bale, and it does deny vision from Bestalock's positioning for the time being.
And they leave Xiaowu behind too, but the thing they don't know about is Bestalock. They should know now, as Bestalock does finish off Songjang, but that's going to give his position away. But Besto is in a perfect position to drop grenades right on their foreheads. They have to land, but they're falling just a bit off.
Rest of BB Team can't really get in a position to exploit the nades coming out from Bestalock, as it's going to be Xiaowu playing down into the south. This is almost its own independent bait. Xiaowu, once he steps around that hillside, should start getting vision on BB, but BB is playing this really aggressive. Nade's going to roll right into the middle of them. That's going to get the knock onto 1. Phil first manages to connect. Are they going to spot out Xiaowu?
This was an aggressive push on the part of 17, and they pay for it as both members, Xiaobei and 7-7 will go down. And now BB Team, it's a 4v1. They know exactly where Xiaowu is. As we see BB Team, we haven't seen them show up since day 1. They came in with a bang, but started kind of falling off a little bit. But now in this second game here on Miramar, they are setting themselves up, and Xiaowu, I think, wants to go down to blue, but he's got the jammer pack on. So he's going to try to see if he can maybe get 1. He'll get 1. Can he get 2 before going down? The hard peeking coming through. He's going to go down to blue, and BB Team gets the win in game number 2.
Bang, boom, BB Team takes a victory, gets themselves tons of kills on it, so managed to get some separation. They were actually pretty much neck and neck with Twisted coming into this game.
I mean, they looked really good from that northern side. Like, they were on the soft side of the circle, really. All the action was going on on the other side, but they started stretching out, and that push onto Twisted Minds was perfect. I mean, it was just perfectly timed. It's a confidence push, really. I mean, they knew who they were going to fight. And they still said, you know what, we want all the smoke.
And BB plays some of the cleanest PUBG. I mean, we've kind of been talking about it, that they're so hard to spectate because their fights are just so fast.
I know.
Whenever they step into a fight, it is pretty much over within just a couple of seconds, and it is so cool to watch. And I'm glad that we managed to watch how they were playing out and in-game. So with this, let's go ahead and toss it over to Kalaris, Toffees, and Avenger.
A team one that's not APAC? This is a shock and a half here for the last day.
And BB team comes out of nowhere. In the last couple of minutes, we didn't see them until now. All of a sudden, they got 8 kills.
Well, yeah, they've been elusive in some of these games.
They've been elusive on the camera. That said, though, they were not elusive in the battlefield, as again, they make some good plays. They had that north side as the circle closed up. This is what I did. 17 surprised me.
Yeah.
Because when we saw the circle, I don't remember what phase it was. 17 was on the south, Never East and southwest, and BB team seemed like they had a good spot. 17 made a crazy south rotation, managed to win 2 fights against Forest and New Happy, and then somehow just like magically got to the middle, as 17 will do. But BB team played effectively, played aggressively, and proactively, I think is a better way to say it.
And good amount of kills for 17 as well, right? Plus the placement points they're getting. This is going to be putting themselves, as you saw on the live leaderboard, in that first place. And this is what scares me a little bit, right? Because they have been chasing before, they've been in spots before, and now it's looking pretty good. Like, it's looking confident. Sure, we're now going to be jumping over to our wildcard maps, but they're going to be having some of the most stable PUBG once we get to a wrangle.
Yes.
That's possible for them. With teams that are hot dropping potentially each other, there's going to be not as much pressure on the lobby for them, which makes them have so much more space.
Something I can still appreciate, though, about this game is that oftentimes when it comes to these kinds of circles, you do sometimes see some kind of earlier commitments to the field.
Yeah, sure, sure.
It was super late teams go here. They know that there's very little chance, very little opportunity for them to make anything happen there. So why not just keep playing those edges, seeing what you can do?
Well, that's what we saw. I mean, essentially 17 benefited from the few teams who did keep trying to move a little too early, and you just get picked apart on your way in. Left a couple Olympers. We saw New Happy was down to 2, I think, when they made their final push to get into that spot. And then we jump over to BB team, where now BB says, okay, we should be able to handle this lobby pretty comfortably. It's just us versus 17. You did see the disappointment on Twisted Minds' faces. I mean, back-to-back-to-back champions do not like the situation they find themselves in. Great grenade to open the door for BB team.
When do we count them out, guys? When is done at Twisted Minds?
Like from winning or from like top 4?
From winning now. Are they done now? 4 games now. They're done. Because now you have 2 wildcard maps. And you have 2 maps where they're somewhat committed already. I met Betulins out in the hallways, right, and I asked him, how many points are we going for today? Are we getting triple digits? Like, yeah, I hope so, he says. Because they've gotten 65 points in the 2 days.
That's quite the hope.
He can say that. He can say that all he wants. When they walked in this morning, they didn't look like they were ready to win this thing, in my opinion. That said, I think they're out. Prove me wrong. There's nothing I'd love more than see Twisted Minds come out for the next 4 games and give everybody a bloody nose and take back another back-to-back-to-back-to-back. But it doesn't seem like that's on the table. It does feel like 17 could be that repeat.
Yeah, they're definitely challenging, especially with E-Arena having a bit of an abysmal last 2 games, right?
It happens.
Well, we've got ourselves
You mean abysmal? What 0 points is like the infinite abysmal? Like, there's nothing.
I mean, abysmal is pretty bad as far as
but in 2 games, you're in the lead.
It's a pretty bad word.
It's pretty bad, yeah. It's true. But listen, guys, if you get 0, you're in the lead in 2 games. Not like you need to salvage just 1, 2, 3. Just get something. 0. It's crazy, but Phil first is in there.
Some may say.
Yeah,
it is abysmal.
Okay, sure. Yeah, it's pretty bad.
But I see your point. It is absolutely terrible to have that double 0. At least they're not trying to hide in the hills and hope nothing happens. They are at least being a little bit,
They were one that committed to the field.
Yes, exactly. They're trying to commit to it. But I'll tell you who committed to it. BB team. Phil first gets himself those 4 kills, a lot of damage, had a good spot. They did not have to play aggressive until that sort of late game, and then they were very well set up with utility to go ahead and make those final pushes.
Another man of the match goes the way of Phil first. Fantastic to see here for BB team, who now seemingly the hope of EMEA. I mean, as we've kind of counted out what Twisted Minds could potentially do for a challenge, but still for BB team, it would still be a reach. But we did say at the beginning of the day that when BB team gets a win, oftentimes they're able to follow up with another one. Maybe down the line here, Avenger. We've seen it a lot in the EMEA.
You predicted it a little bit. Yeah, this might be the year that BB teams might be able to get a PGS. Is this the one? I don't know. I think there are 24 teams with 18 points here. They're going to be 24 points behind 17. So one more decent game.
It's definitely doable.
It's very doable.
Yeah.
And to do it maybe on some of the wildcard maps here, the question is, are you going to be able to hold on to a 17 gaming that is running with only 13 teams left in the lobby from phase 1 because we have a crazy hot drop probably going on?
Would you like a potentially abysmal prediction?
Yes, go.
BB team on Rondo. I think they've got a really good track record there, and maybe that could be the well. No, they're not going there. Yeah, but
is it a racetrack ending? Did you read the script?
Maybe a little bit. We'll see. All right, here's the overall points coming in so far: 112 for 17 gaming. Personally, as much as we're seeing APAC looking phenomenal throughout the entirety of these days. If 17 Gaming gets another PGS on the board, I feel like it's almost vindication for them because of the so many second places after that PGS win.
You can only be the bridesmaid so many times.
Agreed.
17 knows how to close out events at this point. They know at least how to manage points, I think is probably better than many teams in the world. And the fact that E-Arena has let go of that rope, and 17 is just going to keep doing this. They're going to grind their way up. You said it, Martin, they have the prio on every single map. It is going to be a very hard chase unless some of these teams get together and say, all right, I see him in the kill feed, let's attack him.
And we're better to do it than a home turf victory, right? They have just played PCL here. They're comfortable, didn't have to travel to get anywhere. 11-point lead to Arena on a team that is currently gotten 0 points so far today first. Obviously, they're looking good, confidence is good. Can they run with this snowball here? That's really my question. Is Forest going to continue today? Because they had a pretty bad day one in the finals. And again, I want to see them. I want to see it being close. And once we get to Wrangle, if they are already a little bit in the lead 17, it's looking like they're just gonna, close it in. It's just gonna be so steady for them.
They look great to start things off. So, all right, well, thank you very much, boys. We are gonna go to a break here. When we return, those wild card maps are on the way, as we only have 4 more games remaining for PGS 7.
Powered by the most advanced WindForce cooling system, reducing temperatures while your competition sweats. For the flagship Aorus Extreme Water Force, premium liquid metal for GPU delivers up to 10 times better heat transfer efficiency and is accompanied by multiple layers of protection. This is the Gigabyte GeForce RTX 50 series. Play hard, stay cool, feel the chill.
Yeah, there is.
How much have you looted?
And see if we, like, hit players. Get them. Got good mollies on them. I got them right here. Oh, he. Nice. Careful. Heal up if you have to.
This one's low.
Corner him. Nice. One left. Nice, guys. Nice. No. Don't mess it up like that. We have to pay attention to the mobs too. The mobs will definitely get us. He's trying to run away. He's in the corner right here. Hang on. No, get away, Canamir. There we go.
W.
I think that might have been everybody. Let's go straight towards the stone.
Bro, wait. I saw a legendary stuff.
Yeah, this guy has a legendary. Whoever killed them gets...
Welcome, everybody, back to beautiful Shanghai, where we have 2 games in the books. And the most recent one was won by 17 Gaming, who have now secured their hold of first place. Can they hold on with 4 games remaining? I am Porosaurus. Joining me once again is Matcham. Matt, we are now headed to the quote-unquote wild card maps, where it feels like anybody has a shot at getting a win here.
I mean, just an overall very cleanly played game from 17 Gaming. BB doing a great job at the end, with a phenomenal set of plays really coming in from that western area, so see if they're capable of replicating. But now as we make our way over to these middle maps, sometimes it can get a bit crazy. We have been seeing some pretty, I would say, shifted circles whenever we look at this map, which is kind of unexpected.
Yeah, we've been seeing some circles that we don't always get to look at.
I now need to know what the nickname for the western island over there is, because remember we did see that in one of the games.
That's true. Yeah, no, I don't know.
No Man's Land Island.
We'll come up with something. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if there's loot out. I don't think I've ever been there.
There is a single. I've dropped there a couple of times just for fun. There is, like, I believe, a single building on it, if I remember correctly.
That's where I'd like to live. You know, we always talk about where you'd want to live if you were going to live on Erangel. I know where I would want to live if I was living on.
Why
Tago.
would you ever want to live on Erangel, though?
Exactly.
Just think about how often you'd have to go around and sweep up bullets.
Yeah, you never get to sleep. Well, we have 4 games remaining, and now we are headed over to Tago to find out if any of the teams are going to make a run here in the last 4 to try to catch 17.
Okay. So, Hosan Prison has been a core component of a lot of our circles, given the fact that we've seen kind of southern lean on the plane path. This time around, we are going to be starting off pretty far south. Looks like just due south of Hospital, right as soon as it's crossing over the coast, and then going to end up around Hamusa. So, man, this is pretty western southern plane path.
Shout out to the observers, man. That was cinematic AF. Like, he just went through the prison and then shot up in the air and came in right on the plane. Like, that is that's some Bruckheimer type stuff right there, I guess. I don't know who's a popular director these days.
Jerry Bruckheimer. I guess it's like Pirates.
Maybe it's Michael Bay since we're playing this.
But there's no explosions right now, right?
We need more explosions, more lens flare, more American flags and Megan Fox, I guess. I don't know. What am I saying? Anyway, the plane, as you see,
just letting you go, bro.
Cutting down towards the southwest, away from that terminal area, away from the north side. Now, we did see the circle that ended on that northern island yesterday, so maybe we'll get a little bit of luck this time, get something interesting, or are we going to go back down towards those Hosan Prison swamps? I'm a swamp monster. I'm all right with them going to the swamps.
Looks like
well, there we go. Let's go north again. Why not? River going to be a big player in the middle of this one, especially considering the fact that we only have 4 teams that are already north of the river as we speak. So it'll be interesting to see if there's any potential soft bridge camps coming out.
I mean, we've got still the south of Army-based Hillside, which can support a ton of teams. Godok itself that's going to be in play. We saw the coastlines and how interesting that was whenever we watched the play that was coming through on yesterday's game. So a lot of things on the table, and so we might see I wouldn't say necessarily a need for an extremely fast rotate if you're going to take a northern or maybe even an emergency pickup, as there are a lot of easy ways to make drops into the hillside. But if you are going to come in with vehicles, I feel like you got to try to make a stab at this one pretty quick, because we have been seeing a bit of a return to center meta.
Well, Godok was definitely the flashpoint yesterday. Well, we had a moment to sit down with Kiss from Forest, so let's hear what he has to say.
Hi, I'm Lisa. I'm here joined by Kiss from Forest. So your team climbed from 16th to 3rd. That was crazy. But of course, you didn't do it alone. So in the last day of PGS 7, any words you want to say to your teammates?
ก็ทีมเรานะครับไต่จากอันดับ 16 จนมาถึงอันดับที่ 3 แล้วในตอนนี้ซึ่งมันบ้ามากๆเลย มีอะไรอยากจะบอกเพื่อนร่วมทีมไหมครับ
ก็เราเรียกว่าเรามีแบบว่ามีเขาเรียกนะความลับมีความลับที่แบบว่าเราได้แบบว่าได้เรียนรู้มาก่อนที่จะมารายการนี้ครับก็เรียกว่าความลับทางราชการแล้วกันแล้วก็ถ้าบอกเพื่อนในทีมน้องๆในทีมก็เรายังมีโอกาสที่จะเป็นแชมป์ได้ครับ
I would say we have the military secret that help us improve, and also if you ask me any word for my team, yeah, let's do this.
Ooh, let's do it. Okay, back to the game.
Chef's kiss on the interview itself.
Kiss.
I mean, although it's kind of funny whenever you have your name as Kiss and you're like, let's do it.
Look, man, I just want to know what the military secret is. He said they got some military secrets as to how they had such a big improvement. Well, my friend, I guess if you let us know, it no longer is a secret. But if it's good enough to bring you from 16th place all the way up into 3rd, my man, keep it to yourself as we are keeping eyes over towards that river right now. 17, they've got Xiaowu holding the bridge, and they've got Furia just off to the south. You can't see them on your mini-map, but you can see them just off in the distance on Xiaowu's screen. So, yep, Gizera and the rest of the boys, no vehicles, on foot. So it almost feels like if they get involved in a scrap here, they're going to be fully committed. And Twisted is now coming in as well.
Yeah, 17 with breathing room on the leaderboard for the time being.
Oh, there's a vehicle. Okay, they got one.
So, potential for more points as this is kind of an awkward bridge campy style situation. So, see how that continues to brew. Looks like Furia doesn't really mind making the push into this one. That could spell their doom.
Oh, Xiaowu's got that Panzer. He's got that Panzer, and that SUV is looking like a mighty juicy target. And they are looking, Posa's looking over there, but they're not seeing anything. Xiaowu keeping this secret like a squirrel and just waiting for them to make, they smelled something. Yeah, they either spotted something or they sniffed it out, but that's good stuff from Furia. Good work on them to stay disciplined and make sure they don't catch themselves slipping. Now, Twisted Minds, on the other hand, okay, they're not even going to get there. They're going to go on the other bridge, so they're safe.
East Bridge, they should be fine. Looks like Day Trade's probably attempting to cross the southern bridge right next to Fishing Camp. I wouldn't be surprised if they're pretty okay. I think the Expendables might be able to take some shots after them once they manage to make their cross. We also do have BB Team that looks like they've just crossed the western bridge and now are cutting due east, just trying to play along the coastline.
2-5. Rossett had spotted out by somebody. I think that's one of the players from Freaks. I'm not even sure if he's shooting at him or if.
Oh, no! Xiaowu, he's good at shooting, but maybe not so much at driving. That is kind of a hard jump to make.
What do you think the punishment is for missing that? It's like you slow down our entire rotation. Man, we are in first place right now, and you can't get the buggy across the bridge. You're having to do 100 laps.
I don't see anybody saying anything negative. Bestia.
No, not again, Mime. My man has been picked out pre-10 twice in a row now. That is not good, but Forest is they are feeling real nice right now. Every kill they get, they are just hooting and hollering back there. So if nothing else, they've got vibes going in their favor.
Okay, problem for Bestia though is where do you go? Looks like because of Forest and what just happened, they're going to cut west. Oddly enough, there are about 3 teams, technically 4, that are not on the main island yet. And Bestia, having bumped into Forest, is now going to cut west, which might put them into Begapal, one of the few other teams that aren't on the main island, or the small island.
Yeah, they are way, way off in the distance, but it looks like Begapal keep on going north, and they should avoid each other right now. Meanwhile, Taikule does get that emergency pick. Oh, well, they actually collected a lot off of that because they happen to be in perfect position at the perfect time when everything came down. So Spaceman is sitting there kitted to the gills. Arena, meanwhile, it's been a very, well, I mean, you can't even call it a slow start. It's been a non-start as they have gotten 0 points through 2 games. They desperately need to get the ship righted here, or they are going to find themselves getting passed by as now Furia. Well, they saw them last time. They spotted out 17 the last time, and now they are coming in again. They decided they want a little bit more of it. Kizera doing the low wrap.
So, are we going to see them catch a Panzer as they make this rotate? 17 wants all the points they can get. They want to get as far away from everybody else on this leaderboard as possible. E-Arena very far over in the west, doesn't have anybody that they're really having to compete with territory for, so hopefully they might be able to score some points for themselves. But Forest has been on its own roll and oddly enough might be the biggest threat to 17 right now.
Yeah. I mean, given EA's false start, Forest definitely seems to be a contender of the highest order. As we check in with Theraton 5. Again, remember, they were getting shot at range by Freaks, but I think this is more just both of those guys, both of those squads really just letting each other know where they are, as I doubt that we'll see Theraton 5 leave this Godok edge position.
So most of our teams are playing south of Godok right now. If we see a hard shift on the circle up into the north, it could spell some catastrophe for rotates. Furia now starting to make their rotate across. Looks like... Oh, no, it's going to be Forest. Sorry.
Yeah.
Forest
That's
going to be taking
greens.
the northern one. Yeah.
We got Fury, we got Forest, we got Falcons, we got and Bestia. All of them are green. And Day Trade, too. So many green teams. So many green teams, so many blue teams. That's why I like 17. They're orange. They're really easy to spot out.
Except for the fact that New Happy is also.
Well, they're red. I mean, I'm not orange. Is orange-red colorblind a thing? I don't even
I don't know.
If it is, I'm not it. So
I talk about video games for a living. Don't expect me to know all the sciences, bro.
You're not an optometrist in your spare time? Come on, man.
No. Given how bad my vision is, you would think that I should.
I need you to step up.
Bestia now starting to do their rotate over here as they're going to get some information. There has been an emergency pickup called as well from the Expendables, as they're going to be down in Palace, just in case things go awry on Circle, if they need to make a big jump across. And really, if they do leapfrog across the squads that are in front of them, Wolsong is entirely open. Sa is also open. The hillsides around them, anything is up for grabs up there. So if this does go that direction, that emergency pickup could be big.
I'll tell you what, that hill to the north of Godok and to the east of Wolsong will be looking real spicy if things go that way. Now, they have to make a decision right now, and it looks like they will send nobody. Okay, the new... they sent one. They got deck juice up there, but Circle does pop, and it is going to go just a little bit far, center up just south of southwest Godok, so the city's still in play. And you see a number of teams that are up in the northeast that are doing those long ramps. They might be considering it, or given what happened yesterday, they might avoid it altogether because it was a tragedy.
So Duck Juice is going to spot out a lot of vehicles in rotate and can feed that information over, but I don't know how that's really going to help the Expendables. As you can see, they're just having to run through the thick of them.
Whoa.
It is going to be Falcons on one side. They do manage to get past that one. Freaks are going to be just a bit in front of that. If they do manage to get past Freaks and T5, they should be safe, though.
Yeah, this is Freaks just kind of bringing that 2-2 split back together. Theraton 5, meanwhile, they still are going to hold on to their 2-1-1. They're going to leave Rossadid out on an island by himself. And he's going to take a few shots over towards Delwyn. But yeah, you can see where Rossadid is. No one anywhere near him. This is just kind of putting him in a spot to force teams to go a certain direction, or maybe just ADR farm a little bit. Just peacocking a little bit for the for Theraton 5.
See if maybe you can catch a kill. I mean, they do have a crossfire. Yeah, if he goes down, it's bad. But with that field in play, I kind of like the idea of maybe seeing if you can catch somebody off of a rotate with it. Other rotators that we still have to keep an eye on are going to be 17, Furia. We do also have Forest as well as Begopa making very northern wraps. 17 you can see hopping inside of vehicles. Looks like they're going to be running 2 and 2.
We got one leg down.
Oh,
see?
That's not what you needed to have happen.
That's the problem. Like, if you're going to run these wide splits and have your solo guy out here, your solo guy cannot get knocked because now you're down to 3 and you're getting no information. So, I mean, T5
information. They at least know we're one person that knocked him.
And now Ranger X going to try to go for the res here too. I mean, I guess you have to do it, right? But now what happens if he gets knocked? I mean, what if the Expendables just decide to push this, or what if they got a mortar like so? As it is up in the air, it's going to land. It's going to be just off. But Ranger X, yeah, you can see he still has not fully committed to the concept of going and getting his man up.
Yeah, that was very quickly pumping the brakes once those mortars came out. Be like, okay, we'll see how.
He's like, okay, they're way off.
We're good. We're good. I'll come back over here and get you. That does mean that this is a forced 2-1-1 now, as Fluky and Pathampong have separated out around Godok.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with the 2-2 split in Godok itself, or you having 2 in the south side of Godok and having these 2 guys over here, but you got to be careful if you're that solo. You don't want to go down.
Could be in some trouble, though, as they're being kept out by Day Trade.
Only 2.
Yeah.
Only 2 of Day Trade, though.
How much of this do you want? I think that they were just kind of scouting over here to see if they can get an idea of the lay of the land, because they're coming in pretty blind. It's going to be Thanadol that lets them know, hey, nope, you got some friends pretty close, but I don't think that Day Trade really wants this one either. So take the shots, hop in a vehicle, run away. Just a straight-up drive-by.
Yeah, no, that's a good play from Day Trade, for sure. They realize, I mean, if they could have caught somebody slipping, if they got the knock and the flush instantly, that would have paid off huge. But Now just go ahead and rejoin the rest of your team. Now 17 already on the move. Little Ghost, you can see, will be on the coastline, and he's going to get shot at from Flash and immediately turns around. So 17 now just going to eat a little bit of blue. The circle going to pop, go back up to the north. Godok still entirely in on the eastern side, as it looks like Twisted Mind's just going to go ahead and crash into the north side of the city.
Send it to City. All of T5 looks like they're going to be regrouping. Taikula just going to go ahead and send it by, but look at the death funnel down to the south. We've got BB that's going to be running right next to the Freaks. Right in front of that is going to be the Falcons. Daytrade still trying to figure out how they're going to come into the circle. 17 looks like they might be eyeing, maybe shifting a bit more into the east. Arena's making a send over into the west. Everybody else looks like they've kind of got eyes onto Godok itself. Bestia is just kind of caught in the thick of it all. 17 Gaming, where are you going to go?
Yeah, keeping eyes on our first place team here. As looks like Daytrade's going to go ahead and let them go and start making their way in. Falcons just crash for the middle, and boy, it is just, I mean, it's like Thunderdome out here just to the southwest of Godok as everybody's trying to make their way into the city at the same time. There's on 5 in a perfect position to do a little gatekeeping, but they got to drop back down because DraftKings has eyes. Inuyasha had eyes. If it wasn't one, it was going to be the other. And look at what's going on in the hillside as E-Arena going to run right into Bagopa. They will take 1, possibly 2 here, and should be able to reset.
Oh my God, Bagopa, where do you even go next? The Expendables caught up now looking at E-Arena. Bagopa with no options. They're going to be running right next to DraftKings as well. They're just having to send along this line. E-Arena just seeing if they can pick up the last couple of points. But Forest hears this. They're shifting into the high ground, coming up right up next to the trees. Very apropos. Scappy looks like he's got a nade up. Is it going to bounce in the right direction? No, it's going to end up just a touch short.
Just a bit outside. And Nurens will hop on into the vehicle and get on out of there. And that should be E-Arena done with that fight and moving on. And can they now put themselves in a spot? Do they see Daytrade coming? Because Daytrade is really scouting this on the west, but they haven't made their way in yet.
Yeah, this is really interesting. Due to Forest shifting down, E-Arena is now have to shift it down more to the south. Daytrade really wanted to approach over here, but now they're being gate kept out by this quick shift coming out from E-Arena. You can see the Freaks. They're holding down a bit further south than that, so Daytrade going to have to deal with a gauntlet on one side or the other. No real good options for them to contend with. Daytrade's just going to continue to harass in E-Arena, which could provide an opportunity. So, can you now exploit? It looks like Thanadol and Tigger both are just going to wrap right into this.
Yeah, they got the knock originally, and now Thanadol has the grenade in hand, going for the first one. It's going to go a little bit too far. Lyric's going to return the favor as Jacob will try to take the long-range shots, but he's going to be forced down. And now Sizzy will find Flash. Nurens will get flushed out. Lyric's going to hop in the vehicle, try to escape, but will have to stop down as Thanadol keeps peeking this ridgeline. Sizzy and Jacob from range are doing the most right now to keep Lyrics alive.
Here comes Forrest and Scappy. Looks like he wants to get involved. Thanadol does get the knock onto Lyrics. So E-Arena getting picked apart one by one in each one of these little dips. Scappy just waiting to see. Scrappy, see if he can pick up a point. Godok becomes a focus for the circle. Daytrade is fighting this one out. They spot out more. Can they get the knock? Not quite enough.
All right, Daytrade will take at least one casualty in the process, but Tigger, Thanadol, and Belmoth still on the move. Meanwhile, E-Arena, Sizzy and Jacob, they're going to run right into the Expendables. Sizzy will go down. Jacob will at least make it through for the time being. But where, as you said, do you go? As I mean, if he can get into Godok, he's golden.
But that's not the part of Godok you want to go to.
That's the problem. This southwestern side of Godok is completely filled as Olympus and Jacob are about to find out. Pushing right into Falcons. Olympus going to be the first one in. He'll survive. Jacob manages to get his way in as well. Can he get into a building? He can.
There's just so many targets over here. We've got New Happy as well as Bestia, Falcons, E-Arena that's now gotten involved. T5 over here.
Immediately picks up the shotgun.
Taking the shots. Yeah, I mean, this is just what you can do. Outside of the circle, we still have Apr-4 Road that needs to make a path in. Daytrade looks like they pulled an emergency pickup. We have the Freaks just to the east of that. They're kind of caught out dealing with Taikula. Taikula has got themselves kind of pinched in between the Freaks. So this is going to be very peculiar to watch how this is all going to be playing out. Furia up into the north also looks like they're trying to path in, but being held out by Twisted Minds.
Yeah, Twisted Minds in control of the north side of Godok right now. Furia has to find some angle to come in from Apr-4 Road. Meanwhile, coming from the west, they have the street. They're looking down in that direction, but look at the grenades landing right on top of the Expendables. They had the car for it. They had the rocks, but in the end, that is causing their death more than anything. As Bagopa, they are down to 2, but they have not run out of fight.
All the nades just went a bit too far. Songjong does get spotted out, so he's going to go down. That means that Two Heart is just kind of trapped out in the middle of this field with so few options on where he's going to go. Daytrade trying to find more off of this. So they do have themselves some control points that they can be playing from, and they should hear the potential fight brewing between the Freaks and
Ike's left. Ike's left is looking down and he sees this cloud of smoke. He's like, there's something going on down there and I want a part of it. He's calling the rest of the boys over. Menadol taking shots from range. Daytrade actually spotting out Apr-4 as they're trying to make their way in, the trailing members. And Petra and Ike's left actually got spotted out by Theraton 5 now that they're back on their feet. So Apr-4 a little bit late to the party here as far as trying to get this fourth party on.
Two Heart. All right, what can you do over there? Salute is going to get knocked on Suze, as that is just going to be DL also playing this much more aggressive. He's going to run right into Takula in the shack that they're trying to hold down. While this is going on, Daytrade really can't focus in on it.
Look at Deal.
Throws in the crate.
Give him the Shrimsy.
Can you do it? No, I think it ended up just a bit short. Spaceman goes for a push around the outside, but he gets spotted down. It's going to be now a 2v2 right on the edge of the blue zone. Good connections coming up from Salute.
This is the Salute we've been waiting to see all tournament long, as he will strike quickly. Cold 119, the last player left alive. Heaven will make sure they secure their points. We'll try to go for the res as well. Or no, he's going to leave it for Salute. They've got one guy left to kill, don't they? Or are they? No, they're gone. Okay, never mind. Done and done. DNF will have to try to get their man back on their feet, and get into this zone as Apr-4 rode the fight that was waiting to happen with the Expendables finally kicking off.
Nade's going to get dropped right in the thick of it, but also gets knocked back onto Ixlift. Belmoth on the side of it is just going to be feasting so many kills he can now pick up. All the work that was being thrown out between these two squads, he's going to benefit from.
Oh my goodness, you just can't have a fair fight with two teams anymore. There's always got to be a third or a fourth one coming in. And finding a way to influence the battle is Daytrade. They might just be down to 2 players, but look, they are staying active. But what else can they do, really? They're playing from the edge now. They've got 6 kills. They are adding to their total, and they've got places to be. 93 points overall as they collect their 7th kill.
The Expendables just chain rezzing over here. Delwyn Colores just hunkered down. Not inside the safe zone just yet. The only safety that they have is the crates that are going to be around. And Apr-4 Road also has eyes on trying to make it into Godoc, because that's where you've got to go. Everything is focused on this. T5 is taking shots on one side. Colores really wants some as well. You can see the Freaks trying to see if they can salvage some way to get into the circle down here from the south, but it's just going to be Daytrade that's trying to brute force through everything. Salute has looked back over into Thanadol. They've gotten some damage in, but hasn't managed to get the knock. If anything, it just slows down. That tree is not going to be enough cover, as it's going to be T5 on one side, Apr-4 Road up into the north, and Salute down to the south.
Will go down to Salute of all people. Again, just everybody scrapping out here. Two Heart is just lying down in the middle of all of this, just like, why can't we just be friends, man? Why can't we just hang out? Well, there you see what's left of the Expendables. Apr-4 Road, they had to hit the E-brake and hide behind a tree before they were able to get into Godoc, so they're still playing on the edge. Salute does manage to make his way in. You can see we are down to 12 teams, 32 alive, and everybody is just hiding inside the city. Where is this going to go?
Oh, this bush is a lot deadlier than I think that Salute is expecting it to be.
No.
He's got the rock for cover right now.
Not the spooky bush.
All right, so updating you on what's happening inside of Godoc. It's
let's
almost nothing. But we do have Furia, we have Twisted Minds, Bestia, New Happy, Falcons, 17, Jacob for E-Arena, and BB down into the south. So depending on how these circles go, it is going to be an urban firefight.
Lest you forget Theraton 5 on that western edge as well, and Twisted Minds north of the road. So Furia already starting to move between buildings. They're doing a little room-to-room clearing on the eastern side. BB team, they sent it in here earlier into the southern part of Godoc.
Oh, no.
They've got a great position, but they did lose one on their way. So we'll see where this circle goes, as it is going to pop now, and it's going to favor towards the south side. Twisted has to make their way across the street, and New Happy, look at them, immediately going up there. They know what's coming.
Salute has to be careful. Remember, Two Heart's going to be right next to him every single time he goes for these peaks, trying to see if he can get some more points, because he knows he's on damage control right now. The circle itself, do note how much of it does have that field that's going to be down into the southwest and west specifically. That's going to eat up a lot of no man's land, dead space inside the circle, so forcing our teams to play more urban. With Salute having this rock, he has safety for now. Two Heart is going to have to make a move into the circle and could reveal himself.
Let's see where Apr-4 Road decides to go. They keep hopping into the vehicle and then out of the vehicle. Ming Ming and Nan. Ranger X is just causing them all types of problems. As Too Hard, oh, he's got eyes. He knows. Oh, salute. He has no idea. Too Hard has to go somewhere eventually, but I mean, I mean, that's a free point. I mean, take that, I would think.
Well, I don't know if he knows it's a solo because of the way that Freaks kind of came into this.
Yeah, that's true.
I think that he's afraid if he takes shots that maybe it's going to be 2 and then he'll instantly go down. Instead, maybe he sees if he can try to get something sneaky. Apr-4 Road going to play this more aggressive up into the north. They're going to be trying to wrap in right next to T5, but it's going to be on the same pathing that Twisted is taking, so that's why you can see that it's going to be Non spotting out Perfectix, right? So coming through. Ming just out in the middle of the street taking shots. That's ballsy.
Boy, he just roasted Ranger X. He said, you've been causing us problems for so long. And managed to take him out.
There it goes.
Too Hard will come alive. And there goes Salute. He'll get a little bit of loot for himself. And to be honest, he's got some fields to play here. If he can be sneaky about it, we'll see if he survives a little bit longer as Ranger X will get flushed out by Ming. But Twisted Minds, they've made their way across the road, and they are right on the doorstep of Non. Non calling Ming back over here to provide more support after the knock onto Lu.
He's holding right on that smoke.
That's a dirty angle.
Yeah, Z-Long also has one. Falcons have also beated in on this, and they are just looking this direction. So any peaks could be absolute catastrophe for anybody over here at the time being. Twisted looks like they're starting to bully their way in, but Non really wants to shut down anything. Spots out, does get the knock onto Perfectix. So really Twisted. How'd he handle it? Good toss on the nade there. Non just trying to cling to life. Realize the fact it might be a bit too hot, too many nades, and that is going to be Twisted that fights their way into the circle.
Yeah, Non just wanted to secure the point. Yeah, he figured his teammate is knocked. Let's make sure we get at least this one. Is now Example going to go down to a grenade from Inuyasha. New Happy starting to clear things out over here as Patampong will steal that kill away. Can he get 2? No, 1 will go over to Inuyasha as T5 solo player still being active from his building. And this is what we can expect for the next few minutes here, Matchroom. Just building to building, scrapping. Batulin's the last one left alive for Twisted Minds.
One thing to note is 17 has a very strong compound running a 2-1-1 pretty close to center. So a lot of control inside the circle. And the new circle definitely going to give them some love. So Batulin's odd man out as well as Too Hard. Looks like we're going to see BB regroup down to the south. Fury doesn't have to really make the shift over the road just quite yet. So really moving factors are just going to be a couple of solos trying to find their way in.
4 solo players and 4 full-strength teams all inside this. And then also the 3-man strong BB team. If they can get the res here, which they should be able to. The circle does center up right onto 17. So 17 in a beautiful position here to add to their lead, but this is one of those weird city endings, Matt. You never know what's going to happen. It feels like whoever's got the most utility at the end will be the one to win it, and we'll see what they have in their pockets when we get a little bit later into the game.
Looks like Fury was contemplating making the push over here, shifting into the compounds just on the opposing side of the road. New Happy shuts that down very, very quickly, so it's going to be 16 KK back behind this one. Z-Long also pretty far over to the west, so now with Batulins getting removed, Falcons
and Too Hard
going to be able to maybe be able to hold this one out. I wouldn't be surprised if Z-Long just tries to regroup over there with 16 KK, and then they try to push down. Furia really does not like their positioning over into the east, and looks like they don't want to play the waiting game. Instead, you can see starting to smoke off the positioning for New Happy, see if they can use that as maybe having some type of opportunity to get across, but every single time they do, man, it just gets punished.
Another good grenade from Lil Ghost. Get the knock on the Molodok. See if he can get the flush as well, but it doesn't look like the util is going to fall where he needs it to. The BB team will continue to dance around here and eventually hope that they can maybe go for the revive on their teammate, but it looks like he just got clipped by the blue zone grenade. Yeah. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, he was right on the edge of it. And so BB team now down to 2.
So, note the fact that on the overall leaderboard, we still have 17 in strong position, but Irina's Jacob is going to be right next door to them. So the longer they manage to hold and really kind of keep everybody out of the areas around here, gives him the capabilities to kind of hold out, salvage some type of points. So the big factor is going to be how many kills can 17 get from this point, and with New Happy playing so aggressive up to the north, I don't know, it's going to be kind of hard. It looks like that's going to be where Furia and Falcons both could be converging.
Remember, Furia has had a lot of time to loot up that bunch of crates off of that care package from earlier. As the circle will center up once again. Jacob, looks like the center of it going to be on the road. here. So 17, obviously the closest compound. Good spray from December 12th. Will get the knock on to Gizera. Trying to get the follow-up grenade. But at this point, you kind of want to hold on to as much of your utility as you have. But it looks like New Happy, they're not thinking that way. They just want to go ahead and get that flush on that point. And they're not even going to get it, despite the fact that they blew about 4 items of offensive utility.
They've been caught up with this Furia situation for a long time. I think that they're just wanting to get it finished out so that way maybe they can get a path in the circle as well, because they're right on the edge of it.
Oh,
but Xiaowu gets the knock. That was just an easy peek around the side of it. Furia looks like they're going to use this opportunity. Furia's making a quick push right down below this, using what has been set up by 17 Gaming. They have 2 members that managed to broach in and get into this building.
Really nicely done there. Haven will get the knock and the flush onto Inuyasha immediately. So New Happy down to just 2. Best of Luck and a doozy still involved from that rooftop position. 16KK just holding the angle, waiting for somebody to pass by. Patapong will get taken out, so that's going to be T5 out in 7th place. So another solo taken out of the lobby. Zilong going to get taken down by Gizera as Furia just making their way through New Happy and keeping all 4 alive. That is huge here for the late game.
The New Happy defensive line was so separated out to hold angles to try to keep out Furia. Once Furia managed to get a couple of people so close that they really couldn't contend in, Furia is just with this wolf pack running down member into member. So it is just 16KK up. It is also going to be Falcons that heard this a moment ago. Instead of opting into the east, they just come straight down into the south. They're going to find themselves a compound as now. I mean, is it overkill for a solo? Maybe. But at the same time, is it also fun?
Look,
Definitely.
this is scary time here for a lot of these teams. I mean, Furia, 17, and Falcons, all 4 strong. All 3 teams feel like they are in a perfect position to try to get a win here in this game. But it is going to be really, really tough. 16 alive in the final circle matchup. This is about to get really, really scary.
Okay, so looking out, BB team's going to be pretty close to Jacob at this point. Fury is going to be the odd team moving, and they are going to shift just a bit further down in the south. That's going to put them very
17
close
has the
to
high
the
ground.
17 line. So now Falcon's going to do a shift of their own. They're making a shift in from the west, and now 17 is finding themselves very clustered. People are going to be all around it. That's just the nature of an urban ending. But notice the fact that also BB's starting to get sightlines on what's going to be going on
knock
with 17 Gaming. So with that knock coming out, that's going to slow down the pacing. Are we going to see Furia? Looks like they were trying to exploit this last time, and they might be trying to be a bit more aggressive into this, but they've been kind of held down due to that solo. It's going to be NH up there, slowing them down, and yep, there we go. Falcons now starting to find some more movement over the west.
All right, that was a huge knock onto 17's little ghost, and it eventually gets flushed as well. A doozy. Look at BB team, despite being down to 2 players in an unadvantaged position, they are finding so many knocks, and Zakraken gonna take down Xiaowu. That's 2 down for 17. It's down to just 17, Owo and Xiao Bei. As Team Falcons continue to just hold the line on the edge. Fury is gonna crash in. Zakraken gonna go down to Owo.
So 17, they had control for so long, but now there's just Panzerfaust. There's so much damage going on around them. Spotted out the Falcons, trying to focus in, but they still have Fury that's going to be back behind them. Good pickups coming up from Gizera. It's going to be the big shot, but not going to connect the way that they wanted to. You can see it's just bouncing around. Fury up underneath of them. Finally, 17 Gaming is going to go down, but BB still alive on the side of this one. They're caught up right next to the Falcons.
What plays here from Furia at the late game. Falcons have just been holding the line. They've been holding the edge, waiting for the blue to force them in, and they have found success with it. A doozy, last player alive for BB team, and he is causing so much trouble as he's gonna find another one. Can he make the miracle happen for BB team?
You can see Falcons now very aware that they've got a problem right on top of them. The smoke bounce is going to be very interesting. Shrimsy looks like he's going to throw some utility up.
I know where he is.
Very nervous about this one. Furia, they've got all of those nades lined in. Blue zone's collapsing out. Falcons holding one side. It's going to be walls on both sides. A doozy up on top, but he can't go for any peek because it's so hazardous. Blue zone going to knock Posa. That's a big problem. Gizera now up in the face, using the fence line, just spraying at a doozy, thrown in, getting some help. Meanwhile, up on top of it, it is a 3v1, 2v1, 3 HP, gonna go down, and that is going to be the Falcons taking a very solid victory.
When you get those city endings, you never know what is going to happen, and you can always guarantee that it's going to be absolute insanity. Well, when it's where insanity reigns, you can expect to find the Falcons finding success.
Dude, a doozy was like the unofficial extra member for Falcons.
What a player for that.
Such a great job up there. Furia just got locked out in the blue zone right on top of him, and that bit of high ground was so big for Doozy.
And I don't know, I mean, 17, you can't really ask any more of them, right? Like, they had a good compound. They had to play it the way they did, but they were playing really, really safe. They were just holding angles. Every time we looked at them, they weren't peeking. They weren't doing anything. They weren't being aggressors, and they end up losing. But what a win there for Team Falcons as we now headed over to Rondo.
Well, a go dock ending on my Tego. No, it's pretty common. We have got ourselves Falcons, though, being able to propel themselves up the leaderboard in what was quite a tense moment there on that urban ending. As, of course, you had Furia moving on in. Cheeky Doozy on top of the building, causing problems.
He was. I kind of wondered, you know, with the way the Falcons played that, I wonder if they just had faith that a Doozy would take care of Furia for them. Because he was such a threat up on top. There was also a moment where I thought 17 was going to win this thing in Godock and essentially put themselves out of reach.
It felt like it would be over in that case.
It really did. That said, they did not, thank goodness, so we can thank Furia for that push to keep us nice and close as we go into the last 3 games of the day. But again, it's a city ending. It was a little slow leading into those final couple of circles, and then all of a sudden, the wheels come off.
And you can just tell once these guys and when the teams, they kind of execute the Godock, you can see that they've had a lot of endings here.
Yeah.
It is becoming a quite common ending here. It's almost like military on Wrangle, but I will say this, the way that everything got executed towards the end, I mean, best of luck, and the guys on BB, they're sitting behind us just now, and I asked the Doozy real quick, was it doable? And they're like, yeah, they called out, if we do a double nade at the same time on Falcons and we hit it, we might be able to have a chance here. And then a Doozy absolutely donked on Furia. It was possible at one point, but Falcons being 4 guys strong in an urban thing like this, when you have the head to throw in a battle like that, it's just next level.
I think getting a second in that scenario was a win, really, for
sure.
Doozy, all things considered, right? Like, you've got those 2 teams, they're eventually going to collide with one another. The blue is pushing you. It's always going to be a little bit difficult in that spot. But yes, this is a very important moment, of course, as 17 starts getting assaulted from every single angle. And as you mentioned, Toffees, it felt like if they were going to get this win, it would have potentially been over for the day. But that's not going to be the case here with some Western fight back, it feels.
Yeah, it's nice to see the guys putting up a fight here. Furia and Falcons working together to dig a Doozy off of this roof. And there was a moment where I thought maybe a Doozy pulls this off, but the Falcons able to push up and overwhelm him. And a part of that was because a Doozy got those knocks on Furia, so Falcons was able to look away. But that, no matter what, though, this has been a successful day for BB Team. They look really good. They put up a ton of points, and they've ground their way up that leaderboard into a very respectable position, I think, when we see the overall.
I've given you my Rondo prediction prior, so we'll see if it comes to fruition.
If they do that,
they stay on track.
17, once we're on Rondo, 17 is one of the more difficult maps to actually be consistent on. It's very circle dependent. It's very dependent on what your prio is getting into the circle. If you're able to get in there early, be able to get into a good position, it might be very good here. But Falcons with the 4 kills win, guys.
It's the opposite of the entire stages so far, right? They have tons of kills and no placement points, and now we go ahead and get ourselves those 10 placement points with not a lot of kills to go along with it.
I would say this though as well, like, sure, you gotta take the wins where you can, but here, Doozy took so many of the kills away from them. The 17 took so many of the kills away from them. Furia onto 17 took so many kills away from them. It felt like they wanted that western side. They wanted that specific house where you have a little bit of a fence for cover. You have an easy access to get on top. I don't think they expected it to be taken that aggressively by BB. And they wanted to close that out early here, but a 4-pointer with probably Adrian, maybe Kickstart can take it as well. A Tickleton 0 kills win is a rare sight, but still, you take those 14 points where you can.
Yeah, you absolutely take what you can. I think the other problem, too, is Godock has been happening so much. It's almost like we have set positions for the teams when they go into town at this point. Like, everybody kind of knows what houses everyone else is going to. But the man of the match will go to our winner of that one. 2 kills 299 damage. Not the most overwhelming man of the match, but still really nice to see him get some placement
Not
points.
common we get him as the man of the match when Falcon takes the victory. Normally it's a Tig, normally it's a Shrimsy, normally it's a little kickstart getting on in there. So nice to see H-Min taking this spot for all of this one. But again, an urban ending like this, you're going to have the kills very evenly distributed. It's difficult to, when you get a knock, then secure it and get rid of exactly what is going on. So yeah, very even across the board here for the points that will be coming in that we'll be looking at in just a few moments' time, as we have 14 for them, 13 for BB Team as well.
13 for Furia.
I will say, I mean, even though they're in the EMEA team, there's a little bit of an air of difference about them today. I'm seeing Aduzi coming in as like the first player back in from every single game, because right behind us we can see who's coming in straight away. So there's quite a bit of focus, and maybe they believe also the potential for the catch-up.
I mean, that's what I said to them, guys. It's
Third
3
place.
games.
It's close.
And they're into third place now. They're into triple digits. 18 points. Very doable, 1 game.
Super. Yes.
And especially if you're able to do it on Rondo, you could set yourself up for that foundation to be standing on, to be able to be within that striking distance of first.
I mean, honestly, the fact that it is this close, 17, even though they got into the late game, didn't get a lot of points out of it because they sort of grabbed a spot and sat down. That is what 17 does traditionally when they are ahead. So I do think the fact that there's this many teams within 20 is actually really cool.
Also, 17 points only from 2nd to 9th.
Yes.
Our mid-pack is extremely tight.
Yes.
Anyone can get 2nd and 3rd at this
That's a
point
great
here.
point.
Couple good games, and you're going to be putting yourself into a massively difference in prize pool, massively difference in PGS points.
That's the big one.
And you want to start grinding those to make sure you get locked in with PGC later in the year.
We say this every international as the year on year moves on, but again, we're here where the situation arises of our regions are closer than ever before.
Yes.
So it's creating these wild dynamics of, oh yeah, okay, APAC has an amazing day, but the fight back is now on. China is still technically #1 here, but some points are sometimes just trickling in now, like a game like this, where you're thinking, oh, maybe if they're able to get it, then it's done, but not to be the case just yet.
I mean, honestly, I think if 17 has a weakness, it's the fact that when they do get that far ahead, they tend to let off the gas a little bit in terms of doing what they do. They find a good spot, they get great middle rotations, and they'd say, okay, well, I don't have to go out and search for these kills, and you start to see teams grind up the leaderboard towards them 1 step at a time. And because it's so spread out, because it is so wide open, I think that could be really dangerous for them.
So far, Rondo in our grand finals here, thirds on 5, 31 points, stage rate 22, expendables 20, 17, 18. So it has been pretty consistent for them over the course of the 2 games. We got 1 more Rondo to go.
I thought it was all but done at the end of yesterday, but apparently not. 3 more games to go. We're rolling into Rondo here for game number 4 of the day.
Nothing's ever over until it's over, baby. And the Falcons winning that city ending and getting themselves in the mix to make it to where half of the lobby match room is within a shout of first place. 17 has to be feeling that pressure right now.
Dude, the mental that they're going to have to do is absolutely insane, because they were in such a good spot. They were contending against a lot of teams, but at the same time, like some kills or something else like that could have given them more. I hope that they don't fall into the trap of, okay, guys, let's just stay alive because we're at the top of the leaderboard, because how many times have we seen that be the classic team?
Too many times. And honestly, we've seen it from 17 before. So hopefully they have learned their lesson, and I'm sure they have. I mean, in that game, honestly, what else are they going to do, right? Like, they got into the city, they got a good building, they had a split, and they just couldn't really collect anything while they were split, so they had to go into the same building. But they were also
fighting Furia for like ever, and
that's because they were on the edge, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I don't know.
I mean, I understand not playing.
I'm not asking 17 to leave the building that's in the dead center of the circle to go third party.
The building.
I mean, okay. Well, we'll agree. I'm sure Chad is yelling about this too. I'm sure, but
we are Twitch chat right now. So what's going on? It's like, oh, they should have done this.
We are you
armchair
guys.
generals.
Well, look, hey man, 17 in first place. They still have a hold on it. The circle is going to pop, and it looks like, holy prayer hands, not going to be a test track circle. Instead, it's going to center up very far off to the south around where Petrichor Road is playing.
So down to the south, you can see that we've got a couple of interesting things brewing around as we are watching what's going to be going on with Twisted and Furia right next to each other. So that's going to be pretty peculiar.
You know, I wonder. We saw Twisted and 17. They were sharing test track I'm wondering if this is another double plane that has saved 17 from getting hot dropped by Twisted Minds.
I also want to point out while we're talking about 17.
And they have actually hot dropped Furia.
Oh, he kind of missed.
So clearly, a hot drop is not off out of the cards for Twisted Minds here.
17 actually did send Xiao Wu already down pretty far south out of test track as well.
They did.
So it looks like he's going to be playing for Anchor. So Panzerfaust duel. One side Posa, one side Lu.
Fury has been finding themselves in a lot of early game 4v4 scraps, and in fairness to them, they've been doing pretty well. Like they came out on top of the they beat Apr-4 Road earlier. I'm pretty sure they ran into another squad again and on Miramar. Can't really remember who. This time it's going to be Twisted. And look at Posa. Oh, he's got that JS9 in hand, and he knows Batu. Yeah, he spots him off there. That Panzerfaust might come into play.
No real big reinforcements coming up for Posa just yet, but we know that he's made some very big solo plays. He's listening in. Everybody on Twisted looks like they're regrouping, all except for, I believe it's Example. That's very far up into the north. Posa's waiting to see if anybody's going to aggress into his sight lines. Not spotting it yet, but he's getting the vibe on it. Perfectix on one side. Haven does look like he might be coming in to reinforce a bit more. The rest of Furia, I don't know if they've spotted out this shift coming out from Twisted. They still look like they're trying to contain Kraken, now starting to play a bit more down to the south and support his teammates.
Yeah, I think that Posa position is doing even if he never takes a shot, he's able to gain a lot of information for the rest of the team and let them know, like, hey, 3 are coming down here, and they are not wrapping around. Instead, they are playing inside that warehouse, so they know exactly where these guys are. They're going to set the smokes down, make sure that they don't get picked off by a random shot. Perfectix will take a few over towards Haven, force Haven back.
That means that Posa now knows at least one right there, very close, with the amount of smokes that are being thrown down on the other ones. Looks like the fact that Furia has a pretty good idea on the numbers and the situation and the lay of the land, really. So, not wanting to aggress onto it as it is pretty early, but Perfectix looks like he is going to start trying to regroup a bit more with his squad. Furia, Kraken still playing away. Haven doesn't really want to make any commitments, and this is no surprise. We know that Furia is just predominantly wanting to play this one as safe as possible, but Twisted, I mean, at this point, you think that Twisted's got to be annoyed at all of these hot drops and just wanting to close this out.
Yeah, they haven't been able to, it feels like they haven't been able to play the game the way they like to play it just yet, as we see Example still on that northern side. This is, I mean, you feel like he's very disconnected from the rest of the team, but this is really smart from Twisted, because this makes sure that nobody from Furio or any other team can wrap around on their north side without them knowing. But unfortunately for them, Example kind of separated from everybody as Posa just continues to hold the line, Panzer in hand.
I dare you. All he has to do is just shoot at the wall behind it. Uh-oh. We're going to see anything. Does get some damage, but can't really connect it. Oh,
Batu!
Batu shuts it down. Is this going to be the go call coming up from Twisted Minds? Looks like they're going for some peeks around. Got to be careful with smoke. Not a lot of vision to be had.
Haven has that Panzer in hand as well still. Will recycle the smokes, try to cross the street, but Twisted Minds has to know this is coming. They'll send one out of their own. Haven just dancing around will finish off Posa, so that's at least 1 point picked up. And now Haven kind of in no man's land, but a beautiful grenade from Kraken will find Batu, and Haven now trying to chase down the rest.
Trying to underhand out some utility, jumps right into Perfectix. He's going to go down. Kraken runs out, does get a knock in return. This is turning bloody on both sides quite quickly. Kraken looking through, but Olympus up on top. He's going to be picking up all of this. He's just rattling down shots right on top of the down members for Twisted.
I mean, look at him. He's got that smirk on his face, like he knows what he just did. He got a couple of points off of that one. Talk about being in the right place at the right time, and now the rest of the squad has arrived as well, so they would like to take advantage of these guys while they are weak, and weak they are. Gizera and Kraken, the last two up for Furia. Example and Lu, the last two up for Twisted Minds, and Kiss is right in between both of them.
Dude, Forrest is hungry, but it could spell a problem. Looks like they do spot out Example, get to take him down as well. This is so smart coming up. They want everything that they can get. Kraken's gonna go down. Lou manages to hold it. Kizera go for shotgun blast. Do manage to fish off. Twisted Minds. But now here it comes. Forest Natural picking up every single point that they can. Already sitting on 3.
Just 3 points now, just for being aggressive and being and just paying attention to what's going on around them. Forest Natural, they are Johnny on the spot with this one. Gizera has that sawed off in hand, could do a lot of damage. So Forest has to be careful about how they decide to push through these buildings, and they know it. They're waiting for support before eventually going in. As Baron, no, he tries to jump in, and he's going to go down, and that's going to be another one picked up for Furia. But there you go. They will get taken out in the end as Forest Natural collects 4 kills.
I mean, a 4-for-1 early game is not the worst start.
You take that.
Yeah. I mean, especially if you're in the hunt. This is a squad, again, that's just rolling now at 104, chasing after E-Arena's 107. 17 Gaming's got to be a bit nervous watching that one. Lay of the land inside the circle does mean the fact 17 Gaming's pretty strong positioning. They've got themselves a hillside pretty close to center, just west of Donqing. So outside of that, we'll kind of have to look around. Looks like the Expendables are going to be regrouping while Day Trade's catching some air, seeing if they can scout out what's going to be going on.
E-Arena broke the seal last game, managed to get about 6 points for themselves, so they're up to 107. But they have to be looking at that kill feed, and they see Forest picking up points. They have to be feeling a little bit nervous, a little sweat developing at the collar there, as 17, I'm sure, is the same.
Well, game 1, you have to go, okay, it's fine. You know, Forest makes a big come up, no big deal, but they're not stopping. They're not somebody that you can ride off. So whenever you start seeing them stack up kills in these earlier stages, that is a very big amount of pressure that's going to be specifically thrown into E-Arena's face.
Yeah, Olympus still eyes in the sky. He gets a few shots sent his way from New Happy, so that'll let him know that that hillside is occupado. Is Lyric's doing the same thing for E-Arena, but there's no one anywhere near E-Arena right now. They have all the room in the world just to the south of the Neox factory for the time being.
Everything's kind of calmed down. I mean, losing 2 teams early does mean the fact that Circle 1's got a lot more space in it than it normally does.
Suddenly a lot more pop. Yeah.
Rotates are still going to be a couple of things shot your way, but not near as scary. T5, though, looks like they're going to be running by Takula. Now going to be running into Apr-4 Road. Falcons even going to be taking a couple of shots, but with the way that this ridgeline works, they should be safe for most of their rotation unless somebody just hits a god shot onto them.
Yeah, Apr-4 Road just taking shots in that, and now Shrimsy also has, okay, he's got Kickstart with him. Kickstart, everybody just taking shots over towards Fluky right now, so T5 should know that they are in dangerous waters, dangerous skies above, as they are surrounded on all sides, but they have Prio on the top of the mountain right there, and that is going to be a nice spot for them as this circle is going to hard shift up to the north.
So down to the south, tons of rotators now going to have to hop in vehicles. The Expendables already in it, just sending it along. Bestia, though, looks like they're going to try to squeeze right in between New Happy and BB. That could be its own problem. They have to be very cautious on that. 17 going to do a firm regroup. While First is going to be coming in right next to New Happy, and Day Trade's going to be rotating right next to it. Bestia looks like they managed to make it by BB for the time being, but multiple vehicles means that that could be a problem the longer that stacks.
Yep, 17 dead center circle, but you can see what they have to work around with here. It's not much, and looks like Bestia actually going to make it through and make it past BB team. So good driving on the part of them. Forest Natural, spot out, somebody off in the distance. New Happy just kind of bringing their members back together, and now New Happy looking over towards Day Trade. So as you said, I mean, again, 54 alive in Zone 2, it's leaving a lot of real estate left to play. I mean, you look up to the north, Freaks have everything. Like, they've got so much room to work around with.
Well, it's also pretty open up there, so I'm not surprised a lot of the teams down are kind of leaning into the south. There's a couple of hills that you can see are predominantly what most of the teams have a focus on. Beneficiary of the fact that it is also center. The MP kind of being over into the southwest looks like it's causing some problems for the Expendables, but they're slowly dealing with it for the time being. So E-Arena, lots of control over into the east, Freaks up into the north.
It's actually really kind of surprising to me how many of these teams seem comfortable just setting up in the south of this zone right now, because just looking at it, you figure this has to cut north. I mean, I'm not familiar with what the heat map looks like, but it feels like this is one that's going to cut north, and these guys are going to have to move again. But as of right now, everybody just kind of
go to test track.
I mean, crazier things have happened. But no, I mean, but you look at it right now. Everybody that's on the south, they're just kind of sitting around in their compounds for the time being. We got Tiggleonometry back on the menu, as he is looking off in the direction of who's off to the north. That might be. Is that?
Oh no.
Is it either Bagopah, TKL, Guman? I'm not sure which direction. Oh, Bagopah. Yeah. That's look at him. He's doing the math. Calculations.
I mean, doesn't want to
strategies. Okay, he's not going to do it.
I mean, it is kind of a hard angle to hit, I think, based on how it's going to fall, because of the fact that they've got all the crates that are going to be over there that can be used for cover. So not the cleanest of connection. The Expendables also kind of rotating pretty close to where T5 split as well as Bagopah are at. Not getting shot at, just spotting out a lot.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, yeah.
Danger zone. Olympus going to take a few shots over at Larix, but not going to land, it doesn't look like.
Forrest, are you becoming
Air
my new favorite?
combat's hard, man.
Is Forrest becoming my favorite team right now? Air combat, jumping in, third partying, hot drops. This is what I want in life.
Ooh. And we're suddenly in that EMP area, so do not adjust your television screens or computer monitors. We're out of it. We're good now. But Sizzy taking his shots at Olympus, and right now look at Forest. They're still kind of hovering around, even on the ground, just off to the east of E-Arena right here. So I'm wondering what their plan is, because they're just kind of like we're scrambling around like ants that got their line broken up here.
So with the new circle pop, E-Arena gonna have to make a move. Forest right next to him.
This thing is gonna go north.
BB also needs to make a path in. New Happy, Day Trade, all going to have to make some paths. Day Trade, I feel like, is going to have one of the harder rotates, as they are being held out by Expendables on one side, New Happy on the other, and Apr-4 Road holding the directed path into the circle due north.
And Falcon's in a beautiful spot, dead center.
With that mortar.
And
a very open circle.
And a very open circle, and they can kind of see everything that might be coming their way. Larix just looking for anything for E-Arena here, and might be trying to call off a spot, but he sees Bestia just hiding out there. Now Larix getting a little low. He's knocked down. Shrimzy going to take him out, and that is with one airplane down, as Falcons will collect, and Sizzy now spotted out by Fluky. So E-Arena, the shambles continues as they try to come in a little bit late, and they are finding no safe respite.
That's kind of the nature of the circle, though. You can see how open it is in this terrain. Yes, there are going to be some rocks and trees, but not a lot of real strong dips. So that's why you're seeing everybody so separated out. E-Arena at least does manage to get some safety for now, but I get so nervous being that close to the Falcons with the mortar set up. They have to keep an eye on the sky.
Yeah. I mean, like you said, this isn't a terrible place to play, and it looks like they're going to land a little bit even more defense here. But I mean, you're down to 2, right? So like, it's not great, as we see Theraton 5 kind of in the same position, but they've got a 2-2 split once again, still holding on to it very, very late.
My eyes still keep going down to the south, though. We've got BB that's kind of holding over into the east. We've got New Happy that's trying to regroup on the high ground just to the west of that, and I'm talking just to the west of that. We're going to have Apr-4 Road right on the other side of the high ground that New Happy is going to be playing, and Day Trade still locked out of position, while, yes, we still have Forest that's doing some scouting around. Olympus is looking down to the south. Should be able to spot out a lot of stuff. Given how this is mostly dip play and a couple of compounds, Olympus is going to have so much information to feed over to his squad, and it looks like Scabby is already using that. The rest of Forest finding a pretty much open area for them to be able to handle.
Yeah, last plane in the air, Olympus, and it's going to be working out pretty well for him, as they are going to gain a bunch of information. Apr-4's Ike's left has been taken down, and that should be a point secured here for Day Trade, although Ike's left going to make it as difficult as possible to find him, as he's going to make him slow down. The rest of Apr-4 starting to arrive, though, and Chewy gets spotted out. Good eyes on Flash, but even better shots from Chewy, but Flash will win the 1v1, and now Ming Ming starting to arrive as well.
I don't know how much more you can commit into this Apr-4 Road. You can see the fact that everything has just come apart. It seems New Circle pops and it's going to move up into the north. New Happy hears this. They might opt into being an aggressor. T5 probably going to be regrouping. Apr-4 Road now to just
Tigglety got the mortar.
What do you even do over here as Day Trade's Belmoth looks like he's trying to shift over. Might be able to spot out one side of it, but it's going to be Ming Ming that gets the better of that situation. Looks back
my
up,
God.
Picks up a second. They don't care that they're outnumbered.
Ming Ming, the AUG god right now. We already know his Mini 14 is absolutely legendary, but he is showing that he is just as good with that AUG. The double spray down and
the Expendables.
Oh, the Expendables now, they want to arrive. They're just, this isn't even the entirety of the team. This is not even the Expendables. This is Tanvu. He is on a mission from God right now to go and take out this fight. His Day Trade is getting wiped down low. They are down to just 17. Meanwhile, they're crashing into a one-man Forest member, and it looks like they will get him. They might be able to get their revive as well, but you see shots coming in from the south from BB Team.
Zhao Wu just comes up making sure to reinforce. Scabby coming in from the other side. Smokes down, not a lot of information. Olympus up top, still raining down damage. He's going to jump out, make the committal in. Nades now popping off all around Zhao Wu as everybody from 17 trying to write this the best they can. Smoke's going to be the cover for him. Nade going to pop off in his face. 17 is down.
17 down, and they are waiting to see who is going to catch them as E-Arena and Forest both very depleted. Forest is Scapia actually going to be able to get the res on a kiss. Olympus, though, got taken down. BB Team saw him dropping from the plane, and now they are coming here to collect a few more points from themselves. You finally see him on your screen, chat. Let's see what they can do, but a beautiful spray from Scappy will find the knock onto a doozy.
But that so much damage has already been done. BB wants to finish this quickly, but Scappy, being scrappy, gonna step away, get himself into a better spot for the time being, but look at the hunt down.
There
BB
it is.
Does manage to finish it out. So, eyes on the circle. Gotta be careful, though, as it's gonna be Bestia on one side, and they're still gonna have the Falcons and the Freaks to contend with. BB needs to reset as quick as possible. Bestia, though, has their own set of problems. Nade's gonna be landing right on top of them, but they do manage to hold it together. E-Arena in the thick of it all, while everybody is gonna be regrouping to the south.
How on earth does Bestia stay alive there? Those were, looked like they were perfect grenades. And E-Arena retreating back to their fortress. Somehow, some way, still alive. Bestia will be okay as well. But now, BB Team on the move once again. Where are they going to go? It looks like they will just hold the line on this eastern edge of the zone. They've got Silzen off to the south. At Theraton 5, they've still got this 2-2 split going. They are pressuring just about everybody.
Sneaky little peek that he can get on the Bestia. Oh, Ranger X, that's just so dirty.
How does he get hit there? Good Lord.
Respect.
I mean, that bullet went, you saw what he was peeking through.
Begapa.
Somehow,
trying to get some nades in on top of it. New Circle Pop's going to be pretty open. Taikula going to have the compound. Falcons compound still in play as well. Begapa seeing if maybe they can open up enough with these nades, and it is going to be enough to get 2 knocks. Can they continue their chase into the circle, though? Looks like it's going to be T5 with no options, just Ranger X and Fluky, as Songjong's just going to run out after these kills, make sure to secure them.
Absolutely, and secure your points, but unfortunately that's going to put him dead to rights to Dons, as TKL will get that knock, won't be able to get the flush just yet. Now New Happy still off to the west there as well. They can get involved at any moment. E-Arena still working around that dip line. 1 kill so far, but they are still 2 alive up in that top 2 position.
Looking on this could be a big game for the Falcons, depending on how the kills start to fall in.
BB Team.
Presently in 6th place, so if their eyes manage to hold this together, they can find something. T5, Fluky, we've been seeing him pump out a lot of damage, but can't get it whenever he needs it right there. They're going to have to deal with BB Team back behind a Bestia, also focused in, while it's going to be Begapod just doing damage control. While they try to secure that, they've now had to just pretty much surrender control over the circle down to South to Takula.
BB Team had the win on the second game of Miramar. They had the amazing individual performance for a doozy in game number 3, and now they are 4 alive, but they are chasing zone. That is the problem here for them right now. They have to get rid of Bestia quickly, but that could be a few more kills picked up, as that's a nice grenade from Phil first. Give him 1 more as Vinny will survive for a little bit longer, but the push is continuing. 6 kills for BB Team.
Oh, Vinny with nothing to really work with. He's gonna go down. Bestia now removed. T5's focused in on BB Team. BB team not relenting just yet. 7 kills. They're going to make path in. T5 taking the shots. There is still going to be E-Arena on the opposing side of that hill as well. So BB in a lot of duress, and they have to try to survive a pretty precarious position.
Yeah, they're in a little bit of trouble here. Jacob and Nurans, fortunately for E-Arena, I don't think they have much utility left, although looks like Jacob has at least 1 grenade. Oh, Nuren's got 1 too, so this could be E-Arena finding BB team at their most vulnerable. The grenades are gonna come over, but they're not gonna land where they need to. But BB team does lose a doozy in the process, and now Molodog has to run.
BB team presently in 3rd. Quick jump up. Now see if they can manage to survive for the time being. T5 using this opportunity. They're just going to go ahead and shift into the circle. Thanadol also going to be doing the same thing. BB coming alive over here is now having to start to get a lot of attention thrown at them and managing to hold in a very hard spot. So with this, did they buy enough space? They still need to get into the circle. T5 caught up and looking what's going on with Vegapa. This might be an opportunity for BB team to shift in and maybe go after E-Arena.
And the question was always, when do Falcons leave their compound? It looks like they're going to send Kickstart out here to try to get angles and see if they can maybe catch BB team when they're exposed as they're trying to make the run here and get rid of what's left of E-Arena, as New Happy will take out the Expendables. They are down in 10th place, and Falcons are sending 3 down now. So BB team, they're on the clock. They have to get rid of E-Arena here or find some way into the zone.
High ground's gonna be big. Kickstart just lays in.
Just like
BB
that.
team eliminated him and Shrimsy H would all putting in work. They have to be careful about E-Arena at range. Just down below them though. No easy sight line just due to how sharp that hillside shifts down. With this also T5, here's this firefight, looks back in. Tickleton is not with the other members of Falcons, still playing up to the north. Freaks also gonna have to make some awkward pathing. They've got an entirely open area down to the south, and it looks like the Freaks might be eyeing into that line where Tickleton's gonna be playing.
Yeah, they have a ridge line that they can play here, so that looks like they're gonna play it safe. And Falcons will still get to freely run around on this high ground. They find the knock onto Norans. Jacob's still alive for the time being, but T5, the last duo, still has angles onto this, and they're hitting those shots. So Kickstart has to pull back. H-Win has to pull back. The blue zone grenade is going to tick onto Jacob. Did he get the health off in time? He did. Ooh. So he will survive. Will he go for the res onto Norans?
There's just so little time while all of these moving factors are happening. Falcons wanted to end this so quickly, but T5's been pinched down. They can't really make too big of a move, and that means the fact that T5's Rangers X just keeps taking shots into the Falcons. This has allowed Freaks to get into a much better position inside the circle and potentially gatekeep. Falcons knows that they need to finish this fast, but Jacob just refuses to go down. Meanwhile, New Happy's just going to send it in right next to Begapa. It's going to be Khan and Park Pro both putting in some work. Falcons opt to do the same. They just run right down into Jacob, but they have no vision. The smokes are up. They can't spot him.
Jacob, he's so difficult to kill. E-Arena refusing to go down easy, and there you go. He will finally go down, but Ranger X gets the knock on to Kickstart. A number of fights happened on that south side. It ended up being mutually assured destruction. Begopa, the last team alive to really make it out. Ranger X does go down, so now Fluky has to make it. He's running back to try to go for the res. That is really, really brave here for Theraton 5.
We also see Salute has moved very close to the center of the circle, seeing if maybe he can secure or at least spot out what's going on with Begapa. Falcons still active, soaring along that eastern front line. Do they lean into where the Falcons are going to be at? Do we see maybe Begapa have a defensive line? They've been weathering so much damage, but it's going to be a full 4-man charging at them yet again.
And when do Freaks get involved? They have been silently playing from this north side. They've been all by themselves for the longest time and still avoiding the line of sight of Falcons. They are playing along that ridge line, along the roadside, and we haven't even mentioned Taikule. They're still 4-man inside the compound. They have not left. They are just holding the fort right now, as Fluky will get finished off by Shrimsy. That's 8 kills now picked up by the Falcons, and they climb into 3rd place.
All right, it is a game right now. 17 at 119. E-Arena out at 110. Falcons have an opportunity, but the problem with it is going to be the Freaks right in front of them. Can they get the knocks? Looks like it is going to be Tickleton that does get the knock on a deal. That's going to open up a lot more movement for them over here in the east.
That's huge, getting that knock on a deal. The long man, the one who's providing support and overwatch for the rest of the squad, who's playing a little bit closer on that ridge line. But Salute, Guman, and Heaven, they're not being very active right now. They're just kind of surviving. I think they're more concerned about the sightlines of TKL right now. Park Pro and Two Heart, they're still alive as well. But Falcons, they look like they are on the hunt. They are looking for everybody, and the rest of the lobby is just trying to survive.
Taikula goes over here, realizes that there's a point to be had. They're going to pick it up and also get control of a very
huge.
northern
They
spot.
need
But
that.
remember, we did see a universal front coming out between the Falcons and the Freaks onto whatever was going to be happening into the north. Falcons, though, they really want to get rid of Begapa. Nade's going to be landing. How will they connect? No, rejected by the rock, so Apr-4 manages to survive.
Just a little off with the util right there, and every piece of utility counts. As they will
Good
get it
throw.
on the other side of the rock this time. Apr-4 goes down. That's 1,000 damage for Shrimzy as he's got 5 kills to his name, and he wants even more.
Comes the push down too hard. Can you get any knocks? Can Falcons keep 4 up? Gonna go ahead and throw with the pan in style. Too Hard does get a knock on Shrimzy. Here come the Freaks, though, rolling back over to the north. Taikula doing the same. We have vehicle jousting happening in the center of the circle, just trying to fight out. Spaceman in control, and it's gonna be the Freaks now having a lot of problems. This has opened up. The Falcons now spot this out, and they're trying to aggressively move in.
Did Taikula just throw their chance at winning this game? They've only got 2 left alive. Spaceman is spotted out in the middle of nowhere. Suze is trying to go and join him. Guman will go down. Salute still alive, playing the cliffside, playing it quietly as he can, but Falcons, they have full vision on everything in front of them. Salute comes alive, though. He'll find the knock on a Tiggleton.
Gotta play with eight, so it goes down. Salute is demolishing the Falcons right now. Falcons at 115. Freaks finally go down. It's gonna be Kickstart that spots him, but it's gonna be Taikula also getting spotted.
Oh no, he ran
can't
out of
get the ammo. He can't get the knock on the opposing front for it. You can see Kickstart trying to step in. There you go, finally connects.
2v1 as they now have Suze pinned off in the distance, but Suze has that bolty in hand if he can get the knock here, but as soon as he peeks, he is met with Shrimzy's DMR fire. Suze just has the rock, he just has a car, he's got a smoke to keep things a little bit slow, but Falcons look to be in perfect position to climb even further here, but they cannot take the knock here.
Shrimzy isn't inside the safe zone yet. He's still got a couple of seconds, no big rush. Pacing's going to slow back down. Suze's got pretty much a centered position, at least pretty close. Kickstart's also going to be counterpoint around that, but it's just going to be a few meters difference between the two. Suze just knows every single one of these peaks is going to potentially spell his doom. He has to hit his shots. Meanwhile, Falcons, opportunity for first in front of them presently at 116. They just need to get this victory, and first place could be theirs moving into Erangel.
All right, Shrimzy and Kickstart will rejoin each other. They're not going to give Suze 2 1v1s. They don't want that to happen. I think they realize that they can just wait this out, honestly. And Suze, he's got 2 smokes. Well, 1 smoke now, 1 grenade left as well. But Falcons, they're trying to make a decision here. I'm not sure what the right call here. I mean, look at Shrimzy, 1,166 damage. He has been absolutely fragging, but right now, Falcons stand to gain so much with a win. They've got to bring this home.
Oh, Himsy, Kickstart, what
Blow
can
up the
you do?
yeah, blow up the vehicle. That's looks like to be the plan at least for right now. Ooh, don't peek that.
Got to be cautious. Try to reset the pacing. Wait for the blue zone to collapse in. Suze is just trying to bait out as much as he can. Try to get them to waste as much ammo. Going to lose the cover, but that's fine. He's still got the rock. Nothing he has to worry about yet. Notice the fact that his armor is a bit low, but he can absolutely unload with that weapon. That is an easy way to get 2 kills, especially if they stack up on top of each other like they presently are.
Well, Suze's got priority on the dot here, so he will not have to move first. The Falcons will have to move first. And what do they have left? Nothing. They have no smokes. All they have is 2 flashbangs. And Suze, 1 more smoke. This is going to be, and this is the problem. He's got the M249 as well. And Falcons just have nothing to really conceal their approach. It's going to be really, really tough.
They had to burn so much given how long that firefight was going on over into the east. Taikula, remember, they've been in compound for a while, so sitting pretty well. See how the nades are set. This is going to be his last nade, so he needs to hold it. He knows he needs to wait for his opportunity. Blue zone creeping in now, forcing everything as the game of chicken back and forth. Suze's just doing a good job on surviving, but it's nothing. Falcons just not going to give him the angle to work with. Shrimzy not going to wait. He's going to sneak out right now. Shifts out, puts down the wall.
Nice.
Oh, that is so good.
Yeah, this might be the play.
The nade!
That's going to fall a little bit short, but what a spray, and Shrimzy gets another one, and Falcons get a huge win to move them up into first place with 2 games remaining on the final day of PGS 7.
The peak for the nade was all they needed. That shift in, putting down the deployable cover, giving themselves a wall and some safety to work from. As Taikula, you can see it on their faces. They thought that they had that. They chased down the Freaks, and boy, it just all fell apart.
I mean, Falcons really need to give a hand to the Freaks because, boy, the Freaks just did not go down when Taikula pushed them. That was the correct move for Taikula. They've been sitting this compound for so long. They had no points, and they saw the Freaks at a disadvantage, went out and pushed, but the Freaks just did not go down easy. They took 2 away. Falcons clean up the rest.
Tons of kills, big games for the Falcons back-to-back, soaring up the leaderboard. How much more can they get? It's Erangel time.
Closer.
Well, the Falcons, a massive victory is likely to push them up to #1 here. This is massive. We asked the question at the beginning of the day. It's APAC versus the world, and the world is fighting back. Joining me, Toffees, Avenger, to talk about it. Insane stuff, Toffees.
Started out this morning, I ran into Gunnar, and he said, you know, it's been done before, Toffees. We can do this. We're going to go for it. And you know what? They seemed like they had the right mentality. They're standing here to talk to us.
Well.
Congrats.
Well.
Hi. Congratulations.
Hello. Congratulations. What a win. Victory. I got to ask you guys, coming into today, obviously APAC looked insane yesterday. I guess 2 questions. All right, is he like, all right, bye, see you.
Yeah, he didn't do any damage this game.
He told me he just doesn't like you guys. I think it was something about the smell.
I'm not taking it to Warhammer tomorrow. Okay, so APAC comes in, looks insane. I guess it's a 2-part question. 1, what do you think about APAC? And 2, did you think that the fight back was going to be doable coming into today?
Yeah, so for the first question, I think everyone always underrates APAC except for Cerberus when they were at their peak, you know?
Sure.
So, you know, props to them. They're showing up. They're insane region, honestly. Like, every time we come here, we're like, Forest, you know.
Yeah.
It's fair.
You said Kiss today on your fantasy team.
Yeah, and then I picked Kiss. You know, they're proving us wrong, and they're popping off. And then for the second part, the whole team believes. You know, we got here today, and, you know, we just... I think Tig was the one that had the speech. He was like, you know, he pulled out the miracle speech. No, I'm just kidding. No, he was just like, guys, like, Navi has come back down 50. I think Cerberus came back down 40 at PGS.
Yeah.
And, like, Navi had 1 less game than us. So we could easily do this. Yeah, we definitely can. I mean, there's still 2 games left. We haven't won, so we're not even in first, I don't think. So, yeah.
I think you are.
Nobody likes seeing us win back-to-back. I can guarantee you that. They're sweating a little bit.
That was good. I will say this. At that end game, when you were sort of as you and in Kickstart kind of up against whatever was left, it seems like you guys have really built a really good confidence in each other. Yeah. Like even the way you move forward with those shields. I know that he fits in on the team, but it seems like the 2 of you have really worked together well.
For sure. Yeah, we have we have a format for a reason. We have a strategy. It's me and Matt up front, anchoring, and then H1's filling in the gaps, doing whatever needs to be done. And I mean, the chemistry me and Matt build, it's really, really good.
Nice.
Obviously, he just trusted me in the end game. I was like, we need to do this sooner rather than later. If this guy peaks on a bad timing, it is what it is. Let's just run it down. I have a shield, and then
the shield
he used
is
his
huge.
stun. Yeah, the shield is awesome. Always pick up shields, guys.
They're awesome.
Yeah, so he used his stun, and I had 1 left in case we didn't get to kill him, and then he just got unlucky. He peeked into my pre-fire.
15 placement points in 12 games in the first 2 days of the finals. What happened here today?
We don't talk about that. That didn't really happen. All that you need to see is that we're top in the leaderboard.
Congrats on the win, and yeah, good luck the last 2 games.
I'm going to go back to my coach and hear what he has to say.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's going to scream at you.
Thanks for stopping by, man.
Thanks very much. Thanks for joining us. Well, that is, of course, in a word with Shrimzy here after having a blinder of a day. A bit of a spoiler. He's probably going to end up being the man of the match for this one as well.
Yeah, the man of the match.
Holy moly, the fight back from Americas, the fight back from the world.
Let's go!
It's on. We have 2 more games left. 3,000 damage done here by Falcons. 1.26 6k by Shrimzy. That is the top damage from PGS7 so far.
Yes.
I'm just going to say it. I had lost faith when I walked in here today. I thought they would maybe have a good day, but fighting for first was not something that I had on the table. The Falcons were not to be outdone. They said, you know what? This is why they are such a good team. They have that old sort of like what could happen on the last day that FaZe used to have once upon a time.
Yeah.
And they come out and they put together these amazing games.
It's especially exciting as we take a look at that man of the match. Shrimzy, congratulations to him for that kind of performance. It's especially exciting because a lot of us, pundits, everybody here, a lot of, aside from apparently the teams, had written off the idea that anybody could fight back against where 17 and where APAC was. But just this small window of time has been able to change everything.
The only thing I hate about this is the fact that Paper Thin has Shrimzy on his fantasy team.
Me too.
Which means this is going to be huge for you guys. But as I said in the beginning of the day, I was like, it feels like APAC. It smells like APAC.
Yeah.
I also got to say, it's looking very close at the top now. We still have 17. Once we get to the walls here, you're going to see. But they're 25 points for them. 15 more points than anyone else. And the other ones that's gotten points so far in that game is the teams that are super far behind. Freaks is the only ones that's really kind of close within that top 8.
Definitely, definitely. 25 is a crazy win. Tycooler, of course, trying to go for that fight back with the 10 points going the way. I thought DN Freaks might have ended up playing a big spoiler against where Falcons was, but there it is to confirm. 2 points ahead of 17 Gaming. Falcons at number 1.
Okay, Falcons are a big story, obviously off the back of that game. But for me, the thing that is really, because BB team's also climbing up, the big story for me is how those teams at the top, particularly APAC, is not playing the games that they got here with at this event in the previous days. They totally let off the gas, and they have completely left the door open for, again, some of the best teams in the world who said, you know what, you leave that door open, we're going to bust it down and storm in. BB team at 108 is still at a point where they could jump into second and maybe challenge for first. Like, it's crazy to let that go.
And they're looking good whilst doing it. I mean, of course, I was like, oh, maybe a good prediction for Rondo, but them doing well. They still got themselves 7 kills. It wasn't a win, but they got 7 kills.
The arena stepped up a little bit. I will say this, though. Falcons being able to get 23 placement points in 4 games versus the 15 points they had in 3 times 12 games before that. That is really what's bringing them. Sure, they're getting into winning the games, they're getting the kills as well, but they're continuing also fragging. We saw them, they were almost tied at the very top for most kills done in overall after the 12 games. Here, now they're leading it, plus they're putting on the placement points. This could be a recipe for championships.
I'm really glad we're close to the stage as well, because we get to harangue the players and stuff like that. So a big thank you to everybody who have been able to kind of steal away before they've disappeared. Because obviously they want to be focusing on the games. There's still games to go. So it's a really good opportunity to get a glimpse into what they're thinking, how things are going.
I'm sorry you guys missed the highlights to talk to them, but I think that was well worth it, right? This idea that we get these insights. They've also been very forthcoming of being willing to come over and chat with us, give us their strategies. But for me, I think it is that they have the momentum. You saw the win condition from that game because of the way the circle shifted was they were going to have to wipe out 3 teams. And that's where I think Falcons going into the last 2 games is the scariest. They are a momentum-driven team. They just wiped out a huge portion of the lobby in a tough-to-play-from position after they came over the hill. They got to be confident.
And doing it back-to-back on our hard maps, that gives you confidence on a whole different level, right? Once you get to Wrangle, sure, it's completely different. You still got to run with the snowball effect.
Well, particularly interesting when you're kind of almost removing the potential of Twisted Minds and Petrichor Road. We're expecting that to continue. So the fight at the top is anything but done. But as I've mentioned, the world is fighting back. We'll see you on the other side of this break.
rookie, listen up. You're about to learn the basics of survival in Rivals Hover League, so pay attention. Step 1, hop on your hover vehicle. Soar, glide, and drift your way around the arena. Hover high and strike hard. Soar and dominate everything beneath you. Step 2, boost. You want to escape danger or catch a rival. Hit that boost and zoom across the map. It's all about timing. Step 3, remember speed is key, but you can't outrun a bullet, so make your shot count. Hover, boost, shoot your way to become the MVP.
Big updates to map consistency, an expansion of the recall system, and the results of those aim punch tests. All this and more as we dive into the update 35.1 patch report. First up, as we talked about in the 2025 roadmap, we're starting our big moves towards standardizing key gameplay elements of the Battlegrounds experience. This will be a phased approach over the next several updates, and we'll begin with items. You'll see things like the zipline gun, emergency cover flare, and stun gun appearing across all Battlegrounds, while things like the thermal scope and blue chip transmitter are being removed everywhere. Take a look at the roadmap for all of our upcoming plans, or the patch notes to see the specifics of this first set of changes. Another way we're unifying the experience is by expanding the recall system to all maps, which means it's now available on Karakin and Paramo. Each map will have its own specifics for the system, so check out the patch notes for details. We're looking forward to seeing how these changes shift strategy on these maps. Next, thanks to your great testing and feedback, we're ready to implement the new aim punch system to live. We're going live with the settings from our last gunplay labs, and are looking forward to hearing your feedback on the system in the live environment. Last but not least, we're making audio adjustments based on your feedback, such as your shooting, driving, and the mortar explosions. Let us know how it sounds. There's also a new contender system in the workshop, a new survivor pass, more improvements to custom match, a new rank season, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 35.1 is here, so hit up a blue chip tower, call in some friends, and give your enemies a personalized lesson on how aim punch works. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Only 2 more games remain here for PGS 7. But before we get to all of that and what's going to be going down to crown our champion, we obviously have to say thank you to our sponsors and everybody joining us here. First and foremost, we have Krafton as well as Heroes Esports, making everything happen live here from Shanghai, China.
And of course, OP.GG, where you can overpower your game.
And powering your computers, of course, is Aorus.
And of course, we have next up, it's AMD as well. You guys were really fast. I was like, wait a minute.
We want to get to talking.
Jeez Louise. AMD, our official CPU partner, joining us here live.
And our official monitor partner, Zowie.
And of course, and a seat to be comfortable in the seats.
Yep, that's right. And finally, we have Lexar joining us as well as our official stick partner for all of the PCs that are going down. All right, you want to talk about the games? Let's talk about the games.
Talk about the games.
Falcons #1. Talk to me about Erangel.
All I have to say is, America!
Okay,
Never
yeah,
again.
he did
Get
that.
him off.
Fly
Right.
Falcons fly,
Get
baby.
out.
So get
Let's
out,
go.
get awful.
Let's go.
No, but yeah, it's tied at the very top. But I gotta say this: we have two teams that are hot driving very likely in the school, which means there's gonna be so much less pressure on the map. We have two very good teams.
Yep.
We're gonna be effectively playing as 14. Then there's gonna be some other fights. We're gonna be going down to 12 or 13 teams in phase 2, where it can easily accommodate way more. So there's gonna be way more space, which means the teams that are going to get greedy with 2-2 splits and where it pays off, maybe arena resurgence.
Maybe.
We saw that work really well on Erangel, but so far today it has not been their day.
I want to see 17 do the school thing again.
Yes.
Like, if they're this close to being able to challenge for #1, there's the potential they can get little picks off here
The
and there.
problem with that is that others, they have seen they did that, so they are aware. They have. It's
think
not
they
like
might
a
punish
new
that?
thing. It's going to be like, nah, remember they did this.
Yeah, but everyone's so close. You can't hunt 17. You got to play your own game, man.
All right, let's get to it. Erangel on the cards, the grassy pastures. 2 more games. We'll crown our champion. Let's head to the commentators.
The analysts are ready, the players are ready, and we are ready to bring you the final 2 games of these PUBG Global Series 7 final stage. The Falcons, with back-to-back wins, have made this all of a sudden a lot more interesting matchup as they have taken control of first place, but not by much.
Buckle up, baby. It's about to be fun. We've also had BB Team on its own tear today, so with this, eyes are going to be drawn not to the grassy pastures, but to the burning apartments, as it has been bloody as can be up there.
And we talked about Forest Gaming and their rise from the cellar, from the dregs, from the basement of 16th place all the way up into 3rd. Well, today in 2 games, the Falcons have jumped 8 spots to find themselves in first place. What a flip of the script, and it turned the leaderboard on its head. But once again, here we go. It's round number, what are we at? Now round number 6 of, or round number 5, Twisted Minds versus Apr-4 Road.
All right, who's going to get the drop? Looks like we can see it's very quickly coming in. Everybody's leaning into one side of it. They're going to be right up on top of each other. Quick pull-off, though, as it looks like Apr-4 Road. Not everybody got the idea off of it. Excel's going to drop down. Pistol's going to be coming after him, but instead, I love this, making the shift out instead, going after the first floor. Pistol's not going to be up. Chewy looks like he's going to shift back into it. He's waiting for somebody busting through. No, instead, it's now going to be Twisted stepping away from the angle.
I think Batu accidentally fell off the roof there, and he's going to die for it as Nan will spot him out with that Tommy gun, and they will be able to flush him out as well. So that's 1 down for Twisted. While this is happening, the circle did pop. It is going to go west, centered up on Gaka, but all eyes right now on the Twisted Minds Apr-4 Road battle for the apartments.
Okay, we've shifted in, and instead, Apr-4 Road getting control over everything down on ground floor. Looks like they're trying to get loot situation much better off. Twisted, though, hunkered down on the mid floors as the stairwell is going to be Chewy's focus. Everybody on Twisted looks like they're just trying to see what all they could get. Not a lot of armor. Looks like one of the members didn't even have helmet. This is going to be pretty hard, while the other members from Apr-4 Road are just looting up everything they can find to prep for the fight that is due to happen any second.
Noting that Freaks, I think 17 or Freaks, one of the two, tried to go over yesterday to school to see if they could maybe third party this. Yeah, nobody third partying it this time around. So this is all playing out just as a straight 4v4, something we so rarely get to see in this lobby.
That doll just staring Perfectix in the face.
Do it.
You can do it.
Do it.
Kill them all.
Do it. Kill them all. Done. There you go. That's the replay of the knock and flush on our unfortunate Mr. Batu.
Hey guys, I've got an armor. Come get this.
Come get this, please. If you find a helmet, let me know, because I am not feeling great about things.
Hot drop situations. How many times did that happen?
Exactly.
Like, anybody got a helmet? Level 1s? I don't even care.
Please. Well, Ming Ming holding the angle there, has the AK in hand. Keeping eyes on the rest of the map while this goes around. There's not much else going on. This is about the only thing. As Fluky and DuckJuice going to pull up to the same compound at the same time. I think DuckJuice spotted him just a little bit, and he's going to win the 1v1. And Fluky, he throws his headphones down in disgust because he knows he should have had that one.
Just better. Tell him, DuckJuice. Like it. You can hear the yelling. All right, so while we're kind of watching the rest of this, with the way that the center lay on this is going to be for the Expendables, New Happy is trying to regroup just to the south of them, Daytrade doing the same. We have seen the pacing battle in this hot drop has been very, very heady. So no surprise that it is yet again kind of slowed down. This has just been tactical movement into tactical movement. Every single time one of these teams innovates in the hot drop, the other one counter moves around it, and it has just been so cool to watch.
A little bit of an AK spray there from Ming Ming. Not going to find any joy. Looking at the top of our leaderboard, Falcons, they are finishing up their looting around mansion, shelter area. They're all in vehicles, starting to think about moving west. 17, they have already sent it in after looting up in Pachinki. DuckJuice, well, thank you for the free vehicle delivery, and we have an interview with DuckJuice to hear what he has to say.
Do là tại vì ngày hôm nay mọi người có một thể trạng không tốt thì bọn mình nghĩ kết quả điểm số như thế là do tâm trạng và trạng thái của anh em không tốt nên là chưa có lần gà nào hết. Với mình thì vòng chung kết này 15 đội tuyển đều có những thế mạnh khác nhau và mỗi đội tuyển đều có một thế mạnh riêng nên là mình thì luôn muốn đối đầu với tất cả 15 đội tuyển còn lại.
Small skirmish now happening to the south, where it's going to be Daytrade and New Happy that have bumped into each other. December 12th already out. Rest of New Happy pretty separated out. Daytrade's got the numbers in position, but it is going to be trying to push up the stairwells. So got to be careful if you're Daytrade, because that always feels like a trap.
Daytrade, one of those teams that's right on the fringe of being able to make a run for this top spot, but they have to keep everybody up here. They have to have a big game on Erangel to get themselves back in the conversation. And if they could finish off New Happy here, that would be a huge step in that direction, as 16KK will force Belmoth to move himself from his high ground position, but job's not done. He's still got more left to deal with.
I love the defensive situation that we can see coming out from New Happy as they were trying to hold that upper window with the blue zone nade that does force kind of step back. Zilong playing at range was trying to defend the angle to make sure that everybody stayed safe. 16KK trying to get the shots onto Belmoth as he does regroup, but Inuyasha now having to deal with a lot of the heat that's coming his direction. Nade isn't going to connect the way he wants it to onto Belmoth, but it is going to be Zilong that gets the knock onto Thandal.
It's a big knock onto Thandal, especially considering he had the grenade already prepped, and 16KK will get picked off by Tigger. So that'll be another one down and another point in the bag for Daytrade, as Inuyasha and Zilong now the last two players alive for New Happy. You can see Zilong in that outer position, just using that truck as cover. And now Arena arriving to this, and if they have their ears on, if they see the smokes, they could get involved in a third party.
Begapa also in vehicle is going to be roaming pretty close to this, but it doesn't look like they want to get too involved. 17 is going to be taking some shots at them, as well as E-Arena, so this stays pretty contained for now. You'll see Begapa just kind of rotating up into the north. E-Arena, though, feels like they're wanting to see if they can scout out anything that's going to happen, and yep, Jacob's going to spot out Zilong, so that means that that defensive backline for New Happy now gone.
Ooh, good spray from Inuyasha, though, going to get Tigger down. Now Inuyasha all by himself. He's going to see if he can maybe secure that point, and he's going to push in. The shots from Jacob get him low. If Inuyasha comes in that door, he's going to get absolutely roasted, but he will stop down just long enough to get the heal off. But I think Belmoth reading that one, but Inuyasha hears the pin pull, and he's like, yeah, I got to move. Let me get out of here real quick. And he'll stay alive for a little bit longer.
Here's the footsteps, but doesn't know exactly where they are. Good read from Belmoth. Looks like he's going to be able to get some utility in there, but doesn't want to overcommit yet. Means that Inuyasha is pretty much trapped down in position, but it's not like Daytrade can do a ton as well because of just all of the third party. Every time they step out, they're just going to get punished.
Zizzy, and he's got one more with him. Daytrade pushing into this compound, so they are being the aggressors here. See, actually, it's just Zizzy by himself, so he's just going to put himself in grenade range. He's got the overwatch from Jacob and Nurens, but that grenade not going to fall where it needs to, unfortunately. Lyric's still way off in the distance for Arena here. So Arena, I like this. I like the aggressive play. I think they realize that they have to do something here if they are going to make a run. They've already got 1 kill. See if they can get more.
Arena wants all the points they can get. Third place just feels like it's way harder to get right now. Belmont holding the angle, and you can see that this has turned into a way more chaotic of a situation. A couple of shots coming out from Belmont. Doesn't connect the way he really wants to, but enough to kind of shoo away. Begapa also to the north. Looks like they're waiting to see if anybody's going to step out. Quick update on what's going on in school and apartments with Petrichor Road, Twisted Minds? Nothing. So that's kind of why we're staying focused on this for the time being. It's a lot more of a focal point. We also do have the Freaks that do have a position on Everest where they have Taikula. It's going to be pretty close to them, so you might see a couple of shots or a knock or something. But everything's kind of calm and awkward for everyone.
Yeah, here you go. There you go. You get a brief check-in with how things are going between our 11th place and 16th place teams.
Exactly as we left it.
Yeah, just where they were when we left them last. But Inuyasha just holding it down inside the shed. This looks like it'll slow down for the time being. Zizzy has left and rejoined E-Arena, so they're on the move once again. Now this is something that has been happening up on the top of Everest for a bit here. Freaks have been getting real close to the duo from Taikule, but they have not gotten involved in a fight just yet. So we'll keep an eye on that, as Inuyasha seems to just be waiting, wishing for somebody to push him here, as he will slow things down by exploding the gas can here. It's like, yeah, come on, I dare you. I dare you to push me.
Ear is going to be ringing forever with the amount of stun nades that have been dropped on top of Inuyasha at this point.
They should probably hold on to some of their utility, man. They've got a little bit more of a game to play.
There's a lot of games still to be played. New Circle is going to pop, and it's going to lean into the west, still keeping some of the coastline. Big shifts coming out from a lot of our teams. Most notably, you can see the fact that vehicles galore already on the move. It's going to be E-Arena, not going to be staying in this for too long. BB just to the south of that, T5. There you go. There's going to be the ending as Tigger does make the push onto Inuyasha and finally finishes that out.
Yeah, Day Trade definitely could have used not losing a member in that one, but
wait, Fury is going to be running right next to 17. Any kill for them could be big. We'll have to keep an eye on that on the kill feed.
Yeah, keep eyes on them while this fight continues to play itself out here. Ixlef will go down to example and get flushed as Chewy's just holding the staircase for the time being. Lou is low and he'll go down. Chewy going to go down to blue as well. And now example gets taken down. Perfectix, the last player left alive. He's going to go down, and Petrichor Road will go 3-2 with 1 more left to play.
I love the nade that came out and forced Ixlef to run forward and then immediately gets picked up. And you can see that Twisted thought that they had the momentum in the fight after that, but it was just, it's so hard to hold that lower area coming out of the stairwell.
Yeah. It's tough. Well, we'll see what the duo from Petrichor Road can do. They can climb out of the basement. They've got a long way to go, though. There's only 43 points through 16 games. Definitely not what they or their fans had in mind when they made it to these this final stage. You see the Falcons. They are on the north side of Gatka. Long-range shots from heaven coming from Gatka proper, but New Zone has a lot of open space on the north side for Falcons to play here.
Yeah, but it does mean it's going to be pretty quiet. Fury is making a rotate pretty close to them. 17 running their 2-2 split in Gatka itself. Bestia is going to get spotted, and Calorius is going to pick up Vinny. Looks like the Expendables have pretty much control of the firefight right now. What can Bestia do to retaliate?
Yeah, swamp fight here on the south as DraftKings the last one up for the boys. He'll take out Mime as he drops down on top of him. Delwyn and the rest of the game just kind of hanging around the edge here. It hadn't been the day that the Expendables really wanted. They started off a little bit slow and haven't really gotten that one big performance to head them in the right direction. But still just on the very, very outer edge, I would say, of teams that have a shot here at that first place ranking, if they can turn this into something magical on Aaron.
I mean, it's crazy to look at the fact that 9th with the Expendables is still so close to first. It has just been absolutely crazy on this leaderboard, and it is so compacted. With these last 2 games, 5 points, you never know. That's the start of a roll. We've seen the Expendables really pump it out at the end.
Yeah, you're also hoping that half of the lobby just decides to phone it in for the pass, or just throws for the last 2 games.
We saw that at the start of the games.
We did indeed. And unfortunately for a lot of these teams that are in the chase, you're now down to 48 alive already, just because of how wild this early Erangel has been. And you know, this is one thing we were talking about with that hot drop between Petrichor and Petrichor rather, and Twisted Minds, is that's 8 points taken out of the point pool, as it were. So and it also opens up a lot more space, as Martin was saying, for these teams to play, especially on a map like this where everybody knows every square inch. The hard shift coming into the south will center up on Theraton 5.
That's going to be trouble for the Falcons. They can shift over there to the west, but it is going to be Forest. It looks like they've got the defensive perimeter, specifically gatekeeping along that coastal road. BB team and strong points that they're going to be playing from out of Quarry. 2-2 split coming up for E-Arena, but Day Trade also looks like they're maneuvering into Quarry pretty quickly. 17 also going to have to make a very long wrap. They're going to lean into the south. Means that they're going to be going around Quarry itself, maybe making a stop off over there, but that pathing feels like it's going to be pretty treacherous. Falcons had to do a stop-off. They were getting shot up by Olympus. That means that Fury is going to be running in right back behind the Falcons.
Oh boy, and Falcons actually find themselves prepped up here for the push through. Posa going to get knocked low. Shrimsy will do the last bit of damage. And now Haven's going to go down as Falcons collecting points off of the unfortunate timing for Furia. As you said, Forest forced them to stop, and they were in just perfectly positioned to do a little bit of a camp. And now Gizera and Kraken, the last two left alive, they will send it off to the east to try to survive a little bit longer.
Freaks hear that. They were planning to go over to the west. Now they're just going to shift down to the hillsides. Taikula kind of holding down the area right to the north with the Expendables just a touch south of them. Furia, not a lot of options, and Falcons still want more. They've only got a 4-point lead over 17 right now. 17 out in the blue, pretty much all the way down to south. Furia realizing that there are so few options, it's just time to send it. They're just going to cut a path right into the circle itself. 17 out in this blue position.
Really
looks like they're going to be trying to wrap in. Where do you go? With the shots coming out from E-Arena, it looks like BB has been forced back this direction.
Just really interested to see where 17 decides to go, what path they decide to take.
Oh, a doozy.
A doozy. They can hear that engine. You can see Xiaobei just kind of looking over towards that compound to see if it's clear. It is inside the zone, so that is at least a place of refuge that they can hold up in for now while they wait for the next circle to pop. Falcons has meanwhile popped an E pickup, so we'll see if that's something that they decide to take or not. This is gutsy stuff coming from Falcons.
I mean, they're so gate kept out by Forest, and they've got the fields. Even if they manage to cross over here, they know that the coastal road is blocked. So leaning in, saying, okay, if we just jump over the fields, maybe we can manage to make landfall inside of a better position, but it is going to be risky. That means that most of the lobby is going to have some type of sight line on these parachutes as they come down, and man, that's going to be harsh.
We'll see.
A lot of this comes down to just shot calling. H-Win, what you got?
Yeah, we're going to see where they decide to go. 17, they came through on that south side. Xiao Wu got left in the compound. The rest of the gang is still making their way up to the west, so they are good for the time being. Now they're flying over the center of the map. You can see just nothing but fields. The north side of Quarry, it's a 2-2. They've got BB Team and Day Trade still in there. They're going to pop the chutes.
One.
They're going to go down towards, it looks like, the ridges around that Theraton 5 compound. So no vehicles for Falcons from this point on, but at least they have a safe place to play for the time being.
Just dropping center, steals that one away. Nobody really had the opportunity to shoot at him. E-Arena is trying to regroup.
They actually pull, they cut right in the middle of this E-Arena split.
Can they get
and
the shots?
E-Arena, they're going to try to drive right through them. The spray's coming through. They're going to get them both low, and it's going to force them to stop as now the knock comes through on the Norans. Tiggleton will get one, Tiggleton will get two, and that's 2 more points picked up for the Falcons.
Just a very smart play to get in position. BB Team down to the south is going to have to deal with Day Trade. They're going to have pathing that they're going to have to deal with. 17, they shifted very far into the north, so that means that they're going to be very close to Forest, who's been on an absolute rip. Kiss is going to be so close to him. E-Arenas looks like they're trying to set up. Could go for a mortar. Could you imagine Falcons being taken down by a mortar from that spot?
It would be poetic justice, if nothing else, for everybody who's been taken down by trigonometry. 7700, meanwhile, very far north, as you said, on that western side, getting very close to Kiss from Forest. And you know that if the Forest boys spot this out, that could be trouble for 7-7, as the rest of the squad still off in the distance.
There's also a fight that's happening between the Expendables and Taikula up into the north. Couple of knocks that are happening. Looks like the Freaks might want to try to pounce on that. Freaks really haven't had the day that they've really wanted to yet because so many points being eaten away. 7-7, though, has to be cautious, doesn't want to overpeak, and Kiss is just waiting, man, playing this so patiently, seeing if maybe somebody will reveal themselves, and oh, there you go. Is going to spot out Scappy, who has been such a core component for so many of Forrest's moves.
Big knock and flush there for 17 as they have been seeing the Falcons in the kill feed, trying to break away from them, so they needed to get involved. That is a very easy knock and flush. The Expendables, meanwhile, continue their reign of terror. They're up to 9 kills right now, Matcham.
Yep.
They are down to 3, but 7-7 will get spotted out by Kiss, and now 17 is down to just 3 players.
Forrest has got to be pretty careful. Looks like a full regroup coming up from 17 Gaming, realizing who's going to be their opponent right next to him. With Forrest trying to regroup, Apr-4 Road looks like they were trying to creep up that hillside, so really the shots for 17 and getting that knock probably gave them a bit more than they wanted. Hey, Kiss, that's fine. Oh, but Apr-4 Road rolls in at the absolute perfect time. Kiss gets knocked by himself, and Apr-4 Road takes down Forrest Natural Gaming.
Ming Ming, he just wanted to get that Panzerfaust off, didn't he? He was getting shot at, did not care, ran for that corner, and instantly sent it. And fortunately enough for him and for Apr-4 Road, he stays on his feet. Meanwhile, DNF, they're on the south side of Swamp, and they now have to deal with the oncoming approach of the storm that is the Expendables.
Tanvu down for the time being, but I mean, Caloris, he's got himself a good position to be playing from. Do circle pops. Does mean the fact that not too big of a move coming from this point. Yes, the Freaks are technically the gatekeep out on the Expendables, but there are a couple of pathing options. Day Trade, yet again, going to have to be moving. That's going to be BB Team's Molodok that spots him out. Freaks trying to defend in, want to make sure that they really hold this out because they have to be so cautious. They know that there could be some wraps coming in on the field back behind them.
That's another point for BB Team, making sure that they stay involved. They're 4 alive, but they've got to come in from the south. They know to avoid the compound where E-Arena is down to just 2. And now Falcons starting to get picked off by BB Team, that they're very far away. It is very unlikely that they'll be able to flush that out, so Falcons should be able to get their man back up, but then they've got to worry about Day Trade. Tigger just right there.
But this is a weekend Day Trade. We know the fact that they'll still go try to vulture up some points, but this is going to be pretty hard for them to do. Belmont's pretty much pinned down on that point. The Expendables are getting picked apart. Just Caloris up, trying to look into the path to get into the circle, and it is going to be just a good defensive line coming up the Freaks. You can notice as well, 17 Gaming not yet inside the circle. They've got to be careful. Apr-4 Road is hopping in vehicles and could be pathing pretty obviously close to their point.
And pop, Tanvu will get Spaceman, and now Duck Juice will find Cold as more kills are going over the way of the Expendables, but that is a replay once again. God, they get me every time, Matcham, I swear. There's so many fights that I'm just waiting for them to start happening, and there's so much exciting stuff going on. But right now, rest assured, viewing public, no kills happened while that replay was popping. So we get to see Clories slowly bleeding out here in the blue while Freaks just kind of keep all their eyes over in that direction.
To the south, we have BB that is encroaching onto E-Arena's duo. Doozy looks like he's going to be leading the pathing on it, while Caloris is trying to see if he can even get into the circle. Blue zone's already taken over. BB does connect onto Jacob. Molodok drops a nade right on his head. That means it's just one left, already taking a ton of damage, and BB Team, God, they're just so fast, man.
Here they go, man. He thread the needle right through that window, and just like you said, so quick with how quickly they dispatch with E-Arena, and now they have secured so much space for themselves to continue to climb the leaderboard. They've now tied with E-Arena for 3rd place as they are 4 strong, fighting for a little bit more here. Day Trade, they did get Belmoth into the zone now, but it looks like Belmoth and Tigger are just kind of playing it quiet right now. But the closest team to them, Falcons, they have no idea.
Potential fight brewing over on Sharkfin, where it's going to be Begapod that's lined up against T5.
Look at them, they're looking over there.
Kind of calmed down for the time being.
Yeah, I think Falcons knows to expect somebody coming from that direction. H-Win, the big brain that he is looking over in that direction. The mortar just lying close. Here's the hard western shift come in, and that is going to be bad news for T5 and Begopod.
Bad news for the Falcons as well, as they could put themselves in touching lines for where BB is going to be at 17, though beneficiary of the circle. They're not going to have to make too much of a move, if anything at all. Freaks potentially going to be wrapping in from the north. Depends on how weakened Furia is, but that means that T5, Begapod, Falcons, Day Trade all going to be stacked up on top of each other. Potential for a lot of kills for Falcons, but that does mean also 3 other teams could converge on them, and that could spell its own set of issues, as it's only 5 points between them and 17.
Yeah, this is gonna be tough. This is gonna be a timing thing for Falcons more than anything, because Bagel knows that Theraton 5 is in the compound. They've already sent Apr-4 and Songjang in there, and now you see Day Trade. They could get involved at any moment. And it looks like they are eyes over towards BB team, who have still got 3 inside the compound, but Shrimzy and the rest of the Falcons not wasting any time. They're going to push right into Bagel, try to get the kills as they will find Akon and Songjang.
Shuts down any form of movement on that side. BB is doing a good job on containing the Falcons down to the south. Falcons, what do you want to do? There's not a lot of options directly in front of you. T5's using the opportunity. They're going to go ahead and get in a vehicle, shift around. Maybe they can set up something. Looks like they might be eyeing after Bagapod, but no, actually it's going to be Apr-4 that gets the knock onto Ranger X. The dominoes are falling. Falcons taking those first couple of shots have really kind of set everything off, but here comes Bellamoth. He's got himself an angle, and it's going to be H-Win down.
Big shots for Bellamoth will get the first knock there, and now BB team looking over in that direction as well, but Tigger is going to go down to Tiggleton. Tiggleton now the last player left alive on the south part of this 2-2 split from Falcons, but he's got the entirety of BB team coming down on his hillside. Grenades in hand. The utility not landing the way it should for the time being. He's going to get knocked down to 1. Shrimzy will find 1. He's going to survive just long enough to slow them down, long enough for Falcons to get a few more kills onto Bagel but now the duo has to push.
They just run right into a kickstart. It's going to go down. Shrimzy, the last one up, spraying down the hillside. Does get the knock onto Too Hard. Looks like he's just trying to go for the flush, securing any point he can. He knows that it's going to be close. Now up to 131. 17 sitting at 122, but it's going to be T5. Different angle. Somehow Shrimzy is surviving. 2 different teams around him. Make it 3 as BB is getting more aggressive on the other side. Nade's going to come in. Finally, the Falcons are going to go down.
Falcons are down, but 17 still 3 up, and BB team are on a rampage. They're coming from the south onto the eastern side. They've got 5 kills to their name so far, and now they've got their eyes on Theraton 5 in the blue, but Rosseted will get a couple of knocks. Theraton 5 will go down, but all of a sudden BB team down to just 1 player.
17 sees this. They wanted to try to see if they could steal some of those kills, but they couldn't find it. Freaks are up into the north. They've crept themselves up into 4th place as well. They want to get rid of Furia. They want to unlock the opportunities up in the north. Circle pops, does favor them. They're going to run down the shack. Heaven is going to get the knock onto 1. BB team does get eliminated. Same time as we're going to see Furia go down. So it is going to be a straight lineup. It is the Freaks versus 17 as 17 takes first.
BB team, I thought they would have a chance maybe to get everybody back on their feet, but DNF not wasting any time. 17 has now taken over first place by 1 point, but if the Freaks can finish this one off, if the Freaks can get these final kills, they might be in the conversation as well with 1 game remaining. So much on the line, but Lil Ghost with a spray onto Guman will drop him down.
Xiaowu shifted out. He's not even inside the safe zone. He just wanted to open up a new angle. See if maybe he could get the knocks. Deal looks like he's trying to lean in, slow down anything that 17 is trying to set up, but that means the Freaks are playing off the back foot. All of them are stacking up right next to each other. Guman is going to go down. Xiaowu does secure it.
Flush that kill, get that point. 3 in the bag for 17 now, and they are so wide split. 3v3 for the win here with so much on the line. Salute, Heaven, Deal, all playing from that northern side, but Xiaobei coming in from an angle on the west. Xiaowu on the east has a ridgeline to work with for now. Lil Ghost playing that anchor position in the center.
So dangerous to go for the peaks on the high ground. You can see that 17 doesn't want to do it yet. Xiaowu doesn't like his positioning anymore. He's going to shift over. Deal does spot him. Goes for some shots, but looks like Xiaowu is going to be able to regroup. He's going to come into the lower section of the hill. Lil Ghost now looking in. 3v3 continuing to mount. All pressure set up. It is 3rd place up against 1st place presently in 17 Gaming.
I cannot believe I'm saying this, but the shack that Deal is in right now is the same shack that Clories clutched a 1v3 in the group stages for one of the best highlights of this tournament so far. And now Deal in a position to make that shack even more famous. If DNF can pull this off, they will be right back in the mix. 17 starting to bring their forces back towards the west, but now Heaven and Salute doing the exact same thing. You've got 2v2 with a ridgeline in between.
1v1 between Deal and Little Ghost, causing a couple of peaks between the two. Nades being prepped up. Xiaowu waiting to try to hold on. Panzerfaust pops off, but it's a quick exchange between
P90.
them. Heaven gets the knock onto it, That means it is going to be Heaven and Deal looking down to one member of 17 Gaming left, and they know exactly where he is. Little Ghost charging up the hillside. He wants to see if he can secure at least the kill on the Salute. Maybe be able to take down Heaven. Deal hasn't gotten active, but no! It is the Freaks that take down 17 Gaming.
DNF are not out yet. They have something left to say as Falcons collected a bunch of points. 17 stole the lead away, and now the Freaks get the win. It is shaping up to be an absolutely insane ending here to PGS 7.
One game left, and it is just back and forth in that top of the leaderboard. BB securing a lot of kills, and that still keeps them in the competition. This is absolutely insane, Poro.
BB team, it felt like they were set. They had that eastern side. They were perfectly third partying, but somehow Theraton 5 threw a wrench in the works for them.
Nobody can find the lead. It just keeps getting neck and neck all the way through it. We've got ourselves Kalaris, Toffees, and Avenger to get us prepped for the last game of PGS 7.
It looked disastrous, did the group stage, pretty much for DM Freaks. However, here in the grand finals, they joined the world fight back in the second to last game to get themselves a victory and put themselves in the race. It is down to the wire. It is the most exciting potential finish we may have ever had in PGS history. I cannot believe that we have 4 regions now on the fight back at the very top. APAC is down through 5th through 9th. What is going on?
Apparently here on the last day, it was not chaos. It's been more consistent. It's been way more calculated pushes, slow pushes. There's not been as much third partying. Everyone's been more aware. It could be the pressure that has been coming to them.
I think that we saw early on in the day, APAC showed up, and almost all of those teams who were in contention played off the gas. They played a little more, I would say, passive than we're used to seeing, and that opened the door for our chase teams. Now, when we talked about that start of the day, we said, okay, maybe Falcons will catch up, maybe B Team will catch up, maybe we'll see maybe a Freaks kind of push, but not all of them. That said, it's these teams from all of these regions have put everything on the line, and Freaks, I thought coming into this one, oh, well, they're not in the race anymore, and then
I didn't think so either.
They dig this one out.
And counted them out.
I counted them out. I counted out the Falcons when I got here today. I counted out the Free. I don't even know anymore. But they show up. They put up a big number. They win that fight against no less than 17. If they hadn't done that, we might not even have to worry about the last game.
I gotta say, I'm thanking BB Team for stopping Falcons and Freaks for stopping 17. We might be setting up the most interesting and exciting last game of PGS history. It's never been closer.
We are setting it up.
We are.
It's already here. But we are also in a world where 17 might be one of the most cursed teams of all time. They win a PGS, and then it's forever second at World Championships, at PGSs. They were doing so well. Now they're going to be sitting in second place again. But there's been multiple moments throughout the day where we think to ourselves, 17, if they win this, it's probably over.
It was Tego.
And then they get taken away from them.
It was Tego. They had the potential there. They got stopped by, and here, you run into a P90 and a Panzerfaust to be stopped. There's nothing you can do. Like, they're always going to get a knock. And then, Heaven just rolls up with the P90 and absolutely rolls them up.
Right? Can you imagine the hill, coming over the top of the hill, and they've got a Panzerfaust and a P90 in this economy? It was outrageous that they have both of those. They get those knocks. They make a great play. And now we're in a 3-horse race.
It's bonkers.
Potentially 4 with BP Team.
Yeah,
that's true. Oh my gosh.
There's a world where if they get a big win, man.
That's true. Well, and they can do it.
And then all of a sudden, it's none of the APAC teams.
Yeah.
After us looking at 5 of them in the top 8 coming on in, technically 5 of them are still in this area, in this vicinity, but it's 5th through 9th.
Yeah.
I cannot believe. I
guess intense battle royale does not tell you how to finish a game because their mechanics have skyrocketed, but when it came to this lobby where everyone's a little more measured and figured them out, it does feel like they just fell off big time, and our experienced teams who have been here over and over again are showing just how strong they are. Thoughts?
Who's winning, James?
Oh, that's a fun one. Okay, who's winning?
Who's winning?
I mean,
And we don't need to take one each. Who's winning from your heart?
Honestly, judging by momentum, I can't believe how...
It hurts to say, doesn't it?
Falcons?
It hurts to say, doesn't it?
Okay, nice.
2 wins. They were doing well here up until this point where the circle is going to be shifting a bit west of them and stuff like that.
BB
the
team
emergency
rolled up
pickup
and
was the perfect position. BB team flexes up there as well. It's kind of caught in a bit of a tough sandwich position.
Yep.
This is ridiculous.
It is.
Look at this. Okay.
Oh my God.
The top 4 from our penultimate game are basically the top 4 going into that final game that could become our next PGS champion.
That's absolutely wild. All right, so you think maybe Freaks? What do you think? What do you think?
No, he said Falcons.
Oh, he said Falcons.
You didn't even believe it. I know.
Right. It's so weird for me to see you speak in favor of America.
I couldn't believe it. I can see with the momentum we get from just having won that last game off of the high, I could see a Freaks win it, and I'm not just picking it because I could see them do it again here. Human, little bit too much. I want to see him holding back. If there were 4 alive, it would be very more certain, and he has to do that in the very last game.
Do you know what these numbers say to me?
What do they say to you?
P90 diff.
P90 diff.
Yeah, true.
When you've got that in your hands.
I mean, that really was. It came down to the top of the hill, and that's where you talked about 17 just can't catch a break. They come up over the hill, and here they are. They've got that P90. You saw Heaven run over with it. He's like, wait, I'm coming. I've got the P90.
Yeah, there was a moment where I was like, is you going to get slowed?
That was pretty funny.
It would be insane, of course, never going to happen. But Panzerfaust was able to do a lot. 18 points go the way of DN Freaks. BB team, once again, in the race, getting themselves 10 points on the board. 17 Gaming alive on that west side.
Before we see the overall leaderboard, I gotta say, BB team, it felt like they had more potential from it. But the overall, 130 for Falcons, 2 points behind for 17 Gaming.
8 points behind for DN Freaks after that victory. BB team here, 12 points behind. It does feel like those are the 4 teams that are going to try and challenge, unless the arena loops back for APAC and then suddenly gets an insane game.
Pass.
They've gotten 10 points. They've gotten 10 points in 5 games.
Yeah.
They've gotten 10 points in 5 games today.
That's E-Arena's 3rd day play. It just is what it is. They don't finish. They're the rabbit. They race to the front.
They're really
and they
good in 2-day finals.
Yeah, the hair is the perfect example for them. The Falcons are the tortoise right now. Absolutely, with that abs dried. And I will say this, you guys are looking at the Falcons, we're looking at the Freaks. At the start of the day, I said I think this is 17's event. I still have to stand on top of that. They're only 2 points back. They have prio positions in this match. I think they're going to grind this one out the way that 17 does. Whereas I think Freaks and Falcons take a lot more risks.
So
to get
my
to that
choice
top
was
position.
Falcons. Your choice was
Freaks.
And I'm going 17.
You're going 17. Okay.
I think 17 wins this.
From the heart.
It hurts.
From the heart.
It hurts to say because I love the Falcons, guys.
Okay.
Not the silver
Quick,
circle.
if you could decide where the circle go, James, where would you wish for this last game to end?
I have no preference. I just want to... The fact that we have these 4 teams coming into this final game, the way they are... I'm sorry, Martin, I can't pick a...
You?
Zarky.
Zarky? Yeah.
All right, well,
I would love a curveball ending because the circle and the wrangle matter so much. They have so high priority. Let's see where it goes.
Let's go. It is the final game. One champion will be crowned. It's down to the wire. And that's not hyperbole. That is fact. PGS 7.
Got one game to determine the final victor, the champion of PGS 7. You hear the calls in the background. I'll tell you what, Matchroom, I heard the picks coming in from the analysts. I am not picking anybody because there ain't no way a Twitch chatter is going to accuse me of cast a curse in a single body.
Okay, well, on top of all of that, we've got a very southern plain path into what has been the hot drops around
the
apps.
Millie Islands finish.
And the continual, I guess, evolution of the hot drop between Petrichor Road and Twisted. I don't know. I mean, do you still stretch for it?
It looks like that's what they're going to do.
Goals,
I mean, at this
man.
point, what
Goals.
else do they got to play for? They're in 16th place.
I mean, not wrong.
I mean, at this point, it's just wipe and refresh, get ready for PGS 8, isn't it? And at the end of the day, this is what it's all about, right? This is their fight. No matter how this tournament ends for these 2 teams, this is for the future. This is for the rest of 2025.
So that is the pace that we are setting. This is the first event for 2025. Can you set it up? Can you really usurp yourself and become the best you that you can? Forest looks like they're going to make the commitment down into Millie. Meanwhile, the drops are coming in, Inside track looks like it is going to go high ground, twisted, quick drops down below, and everybody's going to be stacked on that right entranceway. The door is kind of blocked off, and they really couldn't get anything. Lou managed to get the knock on Anon just in fisticuffs.
And he has to make the run as well, because as soon as he got that knock, well, he knew Perfectix was in there, but Perfectix peeks the corner at the worst time. Ming Ming has that Uzi in hand. While this is shaping out, you did see the circle, 50-50 circle between Millie and Mainland,
yes.
So that is going to be really interesting to see how it plays out. But let's see how this one ends now.
Okay, got to play around the angles for it. Xlift wanting to get vengeance.
Oh, no, Batu.
Going back to finish it off where he died last time. Now then, do you have enough to make anything else happen, as it feels like Apr-4 Road's got a lot of the momentum at this stage? I say that, Chewy is going to go down. Lou manages to drop right on top of him with a good nade.
Oh, there it is. What a, I mean, Example had him dead to rights. Ming Ming trying to make the push with the Uzi. Example not going to bite, as Ming Ming will just go from room to room. Tries to make the spray, and okay. SMG's OP. Ming Ming down to 18 rounds, though, with that micro Uzi, and Lou, he's got one in hand as well. Is this a 1v1? Remember, Apr-4 Road, they are up 3 rounds to 2 in this matchup, and now, of course, it all comes down to a 1v1.
All right, Xlift, just don't go near that door anymore. It does not work well for you. So,
Shotty versus SMG, what do you got?
Oh, man, it's the double barrel, too. So that one's got some strength close range if we see it get to that stage. But, I mean, really, it's also, I think, helmet versus armor, because I think that on the opposing side, it is just armor.
Well, if you want to watch at least one team that still has a shot at getting the championship here, you've got that 17 perspective that you can go check out. Ming Ming, meanwhile, running around. He is just oh boy. He was like, you can tell he's looking for armor, and now he finds this, and he just gets a big smile on his face. He's like, oh, please let it be this.
Not like this.
Let it be this.
Is this going to be how it ends? A Panzerfaust in the stairwell. If I was Ming Ming, I'd just start making a whole bunch of noise like, oh, I can't find any loot. Please come upstairs.
Oh, 17. They're on that lower coast after looting up in Picado. They run into New Happy. New Happy going to take a few shots, but it looks like, fortunately for 17, they will get through unscathed. A little bit of a sweaty forehead moment there for the boys.
Okay, yeah, and that is going to put them into kind of the thick of this 2-2 split. Looks like Kiss and Forrest don't believe in military base. They're on the opposing side of that bridge, and it is a hot bridge right now, so trying to make the crossover to it could be a disaster in and of itself for Forrest. Keeping an eye, waiting to see if we're going to hear a Panzerfaust pop off at any moment, man.
I'm waiting for it. Well, Falcons, they're going ahead and bringing back everybody from their wide shelter mansion, damn near north of farm split that they've got going on here. But everybody very safe for the most part, nowhere near any other team for the time being.
Yeah, it's just 17 managed to get it in track to a good position. They've got gas station right at the crossroads coming out from the western bridge.
There's BB.
Could give them a lot. BB
coming for the Millie.
Yeah, they've got a long rotate ahead of them, but I mean, they have a couple of opportunities. They can pick up some vehicles, just kind of rotate over here. They're not in the biggest of rush. We know this is a squad that's very, very strong, so still in touching range, but they could find themselves having to deal with a bridge camp or two with the way that this is kind of stacking up over there.
Well, and there's always the possibility, Matt. There's always the possibility that this cuts down south, and BB team looks like absolute geniuses here. As we see E-Arena, they're playing around the coastline. I don't think that's where Sizzy wants to be, but either way, he's fine. DNF, meanwhile, going to pull right down, but right now they're in the middle of a big three-way split from the Expendables. Four-way split from the Expendables. But it looks like they should avoid most prying eyes, but now where do they go? All the spots that are on that coastline by the bridge are already taken.
Oh, yeah, this is interesting. If we see this continued collapse around the bridge, there's a plethora of ways that this could go down. And, you know, the fact that all the IGLs are trying to run through heat maps in their brain, trying to figure out best way to really navigate what is going to be a potential heartbreak. There is no good way to really deal with this one, as you can make a lot of assumptions on math, but that doesn't mean the fact that Circle's going to like you.
Look how slow he's moving. I've never seen somebody creep walk nearly as slow as Lou is doing right now. Just waiting As Ming Ming
Come on,
doing
Ming Ming,
the exact
move
same.
around. You have the best way to draw him up
Like,
there.
come on. You come up here. No, you come down here. You come down here. No. You come up here. You come up here. It's fine.
Game
Look
of
at
chicken.
Yeah. Just a little quick replay of how that long drop played out for that initial fight. Lou got the knock onto Nan.
Spins around and punches him. No, this is our door.
Look at this grenade, though. The one grenade that you find,
Boom.
the blind throw into the bottom, and he gets a knock. I know Patulins is going to be mad about losing that one.
Just so good.
Oof.
So good.
Uzi's going Uzi. Well, Lou getting a little bit of ants in his pants here. And Ming Ming's just patient as you please.
I mean, come on. Ming Ming, we know, has had to like chain res a bazillion people in his career. He plays under pressure quite well. There is no movement. There are no like slight taps around. He's just waiting. He's like, nah, I've been in this before. Oh, E-Arena though, having some kills potentially fed over to him. This could be absolutely massive. But Begapa manages to navigate it. Doesn't lose anybody yet. Sweet swapping all over the place. Finally, Jacob gets the knock on the Songja.
And he's going to find two as Jacob's starting to come alive. Can he get three? No, Two Heart will get behind the building just in time. Jacob still holding on to the top of that. The roof, though. Nurins will dance around. Grenade in hand for Park Pro. Send it over. It's got to cook. He's going to go inside the building rather than on top. But Nurins will find him instead. So another knock here picked up for E-Arena. Now down to just Two Heart.
Okay, E-Arena, if you want this, you got to make a big shift. And I know we're talking about first, but there's also like PGC points, placement. All that stuff is important, not just first, but we definitely have our eyes set on the prize. Songjan does manage to dodge out.
Well, they know where Two Heart is now, too.
Yep.
Oh, look at this. You got Day-Trade going down as Two Heart dancing around. Jacob looking, waiting for a peek. But Two Heart's going to find Nurins. As you hear a lot of shouting, that's TKL taking rid of Day-Trade. Thanadol, the sprays come in. Two Heart's going to find Lyrics. Two Heart doing the most here for Begapa. Now Jacob just going to send it in, try to get him before he can get the heal off, and he does. E-Arena eliminates Begapa.
Okay, well, new friends approach, and that is going to be Furia, seeing if maybe they can stack up a couple of points for themselves. They've got Takula, it's just a little bit ahead of them, so any of these that they can pick up, but I don't think that the angle is going to work. Everybody's already kind of shifted into the buildings, so
yeah.
I like the idea coming up from Furia, there's just not a good approach for it.
Yeah, I think if all four of them are here, maybe they are a little bit more aggressive with that push, but they still have Gizera on Pachinki Hill and one player inside of Pachinki who's now getting crashed by Bestia, so that might be some other problems for Furia. As you see what situation the Freaks are working around here. So Kraken was the one that was left behind. He'll find the opening knock, but man, he is knocked very, very low, and Vinny is not going to waste any time. He's going to try to make the push, and eventually will get the kill here onto the Kraken.
But the rest of Furia, they're just chasing this down.
Okay.
They're coming in. They've got a rescue plan. They're like, hey, there's kills to be had. Let's see if we can get them. This is a weakened squad, given the fact that DraftKings is down. So just saying, all right, let's see how much of this we can get. And they're coming in hot and heavy.
Meanwhile, just in case anybody was wondering, Lou and Ming have separated from each other, and now they're now looting up in apartments themselves here as Gizera is knocked. And now Haven will find Mime. Gizera gets flushed out by Silzen, so it's a 2v2 here in Pachinki. We'll see which is the best Latin American team as Posa will catch Silzen hard peeking.
13th and 14th respectively, so whoever wins this one will get the respect points as well as the better positioning to deal with. Furia looks like they're just going to go ahead and get these last couple of flushes, but looks like Vinny is going to commit into the res. So Silzen doing a good job on distracting. 17 going to be going down to Ferry Pier. They've left gas station. Didn't really like the positioning for it. Force is also going to be calling the emergency pickup that you can see going over Ferry Pier right now.
Yeah, BB team now in a little bit of a situation, aren't they? They went down to Military Island. Remember, they're eating a bunch of blue, and it looks like they're going to cut back over to that eastern bridge. And 17 will find this northern side of Ferry Pier to play, and they're free and clear.
Falcons, meanwhile, do hear what's going on inside of Pachinki, and I think they've stopped off to see if maybe they can get some kills for it.
Sorry, Lou found an AE pickup and he popped it, so I'm really interested to see if he actually takes that.
Okay, this is actually pretty big. If Falcons can spot out any of these knocks and steal a kill, at any space that they can get away from 17 right now would be great, because 17 actually has inside track to a great position in the circle.
Yeah, every point matters so much right now You can see how close it is up there at the top of the leaderboard. And Falcons, despite hearing the fighting going on in Pochinki, they're going to go ahead and try to find their way into this next zone. Now, their biggest issue might be the Expendables, but the Expendables in a very wide split on the north side of the circle. As you can see, Lou, yeah, he popped it, but I don't think he was interested in taking it. He was seeing if he could maybe bait Ming Ming out. And now, there we go. Okay, Falcons will spot out
There's one.
Posa, and that's going to be a kill going over to their pocket. They'll now take a 3-point lead on to first.
Yeah, but I get nervous. They're so far out of the circle. I mean, yes, there is a couple of ways that they can get into it. They're going to have to path through the hills themselves, but this is going to make it very, very complicated because they're going to deal with the Expendables that are going to be on their west on the approach. I think that this is the call. You've just got to start thinking about positioning, but I mean, at the same time, it's hard to pass up kills right now as you know that you're coming into this so late that you could just, your team could get wiped by a spray down from some random spot you're not expecting, so you want to get these points. Furia finally getting eliminated.
Yep, and that's going to be a duo for Bestia still left alive in Pochinki, so we'll see how they play this one out. 17, meanwhile, they have 3 inside this compound, and they've sent Lil Ghost off to Glass House, or actually not Glass House on the north, but just one compound over, or one building over. But now they've got Forest creeping in onto the southern side of their compound. You can just see them on your mini-map starting to make their way over. But this is 17 kind of playing a little tower defense here.
Yeah, and you can see that Freaks are set up just to the north of that opposing side of the road. Falcons, BB team, both starting to make their move into the circle. Arena is going to be playing a gas station now. 17 has separated out.
Though.
This is going to be very hazardous. Looks like they should be aware that somebody's going to be kind of coming after them. Looks like they might have done a stop-off, maybe expecting somebody to be here and they want to scout a bit more. They're coming into this blind. That's no surprise, but Delwyn has backstabbed so many teams. I wouldn't be surprised if he just absolutely unloads, but it doesn't look like he finds the angle, and Falcons don't really feel like they're vibing on position while the Expendables are counter-moving for it. Circle pops and it's still so much water. Oh, my God.
What a circle. Okay. Falcons doing a good job of avoiding that fight with the Expendables because you have to imagine that would have dragged out. Instead, they will get on the move. They'll get into the zone, but where do you go? The Freaks are in probably the best position that they would want to play, so we'll see where they go here as E-Arena starting to make it. And again, BB team now, they're just now arriving on this eastern side. Where are they going to go? Everything is occupied down here.
Falcons send it through. They manage to navigate through the first part of what's going to be going on with Day Trade, but that means that they're going to be moving right into the sight lines of 17 Gaming. 17 starts to unload onto their vehicles, but cannot get the knock. Instead, it looks like they're just going to head all the way down to the beach, just start playing off the backside, but 7-7 gets a knock onto Shrimsy. That is a big knock. Shrimsy has been pumping out the damage for the Falcons. So with this, now Falcons are very aware that 17 is their next door neighbor.
And more importantly, 17 is aware that Falcons is down there and that they've got them down to a disadvantage, and now BB team has also made their way in. So our 3 of our 4 teams that are all fighting for this top spot are all within breathing distance of each other inside Ferry Pier. Throw in that wild card of Forest on the eastern side, and this is a recipe for absolute disaster.
Let's not forget about E-Arena just on the other side of them as well. Ferry Pier looks like it's going to be what decides who is going to be our PGS 7 champion. Falcons already having lost 1 means the fact that since they lost it to 17, it's back to just a 2-point differential.
And the Freaks, don't forget about them, still 4 strong. They're not involved in the Ferry Pier, but they're just on the other side of the road. Taigule, they've got the mortars in hand. Do they have eyes on Falcons? Do they have a read
They took
on
shots
the
at him a second
distance?
ago.
Will they land it? It's going to go a little bit too far.
Boo. But I would say you got to shrink that one down a quick bit.
He's bringing
See if
it
he
down.
can follow it back up with it.
I didn't see where he started at, but he definitely came back down. He's down to 606, so let's see. It's going to go just a little bit far once again, so maybe bring that just under 600. You can see, I think it's Suze that's on the roof telling him, giving him his eyes right there and letting him know.
Yeah, there we go. I think that you got to cut it back. Closer to like 550, maybe 570. It feels like it might be right around the range.
Yeah,
Let's see.
That might be decent.
Especially if he's going after the Tickleton side of this one. That'd be a little bit closer. That one looks like it's going to go just a bit too far.
Yeah. Bring it down about another 15 meters, and that might be on point. And see, 540. Sounds like it might be a little bit too long again, but Another one in the air. I'm not sure who this is being sent at. It's going to be sent at Bestia, so I think that's actually Freaks sending those over just a little bit. Oh, Guman. Yep, Freak's going to land one right on top of Vinny's head.
Okay, Circle Pop still keeps in Fairy Pair. That means that Taikula has to move as well as E-Arena. We're going to see a Condensing coming in from the Expendables. Day Trade's got T5 right up on top of him, but I mean, Fairy Pair is the focus for everyone. 17's firmly regrouped. Bestia is still just trying to survive the storm of mortars that are flying at their face.
This is nerve-wracking. You see 42 alive. All of our top teams still in it. BB team lost 2, so they are in a lot of trouble, especially considering how much work they really have to do. It might be a foregone conclusion that they are out of it, but Freaks, 17, Falcons still in it. Falcons on the move.
So nervous, you can see that they just expect an enemy in every single one of these buildings. They aren't too wrong. Luckily, the southern area where they're coming into the fish house should be pretty okay now. They know that 17 is going to be just to the north of them. They don't want to overstay. And hey, what's going on? Quick update for the med battle.
It's still going on.
It's still going on. Nobody's doing anything. Oh, and Petrichor is eliminated. Twisted Minds wins the hot draw.
3 and 3.
Yeah!
It's even. Look at Lou throwing his arm up. Let him know. All right. Well, 3 and 3, so I'm assuming that we'll see it once again once we get to PGS 8.
I love this.
Oh man, how can you not? You gotta love a good hot drop situation, especially when both teams are so.
Drop. Okay, that is a lukewarm drop.
That was hot as hell. I don't know what you're talking about.
There was a fist
the finish
fight.
was warm, but that drop was hot. And honestly, I mean, I just love it when you get two teams that are just so hard-headed that they won't get in here. But now Freaks in a little bit of trouble.
Yep, got to be cautious. Delwyn looks like he's going for the backstab yet again. Bestia is going to be pretty close on this. Looks like DraftKings also going to be creeping up. So Delwyn, as he creeps in, should start being able to get some vision on what's going to be happening potentially with the Freaks. Freaks' positioning is really strong. There is a chance for them to make the climb up, specifically if we see this shift into the north. But man, Fairy Pier is just absolutely crazy with the amount of teams that are just so close to each other right now. E-Arena has managed to make it into Fairy Pier itself. Nuren's actually doing a bit of a swim to get inside the circle.
I'm telling you, man, Falcons are going to have to come up with a plan here because they are on the very southern half of this zone. You got to imagine that the chances are pretty high that it's going to pull away from them. So you can see they're already back on the move as Clories, I think, he got spotted out. Yep, Falcons starting to make a push here, but look at 17. They've got eyes down. They know exactly where Falcons are, and they know exactly who is down there.
This is really good from the Falcons because they know if they just stay there and they play defensive even with 3, they will lose this. They have to be some form of aggressor, and they have to start trying to take control over their own destiny.
Oh, Tigger
is going to absolutely demolish what's going to go up into the northwest. That's going to be quick pickups coming out from them as it looked like Day Trade was in a bit of a bad spot. But let's not forget Taikula also over there is going to have some vision and kind of referee the firefight.
Yeah, Day Trade, we're just down to 2 and made the crash onto the compound in T5. Unfortunately, just not in a position to defend it. As you see, that will finish off. New circle does pop. Falcons, fortunately, won't have to move that much. But H1 gets the knock on Alarix. Can't get the flush, though. It's not going to, for Alarix just going down in a place where he can't see him. And there you go. Theraton 5 will get eliminated by Day Trade. But look at this, H-Win. The rest of the Falcons starting to make their way across on the beach. There is a little bit of space that they can play in from this side here, but Jacob has eyes. Good shots from Tig will get him low, but what a shot from Jacob. If he didn't have to drop down and reload, Tig might be done for.
I love this coming up from Falcons. They know the fact that they got a knock. Their man disadvantage. They have to try to get this
grenade.
now. How is this going to bounce? Going to roll right up next to him. Does get the re-knock. Are we going to see Falcons continue? Forest is just to the north of this. They are going here. BB as well as 17 lined in. H1 leading the path. Takes some shots over into Jacob. Looks like it's going to be Kickstart that now steps up. Takes that new point position right on top of everything. These rocks are going to be hard to navigate. Do spot him out. Jacob takes a lot of damage. He's just having to play across these 2 different counterpoints. Meanwhile, Falcons have to keep an eye back behind them. They can't focus in, but finally do manage to get the knock onto the E-Arena player.
They happened to catch EA while Nuren's was swimming across the water of Ferry Pier for some reason to where Falcons just came from. That's a good spray from Sizzy. Will get the knock and the flush onto H-Win, but Falcons still trying to collect as many points as they can. 17 are remaining in their compound. So is BB, and now Forest has started making their way down here. They want to get involved in this fight.
With that shift, Nurens was actually back behind Tiggleton and got the knock on him. That's what caused the big problem. Now it is all just on to Kickstart. He's trapped over here. He knows that he's in first, but 17 is already inside the circle. Forest right up on top of him. E-Arena as well. So Tiggleton's just trying to crawl to safety. Kickstart has no options, nowhere to go. He's entirely pinched out. Even if he steps out on these angles, Nurens could spot him. Nades are going to be prepped. Looks like he's just going to be able to drop it right in. Is the throw going to be good? Yes!
Oh,
yes, it is!
And now that is Kickstart picking up on. He's going to go low. Nurens trying to defend his fallen teammate. Kickstart will get in there at least in time to flush out the kill, maybe. He's going to throw a grenade. Oh, he can't even flush the kill. He's going to go down to blue. Oh, no, he's in trouble now. Can he get it off in time?
I don't think so.
I don't think so, and that's going to be it for Falcons. The 17 members see that in the kill feed, but DNF, they have been holding New Happy at the line so far. They've got Zlong left.
Now then, Freaks, you know that off the kill feed, there's going to be a lot that's going to be popping off. You have to hold down this position, but you've got to get the kills to stack it in together. Zlong in that lower position, just hiding out inside the blue zone. Deal is at least going to be able to finish off one. DraftKings going to be also up in their face. New circles pop. It is going to leave the entirety of Ferry Pier back behind this one. So now, with this, 17's going to have to make a move. BB's going to have to make a move, but DraftKings comes alive, and he gets a knock and a flush onto one of the Freaks.
Huge from DraftKings as he now knocks down the Freaks down to 3 players. 17 still inside their compound. They're looking around. They've got a route into the next zone, but they have to wait because they know how much craziness is coming from that eastern side of Ferry Pier. DraftKings, a thorn in the side of Freaks right now.
This one isn't over. 17 still needs to get kills, or they need to get safety inside the circle, and they are not in it. Freaks are holding down point, but they have to deal with DraftKings, who's right on top of Heaven. Finally figures out where he is, steps in, gets the spray, finally removes him. Can we see the Freaks start to step up as they're going to spot out the Expendables who are going after Taikula?
And BB Team's not out of it yet as well. They are taking the fight to Forest. They've knocked one. They've taken out that kill for themselves as well. Kiss and Scrappy, the last 2 remaining alive. 17 now finally leaving their compound. They've got 4 alive, but they have got to play from the south side. The amount of kills on the board are starting to leave, but they're only 3 points behind Matchup. It almost doesn't even matter.
But we are also in placement points with 7 teams alive. If they can just survive, that could be enough for 17 Gaming. They're going to make the cross. They're going to go ahead and send it over here into the west. They hear a bit of the firefight that's going to be going on with Taikula, but that is the Expendables eliminated. That's another squad down. 17 rolling in. They know that there's a weakened squad over here. Are they going to pounce out? Can they get the kills? If they can manage to secure this, it'll get them in the position to be in first. Taikula has to be careful. Nades are rolling down on top of him, but they do not connect enough for it. Finally, it's going to be a little ghost that gets a knock on Suze.
1 up left. Now it's Cold 119. If he can do some damage, he won't be able to. 17 runs through Taikula, but now DNF is starting to look over in that direction. BB Team still alive, but Forest will find a doozy.
Okay, so now it's Freaks with control over the circle, 17 with control over the leaderboard. There is a 7-point differential, but it's still going to be BB and Forest fighting out in the middle of nowhere right now. 5 teams still alive. E-Arena still in as well as Nuren's going to spot out Scappy.
Okay. There you go. BB Team will eliminate Forest, but they are down to just 1 player in Phil first.
Salute.
Nuren's the last player alive for E-Arena as well. Salute. Oh my goodness, if he could get a knock here, it would be absolutely huge. But Phil first and Nuren's the solos from that south side. They've got to be careful.
Every single time we see 17 get another kill, it just becomes nigh more impossible.
Heaven gets that one.
That is going to be big. Heaven getting that last couple of shots. Nuren's now making the cross as well, right up next to 17 Gaming. Both teams on the hunt. Salute going to be right next to him. Spins back around. Heaven picks up that one as well. Clutching up whenever it matters. Climbing up the leaderboard. It's now 138 to 133.
I don't know. I think 17 might have it mathematically. I don't think there's enough points left on the board for Freaks, but they've got to try. They've got to get each and every one of these last kills on 17 and get that win. Salute. They have got a big wide split going, but 17 4 strong here. They look like they're looking to grab to the north and clean out 1 by 1.
4 down and first place I think will be enough if they manage to secure it, but they have to be careful. So much now coming after Salute. Heaven, can you get the position? Just 5 points separating these guys out right now. Little Ghost, Xiao Wu as well as Xiao Bei leaning up in the north. They know where Deal's positioning is. It's going to be the Freaks playing a bit more passive on this. 7-7 not quite inside the circle yet. Deal realizing the fact that he could be on a problematic angle, but can get a lot of information. He's going for those jump peaks, seeing if he can spot anything. I think he might have gotten a bit of information, as it looks like the other two members for the Freaks are playing down to the south.
Oh my goodness.
He can't go down.
PGS 7 Grand Final, winner take all. DN Freaks versus 17 Gaming. Could you ask for more than this? Salute starting to make that low side wrap, but unfortunately, Xiao Wu and 7-7 are together, and they're going to spot him out.
Got to be careful now with this. They do have a bit of a crossfire. Heaven on one side of it. Salute, though, doesn't like his positioning. A lot of throwables could be coming after him. Takes a lot of damage. Salute has to run back to the trees. 17 now knows positioning for at least one of the players. Everybody shifting down. 3 members up. Little Ghost just playing up on top, but Salute has himself defendable cover. He's got to be cautious. Blue zone back behind him. Remember, he moved over here to see if he can try to catch anybody out. Heaven at least gets some damage into what's going to be going on with 17, but Salute in some trouble. He cannot go down here. He has to stay alive.
The utility just inches off for 17 Gaming, as Salute will stay alive, and Heaven, as you said, doing his best to defend his teammate and will force them away as Xiao Bei takes damage from a well-placed grenade, and now 17, the 3-man squad, will run back up to the north and try to reconnoiter with Lil Ghost.
Deal just left it. He said, okay, we need the numbers together. He surrendered the north. 17 feels like they got a read on that. They're instead going to shift up into that position, playing the hillside, using it for cover. They've hopped inside the vehicle, is going to be rotating around, but it should be the Freaks that are going to be hearing that. So 3-man now stacked up all the way up into the north, while it's going to be the Freaks down to the south. Little Ghost still looking in, making sure that nobody can really move from that Heaven Salute position.
All right. They've taken over their sides. 17 to the north, DNF to the south. Salute still running around, just making sure that nobody's wrapping on that low side. And you gotta keep eyes on Deal. Deal, it feels like, is such an important chess piece in this zone.
Oh, the circle goes to the Freaks, though.
Circle will cut to the Freaks, so 17 do have to leave that ridge line, start making their way in. How many games have we seen over the years in the history of PUBG that have ended on these hillsides right here? And once again, we find ourselves back on the hills with so much on the line, so much at stake. Winner take all for PGS 7.
This is how heroes are made in this moment. You have to clutch up. You have to have the biggest play. You know, Freaks want to win this. Salute the history of him and the teams that he has been playing on. Heaven, Deal, so much opportunities coming up from the 17 that's always felt like they've gotten so close time and time again. 17 leaning back down into the south. They want to commit into the Salute line. He's got the hill that he can use for some cover, but there are so many people. Looks like Heaven might be able to spot out. Deal has no idea what's going on. He's still looking up into the north. He doesn't know where the movements happen. That means that this is a very disadvantaged fight. Salute looking up, gets the knock onto one of them to start, but Utility is going to come out. He's going to get blinded, and he has to run away.
But he got the knock, and he immediately was on the move once again. 17 trying to regroup here.
Zone.
That is a great blue zone. Will the next one hit him as well before the heal comes off? That is a lot of damage coming through. That is Salute going down. Well-placed utility from Xiao Bei.
Okay, now it's just on to Heaven and Deal. Can they find a way to get a crossfire situation? Looks like the res is going to be committed in. Both sides of this really want it. Blue zone nades kind of being a barrier to slow down anything. Tons of utility being thrown out from 17. Salute just trying to crawl down into some form of safety. 17 doesn't want to crest the hill. They don't want to run down into the waiting arms of any member and give up some ones. Instead, they're just going to throw utilities. Seems like maybe they're going to just lean into their numbers advantage. They know where Heaven is. Can he get a knock? He does. He takes down Little Ghost.
That was the last grenade for 17 as well. All utility is on the field. The flush comes through, though. That's going to be enough for 17 to secure the title. Can they secure the win as well? Deal all by himself. Can he pull off a miracle in this final game?
Looking back up the hill, he's going to get spotted, tries to go get something out of it, but it's just going to be too many members of 17 coming after him. There's nowhere to hide. He's just trying to use the tree for cover. He does manage to get the knock on a one, but it's not going to be enough. 17 Gaming take the victory and take PGS 7.
Put the exclamation point on it, 17. Not only do they get the final win of the day, that secures their spot as the first international champion of 2025. And look how important it is to them. That is so meaningful for 17.
The relief on their face is just knowing how bad they've wanted this for so long, finally reclaiming what they think has been theirs and been denied too many times.
And what a tournament to win it in as well, one in which APAC stepped up to shock the world during day 2. They stood strong, they came from behind, and they managed to secure that first place against all comers. Falcons put on a show, BB Team put on a show, APAC put on a show, and how coincidental it is that they win number 1. Now they've won PGS 7, your champions, 17 Gaming!
Congratulations to 17 Gaming's the champions of PGS 7, first PGS title of 2025. They came, they fought, and they conquered. Congratulations! Congratulations once again to 17 Gaming on gaining this first PGS title of 2025. Woo! Okay, first Xiaobei, PGS 1 champion plus PGS 7 champion, Xiaobei from 17 Gaming. What are you feeling right now? 小北现在感觉如何？
感觉很舒服啊，绝对按我昨晚采访时候说的预想来的。因为 PS1、PGS 7我们冠军都拿到了，我觉得很幸福。然后我已经在期待 PGS 117了。
So, just as what I said in my interview, we got PGS 1, we got PGS 7. It's just a 100% perfect for us. And I am also looking forward to PGS 17. Cool, so cool for you. And we can just hand the microphones to Lighost. So we know that actually Lighost, for this year, you have added the in-game leader for you, except from the flexibles. So are you now adapting to these positions, and also what are your changes in your play styles? 那我们也知道小鬼其实今年除了做自由人之外，还有了指挥的这个多重身份。那目前觉得适应的怎么样？然后在打法上有没有一些什么改变呢？
我觉得我的3个队友都非常非常信任我的指挥，也在游戏上无条件的去服从我的指令，然后这也让他们给我的自信，我觉得是我们4个一整体拿到这个冠军，是他们给我的，让我做了这么好的一个指挥。
So my teammates just trust me 100%, and it is because of their trust that I can perform good as an in-game leader. So I am really grateful for my teamwork and for all the teammates. Thank you very much. And we're heading to Xiaowu. So actually, after playing in 17 Gaming for so long, people would always comment you like as a second place. Although we know that second place in the international stage is already so strong, but I think you are not satisfied with just being a second. So after all of this, what do you think is the victories and the secret to your victories for today? 那我们也其实一直知道17会被大家认为好像一直屈居于第2的位置。虽然说第2很厉害啊，是世界舞台上的第2，但是我相信我们都不满足于只是第2。那这一次终于拿下这个冠军了，你觉得这一次胜利的秘诀在哪里？
我哥几个都挺厉害的，特别是小鬼啊，指挥，虽然说有时候会犯病。
Yeah, just because everyone is so strong, so strong here. Okay, thank you, and we're given to 7-7, Chi-Chi. Okay, so we know that Chi-Chi has joined 17 just for this year, and you performed so well in this PGS stage, and I know that you have been longing for this PGS championship for a very long time. So what do you feel right now, and what is your expectation into PGS 8? 我们也知道77今年刚刚加入17嘛，那其实我相信77心里也是期待这个 PGS 冠军非常久了。那你现在心里什么感受？包括你对接下来的 PGS 8有什么样的预期，可以跟我们分享一下？
因为我刚来也没有多久吧，但我相信我们只会越来越好，就是越来越厉害。
I
I've not been here for a very long time, but I'm pretty much sure that we will be stronger and stronger, better and better day by day. Cool. And finally, we're heading to Show from 17 Gaming. Woo! Long time no see, Show, and of course, as the boss, as the previous players in 17 to these players on stage standing here, back from PGS 1 to PGS 7 after 6 PGS, what words do you want to say to them? 那寿哥，其实我们也知道，很久没有看到你站在舞台上了。那对于这些曾经的队友、队员，有什么想对今天站在这里的他们说的？
我只能说兄弟们做到了，真的太棒了，给了我们17也是一个非常完美的一个结局吧，一个 PGS 1加 PGS 7，真的非常棒。
They did it, and it's a perfect ending for us. PGS 1 plus PGS 7, just perfect ending of the stories. I am so happy for 17 Gaming for finally making this. Congratulations once again to 17 Gaming for your PUBG Global Series 7 Championship. Thank you very much, and we're back to the desk for any details into the final games. Congratulations, 17!
Absolutely spectacular setup going into the grand final game, and an even more perfect setup in that final fight. 17 Gaming. It hadn't dawned on me that they won PGS 1 and now PGS 7. It's like it's written in the stars as 17 Gaming becomes the champion.
It seemed undeniable, and at the end of the day, it became one of the best final days, nay, final games in PGS history. How rare is it, Martin, that we get to see a showdown between the teams at the top to finish? It was a winner-takes-all scenario.
Really
that is so rare and so exciting and awesome to watch.
Yeah, one of the most fantastic endings we've ever had at a PGS. Able to win the first one and to take the seventh one as well. It's like, it's destiny.
It's destiny.
It's destiny.
It's destiny. And spectacular stuff. As we watch some of the highlights coming in from 17 Gaming across the tournament as a whole. It was great to watch them across this whole tournament, this whole foray. It's awesome as well to see that there were major challenges, major threats in these last moments. We'd even theorized in the green room that technically, if 17 Gaming walked into the blue, they would have just won anyway. But they can't have known that in the moment. Obviously, tensions were high. They knew they were going up against Freaks. They knew Freaks. Like, it's hard to crunch all the numbers in those moments.
It is hard to crunch the numbers, especially because of the fact that they had to hustle so much in the back end of that game. 17 got to win off of very 17 late game play. They made a nice move to very Pier. They held a good spot. They waited out the circles. Then Falcons drove by and said hello, which is probably the best news that the 17 has ever gotten in their lives. They got that knock on Shrimsy. The moment that it mattered, though, is when they make that south rotation to backfill that fight with TKL and the Expendables.
100%.
Exactly. And that was the fact that those two fought. They were ready to move. They were able to get in there at that right moment. Opens the door for 17.
To identify that was so important to go on that southwest side, because as the circle shifts north into that Longwood, if you're trying to go anywhere near where DM Freaks is, it's very, very difficult, very, very chaotic.
Yeah, there's no way you would have won that. So to take on a third party, it's been the story of our finals. It's been the story of PGS 7. The third parties matter so much, and they're the perfect timing to do it on TKL and Expendables here. And of course, 17, fantastic way to do it. I really love that you're able to spot that the team in the lead, Falcons, is one of the teams rotating close to you. They could lock down so much information because of that, and they could wait. Obviously, very difficult circle to play. We had a lot of water in play. It came Freaks' way. I'm just hoping that Human isn't too hard on himself, because if there are a 4 versus 4, it's very like it's the high reality is they could have won that because they actually had the preferable circle.
I hope they take some of that prize money and buy like a nice steak dinner for DraftKings, because that catching Human off guard was really, I think, what put that in the situation they were in.
Well, I mean, you go back to the very final moments of that circle as well, right? Obviously, yes, you're a man disadvantaged because of the Human situation in this game. But then it did feel like DN Freaks was just like, where do we go? Deal quite far back against all of that. A lot resting on the shoulders of Salute on that off angle down at the South Martin. And it all didn't quite come together as we get full confirmation of the points. 145 for 17 Gaming.
Yeah, that's huge. It's the second lowest ever we had in PGS, so still very impressive. PGS 5 was 133, as we've been talking about here. Tied on second place, though. ended up mattering quite a lot that they only got 15 placement points in 12 games for Falcons. If they had a little bit more, look at that. They had 12 more kills than 17 Gaming, but the consistency in placement mattered so much.
Also worth noting, 9 teams in the get triple digits, but that doesn't matter. MVP goes to Xiao Wu.
Well deserved.
Very
After
impressive.
that clutch on the BB team.
Yep.
That was just next level.
Yeah, spectacular stuff. Congratulations to Xiao Wu. Congratulations to 17 Gaming. Not only is it their second PGS, but for 7-7, it's his first PGS, of course, after joining the team. And they will be walking away with $100,000. DM Freaks walks away with the 40K. Falcons, after an insane run today, walks away with the 20. And that is our podium. Yes, 133 tie.
You could have gotten one more kill. Imagine, just find one more kill. $20,000 for that one more kill. Also, road to PGC here. The PGS points is also massive.
Yes.
300 points here at PGS 7. 300 points awarded again at PGS 8 in a couple of weeks, but 300 is massive. That is setting yourself up for a potential invite to PGC later in the year.
Also worth noting, Freaks ends up here in that second place, gets a ton of points, but this has been a crazy journey for them. They were a pick to possibly win this event. Group stages was really a disaster, to be honest. They turned it back around, and to get to second, I think speaks volumes for where we're headed next with this PGS 8 in just a week's time.
That's the great thing that's just dawned on me a few moments ago, is that we get to run it all back in a week's time.
And imagine you're able to come in on top here. The practice has come already.
Yeah.
Can you do it repeat? Can you go back to back?
That was so good.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, of course, we have PGSA on the way. There is only 1 week between it before we get to see if 17 Gaming can defend the title, if APAC can come back strong, or if we can get the world literally fighting back against APAC from day number 2 to day 3. But we still have all those teams that did not make the grand final as well, Toffees, who are going to be active and keen to get it back on.
It should be fascinating to see how those teams use the week to change things up. We've seen the new meta developing, speed, assault. It's going to be fun.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. It's time to wrap things up. Congratulations, 17 Gaming is your PGS 7 champions.
At PGS 7, thank you for watching. I am your host Lisa, and make sure to join us 1 week from now when we kick off the PUBG Global Series 8 on May 12th through May 18th. See you then!
Yeah, this. Good place. Not by me. Сучка, блядь. Ладно, нормально.